सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति.
Thank you so much, Dr. Subhash Sarkar sir, for joining us on this occasion, praying along with us for the good of everybody in this world. Sir, we have our Honorable President Biswarup Basu Dada is very much here. Immediate former President Balwinder Singh sir is there. Then the Chairman Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, the main person who is organizing this event, Chittoda, we call him affectionately. He is the person who is here. B.B. Goyal sir, our former chief cost advisor, B.B. Goyal sir is there, and all the dignitaries are here. So, Dr. Subhash Sarkar sir, once again we thank you for again coming to our institute, not taking much of the time. Straight away, our own head of the family, president for the entire globe, Biswarup Basu Dada, will deliver the welcome address, welcoming you. After that, you have to give a small time. Our Priyanka madam will, for the sake of the global participants, briefly read your profile, Sarkar sir, and you will address all of us. Over to Biswarup Dada, Honorable President.
Mr.
Please welcome our Honorable.
Mr. Padmanabhanji.
Yes, sir.
Within 10 minutes, I have to leave.
Yes.
Mr. Padmanabhanji, within 10 minutes, I have to leave.
Oh,
Yes, sir. We'll arrange it. We'll arrange it. Yes.
Biswarup Dada, please welcome. Biswarup Dada,
Yes,
please
sir.
welcome our minister directly. Please.
A very good morning to all of you. I heartily welcome Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Bankura. It is our proud pleasure, sir, to have you on this auspicious occasion. We are celebrating the journey of GST and way forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. My beloved council colleagues, past president, distinguished guests, eminent speakers, dignitaries, members, students, participants from corporate world and professional, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. It is my proud privilege to address you all on the occasion of 4th anniversary of GST implementation in the country. You are all aware that the Institute has been celebrating the 1st July as GST Day since inception from 2000. Eminent speakers, dignitaries, members, students, participants from corporate world and professional, ladies and gentlemen. You are aware that the Institute has been celebrating 1st July as GST Day since inception from 2017, and this year also we are observing the GST Day by organizing this webinar on the theme, the journey of GST and way forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat. At the outset, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Sri Nitin Gadkariji, Honorable Union Minister for Road and Transport and Highways, Small and Medium Enterprise, who will be joining us shortly for giving encouragement to CMA fraternity by kindly agreeing to be the chief guest of the GST Day celebration of the Institute. We are grateful to Dr. Subhash Sarkar ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, for sparing his valuable time and joining us as special guest of the inaugural session of the important webinar. My beloved friends, goods and service tax is India's biggest indirect tax reform, which started on 1st July 2017. It is founded on the notion of one nation, one market, one tax. The GST aims at free flow of goods and services and cuts the complex multiple taxes that has been in existence since India's independence, and this fits well in the governance motto of maximum governance and minimum governance. Today, we are celebrating the 4th anniversary of GST rollout after braving some serious challenges. It is also an appropriate occasion to analyze how things worked out and to map the way forward. The theme chosen, the journey of GST and the way forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat, is very apt considering the present scenario. Friends, the world today is suffering from the adverse impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and we all need to work together to overcome such social and economic disruption. Since GST implementation, several changes have taken place from time to time through notification and circulars for proper structuring of GST. Government of India through GST Council is reviewing GST rules, provisions, laws, and making the required amendments from time to time. The Institute of Cost Accountants of India has wholeheartedly supported the GST implementation in the country. CMAs have been recognized in the GST Act to perform many services for smooth implementation of GST all over the country. To equip and train the budding CMAs, the Institute has introduced GST in its course curriculum. CMAs with their professional expertise have the competency to deal with GST and its successful implementation as they are trained in accounting, costing, and compliance. Institute has been conducting series of GST program which now process more than 1,400 events, including webinars, seminars, national seminars, and with other association, organization, and bodies pan-India, and by opening around 100 GST help desks all over the country. The Institute has been providing continuous inputs in the form of suggestion, representation on the matters related to GST and other taxation matters to the CBIC and the concerned ministries. The Institute is also conducting certificate course on GST and advanced course on GST covering audit, assessment and appellate procedures. Thousands of candidates, which include students, members, professionals, practitioners, and lawyers, have been benefited from these courses. Friends, the Institute of Cost Accountants have proved that we are capable of taking care the financial health of the country. The Institute has released number of valuable handbooks and guidance note on GST, impact of GST on various schemes and other related topics. Furthermore, the Institute is also releasing a fortnightly tax bulletin for members and other stakeholders, which consist of important articles, circulars, notification, case laws, and latest updates on direct and indirect taxation since 2017. I'm happy to note that the Tax Research Department of the Institute is releasing 7 more publications today on the occasion of GST Day to serve the CMA fraternity and other stakeholders. I repeat and reiterate that we are with the government in the various initiatives of the government. With these few words, I once again thank you, our special guest, distinguished speaker, and panelists for their kind presence and look forward to fruitful deliberation and interaction. Before I put a full stop here, I pay my tribute to Rabindranath Tagore. I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I acted and behold, service was joy. I pray to God for your health, happiness, and prosperity. I wish this program a grand success. Thank you very much.
Welcome our honorable member of parliament, Dr. Subhash Sarkar sir. Thank you, Bisrup Dada. Straight away we are going with our chief guest, Subhash Sarkar sir. Please address all of us on this occasion. And I humbly request all the people in the studio, I humbly request, please mute your mic. Too much noise is coming. When our Dr. Subhash Sarkar sir is addressing, please mute your mic. Over to you, Subhash Sarkar sir. Welcome, sir. Please address all of us on this occasion with your blessings. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to
Sir, you
all
can unmute your mic.
August participants. Am I audible? 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 Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
very
yes,
much,
yes,
very much.
yes, yes, sir.
Raju sir, please mute your mic. Please mute your mic. It is audible,
Muted
sir.
only, I'm only-
Please go ahead.
To all August participants of this national webinar organized by the Institute of Cost Accountants of India for observance of GST Day. I also should convey my thanks to the organizers, especially to Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay and Bishop Boshu, to provide a scope for being present in this program. At the same time, the galaxy of stars are being observed in this webinar, like Balwinder Singh ji,
Sir, your sound audio has been muted, sir. Sir, you are not audible, sir.
yes, please.
Sarkar sir, please unmute your mic.
Hi.
Audible,
France
audible,
was the
audible,
first country.
audible.
France was the first country to implement the GST in 1954.
Sir, a bit
Since then,
louder, sir. A
estimated-
bit louder. We cannot hear you.
Oh. Since then, and am I audible right now?
Sir, you are
Yes,
audible,
yes,
but
very much, very much.
feeble voice it is coming. A
Sir,
bit louder.
Vishrup Dada, you please wear headphone. You wear headphone. Let
Possibly-
him address. It is
Okay.
audible, Dada. It is audible.
Possibly because of poor connection. France was the first country to implement
No,
the
no, it is
GST
audible.
in 1954. Since then, an estimated 160 countries have adopted this tax system in some form or another. Some of the countries Spain, Italy, Nigeria, Brazil, South Korea, and now in India. India established a dual GST structure in 2017, which was the biggest reform in this country's tax structure in decades. The main objective of incorporating the GST was to eliminating the tax on tax, which cascades from the manufacturing level to the consumption level. On the July 1st, 2017, the goods and service tax implemented in India. But the process of implementing the new tax regime commenced a long time ago. GST is being introduced in the country after a 13-year long journey since it was discussed in the report of the Kelkar Task Force on Indirect Taxes. In 2000, set up a committee to draft the GST law. In 2004, a task force concluded that the new tax structure should put in place to enhance the tax regime at the time. The standing committee started discussions about GST and tabled its report on GST a year later. In 2014, the new finance ministers at the time, Arun Jaitley, reintroduced the GST bill in Parliament and passed the bill in Lok Sabha in 2015. Yet the implementation of the law delayed as it was not passed in Rajya Sabha. GST went live in 2016 and the amended model GST law passed in both the houses. The President of India also gave assent in 2017, the passing of 4 supplementary GST bills in Lok Sabha as well as the approval of the same by the Cabinet. Rajya Sabha then passed 4 supplementary GST bills and the new tax regimes implemented on 1st July 2017. India has since launching the GST on July 1st, 2017, implemented the following tax rates. A 0% tax rate applied on certain foods, books, newspapers, homespun cotton cloth, and hotel services. A rate of 0.25% applied to cut and semi-polished stones. a 5% tax on household necessities such as sugar, spices, tea, and coffee, a 12% tax on computer and processed food, and 18% tax on hair oil, toothpaste, soap, and industrial utensils. The final bracket, taxing goods at 28%, applies to luxury products, including refrigerator, ceramic tiles, cigarettes, cars, and motorcycles. The previous system with no GST implies that tax is paid on the value of goods and margin at every stage of the production process. This would translate to a higher amount of total taxes paid, which is carried down to the end consumer to the form of higher cost for goods and services. The implementation of the GST system in India is therefore a measure that is used to reduce inflation in the long run as prices for goods will be lower. Latest GST updates, you know that GST repeatedly it has been rectified, it has been amended. GST rates revised in 44th GST Council for crucial COVID-19 relief goods till September 2021. The Goods and Services Tax Councils, and amongst that I am announcing few. I am repeating the same only exempted category. Import of amphotericin B medicines for black fungus has been included. Exporting the relief items has been exempted by the Council. An extension has been provided until 31st August 2021. Exemption has been provided for the import of relief items that are COVID related until 31st August 2021. The GST collection for the month of May was recorded to be at rupees 1 lakh crore for 8 months in a row, which indicated a lower than expected impact of lockdown in the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a extraordinary achievement. The GST collection was recorded to be at 1.02 lakh crore, which was, however, lower than April's record collection of rupees 1.41314 crore, despite 1,41,314 crore, despite many Indian states imposing strict lockdown restrictions. GST collections during May 2020 had been recorded at rupees 62,009 crore. In the previous year, the GST collection had slipped to a record low of rupees 32,172 crore in April after the lockdown was announced. It took 6 months for the collection of GST to recover and go above the rupees 1.11 lakh crore mark in the month of October to be recorded at rupees 1.05 lakh crore. The benefits of GST can be summarized as under. For business and industry, easy compliance. Unfortunately, the tax that indirect tax rates and structures are common across the country. Removal of cascading, a system of seamless tax credits throughout the value chain and across the boundary of states would ensure that there is minimal cascading of taxes. This would reduce hidden cost of doing business, improved competitiveness, gain of manufacturing and exporters for central and state government, simple and easy to administer, better control on leakage. GST will result in better tax compliance due to the robust IT infrastructure, due to the seamless transfer to input tax credit. Higher revenue efficiency. GST is expected to decrease the cost of collection of tax revenues of the government and will therefore lead to higher revenue. And for the consumer, single and transparent tax proportionate to the value of goods and services. This is very important. Due to multiple indirect taxes being levied by the center and state with incomplete no input tax credits available at progressive stages of value addition. The cost of most goods and services in the country today are laden with many hidden taxes. Under GST, there will be only one tax from the manufacturer to the consumer, leading to transparency of tax is paid to the final consumer. Relief in overall tax burden because of efficiency gains and prevention of leakage. The overall tax burden on most commodities will come down, which will benefit to our consumers. Many, many thanks to all dignitaries present in this webinar and especially for your endeavor to propagate the message on GST towards the nationwide people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Subhash Sarkar sir, and so nice of you. You reminded us about Pranab Da, the Honorable President in 2017. Luckily, in Calcutta, in our institute program on the eve of GST Day, he declared GST Day for our institute also, along with the government. Thank you so much, Sarkar sir. And you will have the pleasure of listening our own Balwinder Singh sir, immediate former president.
One message I would like to inform Mr. Padmanabhan ji that from your institute, Finance Minister was communicated by you, but she had a desire to come to this webinar, but unfortunately, she is on the travel today in the Karnataka, in a remote place. She has informed me, and
Bangalore.
that's why she could not join.
Yes.
This is a message for
so nice of Nirmala Sitharaman madam, and so nice of you for conveying her message to us, sir. Really great, really great. Biswarup Dada, President, is honored by your such message also. Thank you so much, Sarkar sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now our immediate former President Balwinder Singh sir, then Rajwayar sir will thank you, Sarkar sir. 1 minute. 1 minute. Balwinder sir, please quickly acknowledge the speech of. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Honorable Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Member of Parliament. Honorable President of the Institute, CMA Biswarup Basuji, Vice President of the Institute, CMA P. Rajwayar sir, Chairman of TRD, CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay ji, H. Padmanabhan ji, my other council colleagues and learned faculty. At the outset, my best wishes to all the fraternity and the nation on the completion of 4th year of implementation of GST. GST is not a just tax reform, but a step toward economic reform. It has helped the government to formulate a robust taxation system. It has already promoted Make in India, improved ease of doing business. And the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and we all members have been constantly supporting the government in implementing these national programs and regularly submitting our suggestions, recommendations to support the government. The CMA fraternity is duty bound for capacity building of the nation. We have seen that initially when the GST was launched, we faced initial difficulties, but down the line, the government has come up very well and simplified the total processes and simplified the even all website related matters. We all professional cost accountants are supporting the industry in this smooth implementation, and I'm sure my fellow cost accountants will continue to support the industry and the nation for this. And on behalf of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, I'm thankful to the chief guest of the inaugural session, Dr. Subhash Sarkar ji, for honoring us with his presence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Balwinder Singh sir. Now, on behalf of Chittoda, Honorable Chairman, Indirect Taxation Committee, we request our Honorable Vice President P. Rajwayar sir, as Vice President of this, your best wishes and message on this occasion. Over to you, Rajwayar sir.
Thank you. Good day and happy and healthy days ahead and peaceful.
Kindly address all of us.
Yeah. Thank you. Good day and happy and healthy and peaceful days ahead for everyone. And respected our special guest, Dr. Subhash Sarkar ji, Member of the Parliament, our Honorable President, CMA Biswarup Basuji, our Chairman for Indirect Taxes and Banking and Financial Services in Board, Insurance Board, CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, our immediate person, CMA Balwinder Singh ji, who has highlighted all aspects and how it will be going ahead, and CMA Padmanabhan, Chairman for CAT and AIT, and our eminent resource persons, CMA DB Goyal ji, Mrityunjay Acharya ji, Padi ji, and other eminent persons and my council colleagues. It is an excellent occasion that we are celebrating the GST from the beginning. And as highlighted by CMA Padmanabhan,
and we have started it along our former president has announced on the same day that our institute also will be felicitating GST Day. And it's a great occasion, and the GST is entering 4 years it has completed, and this is the 5th year, right time to go into the school and getting developed. And our special guest has highlighted what are the issues, what are the things, and way forward, and how the past journey and all steps will be taken by the government and all that. It's a very good thing that we are having very lot of technical session, and the same as Chitran Chatterjee has arranged all aspects, and as has been highlighted, we have done lot of work in the GST, and we had a special counters and special things, and we had a help desk all over the country, and a lot of members in the trade has benefited by our help desk, and we'll continue to do it. And we are having eminent resource persons. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Wishing special thanks to our chief guest for highlighting regarding the finance minister and all aspects. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wishing everyone a happy and healthy days. Good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raju Iyer, sir. I also remember that you were the technical committee chairman of the Global Summit in 2017 when Pranab Mukherjee, sir, Honorable President, came to our Global Summit. Thank you very much, Raju Iyer, sir, for your wishes. So nice of you. Now, straight away, we are coming to the conclusion of the inaugural session with Honorable Chairman Chittoranjan Chattopadhyay, sir, the chairman, having the privilege, because he was supposed to welcome, but due to paucity of time and a member of parliament arrival, he has been magnanimous to shift his role to thank you, Chittoda. And also, I remember, even before the GST day was declared in 2017, our institute has trained more than 1 lakh people under the chairmanship of, at that time, there was only one taxation committee. It was Ashok Nawal, sir, and guidance notice. And now, after that, Niranjan Mishra, sir, Chittoda, Rakesh Bella, sir, everybody, you are doing excellent this thing. All the best, Chittoranjan Chattopadhyay, sir, and for the entire tax research department team for the technical session. And I request Chittoranjan Chattopadhyay, sir, to please have the privilege of not only expressing thanks for the inaugural session, but also to hand over the session to B.B. Goyal, sir, and team with your brief address as the chairman. Hearty congratulations, Chittoda. Please go ahead. Please.
Thank you,
Chittoda, please. Yes.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Yes. Thank you,
yes, please go ahead.
You are. Thank you for very much for your presence here, of course, because I know that you are very much. Yesterday at night, you are having a physical indisposition, but since you love very much, entire institute is very much fortunate that you have come today. You have joined, and today this particular GST day could not have been possible to celebrate by us unless and until we got all the cooperations from all my Central Council members. So I am really grateful to all my Central Council members who have kindly given me the opportunity to serve the profession as the chairman of the Indirect Taxation Committee. And I am very much thankful to my president, to my vice president, and also the immediate past president, those who have continuously been the source of inspiration. And I am very much thankful particularly to our chief guest who has, I was continuously talking to him just to give his message to us, and he was very much kind enough, as you have heard from him, that he was also trying to talk to our honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman Madam, and due to the Karnataka's program, she could not do it, but through him, she has conveyed her best wishes to us for this celebration of this GST Day. And I am really thankful to all our very learned and reputed and erudite, our all panelists, those will be here, including moderator. So I will not be taking much of time. I convey my heartfelt thanks to all the attendees, participants in this particular program. I would request everybody to be with us. Today there is exciting programs on the occasion of this event, on the theme, the journey of GST and way forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I am sure it would be a memorable occasion for us to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn. So I will be requesting I will be leaving this for first session, this program, to our Deputy Director, Tinku Ghosdas, to navigate the program with our moderator and panelists to introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chittoda. On behalf of our institute, today is a very August day, GST day. Happy GST day to everyone from our side. Happy Doctors Day. Today is a doctor. In fact, you reminded about my health and yes, in the hospital. Happy Doctors Day and also Happy Chartered Accountants Day. We remember to salute and thank all the doctors, all the government, all the professionals and everybody on this day. Wish you all the best. Happy GST in the years to come. Thank you. Thank you. Over to our team to be
Thank you,
led
sir.
by BB Goel sir from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks to all. We will directly go to the panel discussion session 1. Before going into the session, on behalf of the Tax Research Department, myself, Rajat Kumar Basu, CMA Rajat Kumar Basu, I want to express gratitude and acknowledge the guidance and expertise given by all our resource persons to us and our council members, Chairman Indirect Taxation Committee. I want to express my gratitude on behalf of my team. Now I would request CMA Tinku Gosdas to please take over the session.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. We welcome all our participants to this first panel discussion on today's webinar session honoring the 4th anniversary of implementation of GST in India. The topic for this discussion session would be challenges during the pandemic, trade, industry, and government. Our moderator for the session would be CMA BB Goel sir, former Additional Chief Advisor, Cost, Ministry of Finance. And for the speakers, we have CMA V.S. Date sir, a well-known author on indirect taxation, CMA Mrityunjoy Acharjee sir, Vice President, Accounts, Finance and Taxation, Bamil Lorry and Company Limited, and CMA Amit Sarkar sir, Senior Director, Indirect Taxes, Deloitte Haskins and Sons. Now we would like to read out the profiles of our dignitaries in order to make the participants know them well. Request the team to kindly share the profile of CMA BB Goel sir. CMA BB Goel is former Additional Chief Advisor, Ministry of Finance and Head of Indian Cost Accounts Service. He is presently serving as advisor in the MARF and adjunct faculty at the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. In this pandemic period, Mr. Goel has been appointed as chairman of the high-level committee to conduct study on cost of healthcare services in India. He earlier served as chairman of IOB Registered Valuers and independent director on the board of Central Coalfields Limited and Ramagudam Fertilizer and Chemicals Limited, and as a member of the high-level committee to advise on standards. Mr. Goel has more than 4 decades of professional experience. He is a well-known expert in public policy, financial management, cost audit, corporate valuation, cost-benefit analysis, product pricing, risk-based internal audit, and corporate social responsibility. Mr. Goel is also a profound thinker, writer, and speaker. He has presented a number of papers at various national and international programs. Next, we have CMA V.S. Date sir. CMA V.S. Date sir worked initially as foundry engineer during 1965 to 1973 and later as secretary and general manager finance in leading listed companies during 1974 to 1993. He started his career as author on books relating to indirect taxes in 1993. Presently, he is concentrating on writing books on topics relating to indirect taxes and customs law, insolvency law, and other corporate laws. He conducts training programs on indirect tax related topics. His books have been prescribed for professional examination like CA, CS, and ICMA and are also widely referred by professional and departmental officers. Next, we have Mrityunjoy Acharjee sir. He is fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and also an associate member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. He also completed post-graduation executive program in taxation at IIM Bangalore and MBA Finance from Chennai. CMA Mrityunjoy Acharjee sir is having more than 28 years experience in the area of accounting, finance, treasure and taxation and audits. in leading industry houses or PSUs like Bharat Electronics Limited, Tamil Nadu Limited. Presently, he is with Tamil Nadu Limited, having its presence within India as well as at various countries as Vice President, Accounts and Finance, Taxation. CMA Acharya sir is a visiting faculty at various universities, institutes, including IIM Calcutta, and also a member of the Audit and Assurance Standards Board of the Institute and Indirect Tax Committee of the Institute. He is also a member of the Taxation and Corporate Affairs Committee of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and CII Eastern Region. Next, we have CMA Amit Thakur sir. He has post-qualification experience of more than 24 years in the areas of indirect taxation, accounts, and commercial functions, out of which last 15 years in indirect tax consulting with Big Four firms, and presently working as partner in the indirect tax practice of Deloitte Haskins and Sells. Proficient in matters relating to all indirect taxes, customs, SEZ, and foreign trade policy. He is an active member in professional circles, namely the Navi Mumbai chapter of Cost Accountants and the Western Indian Regional Council of the ICAI. Now, I will like to over the session to Goel sir to carry on the session further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tinku. Good morning to everybody. I welcome all the council members, president, past president, vice president, and my very good friends from the profession sitting today. It's going to be very, very useful day today. We are going to have a series of programs throughout the day, covering wide range of topics relating to GST and also relating to the effect of ongoing pandemic on the business circles. The journey of GST and the entire effect of the so far collection of GST. Dr. Sarkar, our chief guest of the inaugural session, has given in a very crisp way that how it began and what has been the progress during the last 4 years, and in the post-pandemic period also. In the initial 6 months, there was a lot of lagging, and thereafter it started picked up more than a lakh per month, lakh crore, and then it reached to a peak of 1.41 lakh crore in the month of April collection, and May it came down again to 1.02 lakh crore, and like that. He gave a complete scenario. He also listed what are the challenges for the GST sector, which are the different type of industries or products where the different slabs right from nil to 28% are applicable, and what different challenges we are going to face in the years to come. What more need to be done to improve the smooth sailing of the GST across the country, and what is the global scenario that also Dr. Sarkar has briefly shared. We are not going to repeat all what has already been said so far in the morning. Today's first session is going to be on the topic of challenges during this pandemic period with respect to the trade, with respect to industry, and with respect to the government. That is precisely the topic of the first session. I am very much grateful to Mr. B.S. Datte, who has been very senior and a good guide to us, and I always have a lot of regard for him. Mrityunjay Acharya ji is a very close friend of mine. Again, I welcome him. He's a very learned person, and equally learned person we have is Mr. Amit Sarkar. All the three are all eminent people in their own field, and I'm really grateful to have such an eminent panel today for discussion. Gentlemen, before I give a background of this, I would submit that we will have 10 to 15 minutes initial introduction from each speaker, whatever he wants to speak on the on the topic, and thereafter it will be followed by a brief question type of discussion on some of the very important topics or the current topics and all that. That's what we feel that is going to be. In between, there is going to be, it's expected that Honorable Minister Amit, our Nitin Gadkari is likely to join during the same session. Whenever he joins, there is going to be a break of 15-20 minutes for the Honorable Minister to address the entire gathering. Thereafter, we will continue with our session. That is the summary of today's morning session and all that. Now, coming back to our topic, that what are the challenges during this pandemic period? Challenges for the different sectors, for the trade, for the industry and the government. Now, we have seen that the year 2020 has been virtually full of challenges for the entire world leaders. No country was spared from this pandemic, and it has affected the economic, the educational, the social, and the national security crisis it has created. It has affected every aspect of the human life. Now, 2021 is also throwing a great challenges. We have just passed through the second wave of this pandemic, and virtually the third wave is hanging on our head. We are not sure whether third wave will come, when it will come, how dangerous would be the third wave. The Honorable Prime Minister yesterday also shared with us that be prepared for that, be ready for that, save yourself. Don't try to invite the third wave. We should take those steps. We should avoid gatherings. That's what Honorable Prime Minister has been sharing. But this second wave has given a lot more of challenges and lot more of lessons to the humankind, to the Indian public. The public, apart from the self-quarantine wherever they were affected, there was a large-scale hospitalizations to the extent that we fell short of the hospital facilities. So the entire healthcare industry was so seriously affected that it could not provide the required level of medicines, it could not provide the required level of oxygen or the required number of beds or ventilator beds and all that. So there was a huge challenge for the healthcare industry to address the kind of enormous hospitalization people had to face in this second wave of pandemic. So this is giving a much greater challenge or a much greater role for the policymakers, that how in the coming period, in the next years, how do we reshape the entire country? How do we reshape the entire economy? What should be my priorities? What should be my challenges? How do I rework my policy parameters? What should be my priorities and all that? So apart from that, the other industries which have been seriously affected, we know that the hospitality industry, the airline industry, the travel industry, a number of companies, number of institutions were closed. All the cultural activities were virtually affected, including all this release of movies in the theatrical and all that. A school complete, there has been worldwide school closures, worldwide. In India also, this is the second year, the 10th, 12th exams, this year have been cancelled. That is a serious effect on the future of our younger generations. It's estimated around 1.5 billion children face this worldwide, face this challenge of pandemic period and all that. So this is a huge challenge, gentlemen. See, all this, unless we address these challenges, the GST or other whatever type of indirect taxes in any economy will automatically get affected badly. Therefore, what has been happening, that apart from the citizens, all the businesses also have been looking towards the government for the government help to navigate, to help them to navigate and emerge stronger from this large scale or these complex problems. They not only wanted immunity by getting the COVID vaccines, the large scale effort is going on, vaccination process, but they also wanted the all medical help, economic support, for themselves, for their families. The citizens were looking towards the government for, for the food, for the education for their children, for the security of their bank accounts, for everything. The citizens and the businesses were looking towards the government. Now, this is a period where really we have to relook into the entire framework of our policy. Now, after fighting this 2020 and now half of 21, half year of the 21 calendar year is over today. We have entered the second half of the calendar year 21. So facing that kind of almost 15, 16 months of COVID-19 impact, the people in the country, I'm sure in the entire other parts of the world also, have virtually forgotten that what was the lifestyle before this pandemic came into picture in the early 20s. Nobody is now expecting the life to go back to that level which was in till 2019 in the pre-pandemic period. Nobody is expecting that goal to be achieved. We are transforming our lifestyle. We are changing our lifestyle. Our priorities, our requirements, our tastes, our everything has undergone a change. Our thinking process has undergone a change. Our education system is undergoing a change. Our methods of working is undergoing a change. Totally, the companies are now, majority companies are looking for work from home or changing their total work culture. So that type of entire reshaping the HR policies, reshaping the marketing policies, reshaping the purchase policies, reshaping everything is going on. The total transformation is taking place in the country. Now, we have to, in this pandemic, in this type of challenging period, we have to discuss that how the government, how the leaders are going to tackle these challenges. How are they going to address to ensure the well-being of the society, well-being of the business community, well-being of the industry, to provide a sustainable and safe life to all the citizens, to provide a sustainable business future for all our business community, to provide prosperity and pushing towards a better tomorrow. Now, if we have to look at, then what we must list out what are the great challenges before us. I feel that there are basic fundamentally look at, apart from the economy, my another healthcare challenge is the healthcare. I will have to focus on in the country. I have to focus on the healthcare of the people. We have to also focus on the education and the national safety and security. And last but not the least is the trust in the government. This is very, very important. In the initial days of pandemic, if you really recall, in the initial days of last year, April to May, June, the people had a lot of faith and trust in the government. Slowly, the trust started fading out. Slowly that situation came. So now in the second wave, people lost that kind of faith on the government. So how the government can best handle the situation because of lack of availability of oxygen and other medical facilities. So therefore, the government had to take a lot of remedial measures. You have seen that government has been announcing a number of stimulus measures, number of economic reliefs, including the Reserve Bank of India also have been announcing number of reliefs. In the last 15 months, they have announced a series of this. Almost 15 to 20% of the GDP, which is a very, very high and sizable share. Anywhere in the world, it has been announced. Recently, just 3 days back, the finance minister has announced the second booster dose or third booster dose of more than 6 lakh crore to ensure that the economic effect of the second wave is nullified and the expected growth remains intact. In this second booster dose, 1.1 lakh crore is for the COVID affected sectors and 1.5 lakh crore is for the other in the emergency credit line. 50,000 crore will go to the healthcare sector, 60,000 crore to the other sectors. it is all across the tourism sector, the fertilizer sector, the farmers industry, the education, the job creation, all issues have been carefully addressed. So once we address all these issues, the problem of GST, problem of indirect taxes, problem of production and distribution in the economy automatically will get addressed. So that is not going to be. Now, if we want to really come back to the same level on the pre-pandemic level, at least the current financial year must end up with a growth rate of 8.5, 8.6 or 8.7%. Though it is now today's forecast says that yes, we are going to achieve that. So we are going to achieve much more than that. But we never know that what is going to be the in the next 6 months or next 9 months. We have a road ahead and all that. We will discuss all those details in issues in detail. I will request my expert panelists to share their initial views on the issue. Then it will be followed by the question discussion on some of the issues discussion and all that. I will take one by one the industry, the manufacturing industry, the service industry, and the different type of issues. And then we will highlight and then discuss that how it has affected the government budget. May I now request Mr. Date to say a few words on the topic of the day we are going to discuss today. That's up.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Goelji. You have very ably covered the entire gamut of pandemic and its effect on economy in general and GST in particular. So you have left nothing for us to speak. And as you know, the impact of pandemic on GST is that way indirect. Because if economy suffers, GST suffers. If economy flourishes, GST flourishes. So there is no, GST as such is at the receiving end. Because it cannot influence economy if the economy improves. So that is why instead of going into direct issues relating to pandemics, I would like, and since now we have completed completing 4 years of GST, I would like to take this opportunity to have some overview of what we have achieved in last 4 years, so that this will give a background to what we intend or what we have achieved so far in GST and what are the challenges ahead, not necessarily pertaining to pandemic alone, but overall. So, as you know, now today we have completed 4 years. Now, as you are aware, that has been discussed, the idea of GST was initiated to create a national market and to avoid cascading effect of taxes. That is one nation, one tax. So now if we look back after 4 years, now if we analyze the achievements, and so we can say that GST is neither a great success nor a big failure. And there is now the only way is to go ahead and make improvements in GST. So just like we have to learn with to live with Corona, we have to learn to live with GST. Now, if we see the progress of 4 years, now the first goal was national market. Now, really, almost 75, of course, 100% cannot be achieved because of our constitutional limits and because of our federal structure. But best has been achieved, and about 70% has been achieved, and that is a great achievement considering the limitations of Indian Constitution and our federal structure. Now, avoiding cascading effect of taxes. That also is a big challenge, and there are various limitations to this. And considering those limitations, I think we have achieved 70%, and that is a great achievement. I don't think any better achievement could have been done in this cascading effect of taxes. Now, the third problem was regarding overlapping of VAT and service tax. Now, earlier, if you remember, in service tax, there was service tax on services and VAT on goods. So, on the same transactions, you are caught between two stools of VAT and service tax. Now, after introduction of GST, that problem has been more or less sorted out. So, distinction between GST, goods and services, has been considerably reduced, but though not gone. So the problems of work contract, food related services, which people were facing prior to GST, have almost disappeared. That is a big achievement. The biggest achievement, I would say, in GST is abolition of check posts. Now, that was something unimaginable some 4 years ago. As you know, that check posts create huge resources, are lost tax. Now, for example, say Bombay to Calcutta, earlier the truck was taking 4 days. Now it goes in less than almost 2 or 3 days. So there's a big achievement of abolition of check posts. Of course, they have introduced road checks, and the impact of road checks, I mean, the impression of road checks is not very happy. But if government takes proper check that there is no harassment of nuisance on road checks, this will be a great achievement, and that will, if it support the abolition of check posts. So it's really, India has become one huge national market, which was almost unthinkable 4 years ago. Now, just now, if you know, Nirmala Sitharaman has sent a message on 30th June giving highlights of GST growth. Now, as per her message, the tax base has increased from 66.25 taxable persons to 1.28 taxable persons in less than 4 years. That's again is a big achievement. Now, CBEC is felicitating or honoring 54,000 taxpayers. That again, so 54,000 taxpayers are on, at least, of course, there are many more, but at least they have been able to make contribution to Indian economy by proper GST implementation. So this honoring 54,000 taxpayers is also a very good way to motivate other taxpayers. Of course, there is not only, there are many more. In fact, I would say that barring 2-3%, generally people are compliant. Now, for the last 2 months now, it has already seen that GST revenue has crossed 1 lakh crores despite pandemic. That again is a big achievement. So, in fact, this the e-way bills now has number of e-way bills has also grown up, and that means that economy has been able to, of course, some sectors, as the chairman said, biggest sufferer are the hospitality sector, tourism sector. These are the big sufferers. But despite these sufferers, there are many booming sectors, like telecom sector is blooming, healthcare sector is booming, manufacturing sector, except few, are booming. So there is more or less, we have been able to make up the loss which has happened due to some sectors. Of course, so economy is improving, though not now. As she has pointed out in her letter dated 30 June, 2 COVID relief packages have been announced. Late fee waiver has been announced. Interest rate reduction has been announced. Give relief. Relaxation in timeline. Refund drive. A big refund drive. Quarterly returns. E-invoicing. Auto population of returns to reduce compliance burden. These are the achievements which have been made in last 8 months, despite the challenges of COVID and despite the huge demands on the so resources to government. Government has been able to give so many reliefs to taxpayers. That again is laudable, and we must appreciate the government's efforts in giving relief to GST taxpayers. Now, as you know, these are the unique features of GST. Concept of IGST is a unique idea, nowhere else, and it is a game changer. Dual structure of GST, now that is a unique to India because we have got a federal structure, and despite some problems, this structure is working very well, though there are some hiccups, but otherwise this structure is working very well. Another big achievement is uniform law on goods and services all over India. That really is a big achievement. We must compliment not only central government but all state governments that they have been able to come together despite political differences and make this happen. Now, these are the special features. Center-state cooperation at unprecedented level. You know, there are 29 states and each state has very political views and political. But despite all that, all the decisions in GST Council are by consensus and not by voting. In last 4 years, there was only one voting. Otherwise, so this is a very unique achievement despite in our federal structure. Unfortunately, due to our federal structure, the GST law is becoming somewhat complicated. Again, now they are trying to cover each and every transaction, and there is if they introduce ABC analysis in implementing of GST, I believe the implementation which be much better. Now, due to this complicated structure of DAT, now in fact it was thought there will be ease of doing business, but it was unfortunately that to that extent it has not happened, though they are making efforts. So now, of course, what are the problems? One of the biggest problem is GSTN. Now, so for some unknown reason, almost 50% of the GST are due to system. That system, of course, now system has much improved, but no difficult. There are any number of problems in filing returns, amending them, keep track to know whether supplier has paid tax. Now, so GSTN, now many times it's very interesting that GSTN has its own law. Many times law provides something, but GSTN doesn't allow it. Many times law doesn't provide, but GSTN allows. So that way I say, so GSTN system, I would say still it has improved 90%, but still some improvement is required. Now, refund. Refund also, this is another bottleneck in problem. And the biggest sufferers in refund are exporters. Now, of course, in exports, there are no two alternatives, either pay GST and claim refund, or refund, do not pay tax and claim refund of input tax credit. So generally, it is very easy to pay GST and claim refund. It's hassle-free. But now government wants to block it. Now this is a very retrogative proposal which government, so that they have to think it over. Because you see, maybe there are 3-4% people who are crooks and they are doing bogus invoicing and all that. But for those 3-4% bogus taxpayers or notorious taxpayers, 95% genuine taxpayers should not have. So this, in case of export, the proposed amendment is very, very retroactive, and government must think it over. Now this is again, like, for example, LUT. It is unnecessary formality, and it can be easily avoided, and it will make the business tax-free, ease of doing business. So LFT is not at all ease of doing business, and it doesn't serve any purpose at all. Again, refund in case of inverted structure, there are too many problems, and one of the major problem is it is only on input goods. There is no refund of input services and there is no refund of capital goods. So this is a half-hearted attempt, and it is not a full-hearted attempt. So refund issues need immediate attention, at least in case of exports. Now, another, as I said, that the problem of input tax credit has not been, the seamless credit, that has not been fully achieved. And what are the various reasons? That is, for example, some legitimate business expenditure are disallowed, like travel and food to employees, medical facilities to employees. Now, these are really legitimate business expenditure. There is absolutely no reason why this should be blocked. Now, another interesting, for example, gift and free samples. Now, actually, gifts and free sample is a legitimate business expenditure. There is no problem. There is no point in disallowing that credit. But moreover, the input tax credit involved is negligible. But compliance costs are heavy. For example, revenue saving may be 1% and compliance cost may be 3%. That is the proportion to which we have to make efforts to comply with this provision. Then motor vehicles. Now, motor vehicles is again a legitimate business expenditure. No point in disallowing. Construction services. it is also a very, very legitimate business expenditure. There is no point in disallowing the business expenditure. So due to this block credit, and I mean, I'm giving some examples, some many major examples where due to this block credit, the target of seamless credit has not been achieved, and there are unnecessary hurdles in taking in and availing the input credit. For example, now services received in other states. Now you see, we say one nation, one tax. But if you get services in other states, then that, like hotels or anything, job work, etc., that credit is lost. So this is again the principle of one nation, one tax. So this block credit, it needs really serious look to see that the goal of one nation, one tax and seamless credit is truly achieved. Now, before conclude, I would like to, some burning litigation prone issues. And I'm sure now next session, you will be having discussions on audit and audit. Now, department audit has already started. Now it will start in big force. Now, and you will discuss many problems which you are likely to face during your audit. Now, I'm just highlighting a few, and I'm sure you will discuss many more such problems during next session. One of the major litigation-prone issue is cross-charge. As you know, under GST, each even if the company is same, they are treated as separate persons if you have got separate GST registration number. And for example, head office provides service to their branches or divisions. Now, actually, strictly, if you go by GST law, cross-charge, that is, head office is supposed to charge GST for the services rendered to their branches division. Now, there is no clarity, or no, in fact, the simplest thing is to issue exemption and to avoid the cross-charge, because there are so many issues in cross-charge. Valuation is a issue, how much they should charge, whether they should charge. These are all issues. And can you provide service to yourself? That is the issue. So this cross-charge issue must be settled as quickly as possible. Services to employees, that again is a big litigation prone issue, and I'm sure in every audit you are going to face these issues, because the employer and employee have been treated as defined as a related person, and services provided by to employer to employee are not exempt. Now, for almost 100% of the companies, free canteen or subsidized canteen is provided, uniforms are provided, transport facilities are provided, and all these facilities are going to be litigation prone, and I'm sure in every audit this point is going to come. It is better that some proper guidelines are given. Another not ease of doing business is registration to those exempted from GST. Now, there are many industries which are exempt from registration from GST. They are exempt from GST, but they have to register and they have to comply with all GST formalities, because some 3-4 services they come under reverse charge mechanism. At least here 20 lakh exemption should be available. So your reverse charge is less than 20 lakh, you ignore. Now, technically, even if your registered reverse charge is 1,000 rupees, you are supposed to register and pay and tax under reverse charge, though all your 99.9% turnover is exempt. Now, this is not an ABC analysis. This again needs look into. Definition of intermediary, made a complete mess of it, and I'm sure that at least big companies, this definition of intermediary is going to be a big issue. Of course, I'm highlighting, and I'm highlighting those issues where you are likely to face problem in almost every audit. There are many other problems, and they will come in due course. Now, conclusion, I would say that basic structure of GST is 90%. I would give 90% mark. This is the best thing they could achieve. As I said, IGST and many ideas in input tax credit, they are just excellent and superb. There is no drafting of law. I would give 70% of marks, because you see, excise thinking is different, service tax thinking is different, and VAT thinking is different. Now in GST, they have tried to bring some concept of excise, some concept of service tax, and some concept of VAT, due to which the law has become a little more complicated and a little more unnecessary litigation prone. Implementation, I would give really less mark. I mean, not of GSTN, but the revenue mind of department also is another hindrance in implementation of GST law. Overall, I think it's a good achievement, GST, and if department takes serious views of this lacuna, I'm sure we have got big days ahead, and GST will be a great success. It is already giving boost to economy, and if these lacunas are removed, I'm sure it will give much better results. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dateji. Dateji has given a summary of presentation of what has been the journey of GST during the last 4 years. He has, of course, highlighted few points of GST implementation. I would not take them so seriously because in any country like India, where we have a federal system and such a huge structure, initial hiccup. Last 4 years, we have really made a transformation of indirect taxation from n number of indirect taxes to a single tax. That transformation would not have been possible with so much of hard work from the government, so much of knowledge input from the professionals, including the CMAs and other professionals. And that really has made a huge contribution. As I was told that even after 1st July 2017, the institute has given training to more than 1 lakh people in the country. Now, that's not a small achievement, and obviously, yes, I can understand that there are certain procedural or certain GST and related problems, certain filing related problems. But if you really look at the steps taken by the government is very fast responding to the people's problem. Very fast. The way the government is really taking positive steps, the way the government is giving relief to the industries, to the businesses, to the filing process, to the compliance process, the way the government is taking steps, I'm sure that all these problems which we have, Datte Saab has initially mentioned with respect to the services to the employees or the cross charge or the registration process in case of RCM services. All these are not very serious. They are very small. And if you take the entire family of GST payers, this does not affect the large number of people. There is a very small number of people who get affected by that. I'm sure that it will have definitely a smooth sailing. In the year or more year, as soon as we are free from this pandemic problem, these issues can comfortably be addressed in the next few months and all that. It's not going to. Let us request our second eminent speaker, Mrityunjay Chatterjee, who also has equally a very long exposure and experience in the indirect taxation, including finance and not only a variety of areas, I would say. He has a deep knowledge into the internal audit. He has a deep knowledge in the internal audit framework of the not only the framework applicable in India. He has a global experience that how globally this has been affected and all that. So I would be very happy to hear the initial views from our Mrityunjay Chatterjee. Mrityunjay ji, please, over to you.
नमस्कार गोयल सर, hopefully मैं आपको सुनाई दे रहा हूँ. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes.
And respected president of our institute, vice president, sir, all the central council members, every dignitary, my seniors, Nawal sir, Tate sir, obviously Goel sir, and my co-speaker Amit Sarkarji. Welcome everybody to this inaugural session, or the first technical session rather. on the challenges before the industry, trade, and government during the pandemic situation. Now, sir and ma'am, when last year, this first time our country or rather the entire world have seen a pandemic, COVID-19, and what could be the possible impact? The trade and economy came, no, it stepped back, and all the business activities, economic activities, everything, it has a back step. All of you know, and all of you are aware about what the happenings took place over so many days, last couple of months. Goel sir and Date sir also has given a vivid role at the economic situation over there. Now, for me, I will just concentrate on few of the challenges that actually encountered by the trade and industry. I will not speak definitely on behalf of what the challenges for the government, but yes, what the benefits extended by the government, not in form of the fiscal benefits or the some benefit to a particular industry, not that. What are the infrastructural benefit that provided by the government to the trade and industry? In respect of GST, I will restrict my discussion into that. Obviously, I'm not putting any PPT presentation right now because I'll take more questions from the participants. The issue come out that last year, April, if you recall, the flash news came out that the GST collection fell down, one of the lowest, it was around 37,560 crores in last year, April 2020, when the country was actually struggling the first wave of COVID-19. And if you look today, going back, it's something like a time machine. If you go back just last year, April, you will still remember that there was a human cry, not only COVID, not only the migrant labor, not only the trade and industry, not only the shop and establishment, but everybody was thinking, and so many global expert houses came out with many statistics that Indian GDP will be like a negative, like a zero, like one, something that like. But truly speaking, today, in April 2021, after 1 year, the the GST collection, it reached its scale, its highest as far as India is concerned. It is 1,41,000 crore rupees, odd figure, 1,41,000 odd figure, crore rupees, which is the highest ever achievement of the tax collection. Second, today every movement, which data sir has told that the transportation movement of goods is everything guided by documentation called as waybill and e-waybill, electronic waybill. Believe me, sir and ma'am, I will take out that IT infrastructure in this discussion today, because these are the parameters, these are the indicators, these are something like a barometer before your dashboard, before your car, where you can see that the number of waybills are increasing. It immediately gives an indication that the economy is bouncing, the economy is moving forward. Because there is a transportation of goods taking place one state to another state with e-invoicing and e-waybill. Both are digital, and you can get the real-time picture of how much goods are in movement. That
Sorry
gives
to interrupt.
a clear
This is from
picture.
Office of Nitin Gadkari ji. Are you able to hear us?
Yes. Goel sir. Goel sir, please note from the Gadkari sir's office somebody is calling.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Goel sir, please थोड़ा देख लीजिए.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I can continue.
Sir, any message, sir? Any
Please
message?
continue. We'll wait for the minister to join.
Okay, sir. Please keep me informed. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go ahead. So this 1,41,000 crores, it's something like we never have thought that this pandemic of 2020 can brought the Indian economy to this extent. A survey had taken place for the industry houses. Since I will speak only on the industry angle and the GST impact or the challenges, and then obviously I leave my views that what the industry should go ahead or what the industry already has got and what is their expectations from the different authorities. But the fact remains that majority, a big segment of the industry. I have the statistics which has been conducted by the Economic Times. Only 3 days back, the report has been published also in the leading newspapers, including Times and Economic Times. More than 37 percentage of the industry houses has confirmed.
Yeah,
that
are you able to hear us, sir?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes,
Yes, sir. We are able to hear.
yes.
Sir.
Mrityunjay sir, can you please wait for 1 second? I think
Definitely.
from Minister's office.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm just holding.
We need to check the video of Honorable Sir also. Can I play it now so that you can get the audio
Yes,
video?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can. You can.
I'm playing the video. Just a second.
There are followers. There are leaders. And then
Sir, I think can we can carry on, sir, till our minister join. Should we?
Okay. Yes, clearance from your side.
Actually, I am
Continue.
asking.
If we please continue with Injaji.
Ajay, ठीक है. Whenever required, you just indicate me. I will stop.
Yeah.
Right, sir. Well, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So what I was sharing that this survey report came out with an indication that the majority of the industry houses, particularly the manufacturing industry, are not at all hard hit. Rather, a segment, a big segment of it has got a favorable movement even during this pandemic situation. Healthcare and other things, Goel sir has already spoken, so definitely that industry segment I will not pick up. But the real fact for the industry today, or the trade and industry, the combined together, the entire segment today, it's something like a big challenges is the digitalization. Because the GST is absolutely digital-based platform. What are the digital base, what are the forms, what are the nitty-gritties is not a subject matter today, but it keeps, please remember, any transaction, it keeps a digital footprint. And that becomes the audit trail for the government to take it up, to the audit department to take it up. So the process of generating a C form or F form of 7 years back, or taking some some F form from some Almeida after 20 years back, no, that things absolutely need to be forwarded. The mindset of the digitalization has already been embedded in the brain of trade and industry. And last year, November, when the D date for the e-invoicing came, and everybody migrated who are required mandatorily to move to the e-invoicing, electronic invoicing, which carries the digital QR code, the quick response code with the ARN generated for that. It gives absolutely a daily basis total reporting of the total transaction of turnover for your industry, collectively segment of the industry, collectively country as a whole. This was a big challenge, and why? Because this needed to be backed with the e-invoicing and then generation of waybill. The industry, why they had a challenge into it, particularly the small trade and the medium-sized trade associations or organizations, because that sort of a digital platform definitely is not available with everybody. Since why I repeat it once again, we are speaking about the challenges and the way ahead for the challenges. Digital platform bringing into for everybody, rules was framed by the government. There are guidance also given, there are FAQs also was published, but the real life hand-holding for digitalization of invoicing and e-waybill was a biggest challenge for the average medium segment of the trade industry. Whether it is a bad or it's a challenge for the trade and industry, and at the simultaneously it is good for the professionals, the members of our institute or other institutes who are in the profession. Is it an opportunity for them? That's another story. But fact remains that life today in GST regime absolutely become on a digital base. Okay, so that's a big challenge. Qualified manpower, qualified and knowledgeable manpower on the IT segment, having equal economy on the accounting and taxation and audit is also a big challenge for the trade and industry. Today, apart from the big four, big five, or some big houses, which can be afforded by the big corporate houses in our country, I speak it very honestly. But for the medium segment of the trade and industry, the small segment of the trade and industry, challenges definitely remain. A requisition, a request has already been forwarded by different segments, including the MSME segment, their trade associations, small traders association to the government, that why not you are providing an extended arm for this sort of a compliances in a better manner. Nobody, that's one good thing had taken place, that everybody today, after fourth year, everybody has accepted that GST is the call of the day. The unification of all taxation is the call of the day. A digital platform is the call of the day. And the GDP calculation, whether we say it is a 7 or 8 or 8.5 or 10, should have a real backup background for the every industry, and that should come out from a digital platform. Now, if that is true, the second question, the very, very pertinent question comes out, that what will be the IS, the Information System Security Audit in respect of the trade and industry houses. When every one of us are very, very worried about our own bank account to be transacted with the digital banking, with the password and OTPs, there are every possibility that the data that I am uploading for past 6 months can always be hacked by my competitors or peers. What sort of a data security and data sanctity is there on the other part? This question has not come out on the surface yet, but a digital platform and digital security audit is extremely needed for the GST to become a foolproof database management system. Otherwise, this if my entire data of my sale, purchase, movement of goods, my documentation, everything, if it is uploaded, nothing wrong into it. Data should be properly safe, secured on both the sides. So the digital platform that I am using at my end in that industry should have a complete IT safety and security system, which possibly is our biggest challenge for the average trade and industry houses, which need to be addressed. And if it is not addressed, it on the other side, when the government is going to raises, already the audit procedure has already commenced. Every state, every SGST authority has already issued the audit notices. Now the question that is coming out, that e-assessment, because today the assessments are almost like faceless. taking all the documents, going to the office, showing them, explaining them. We have to live with the new era now. In that new era, that old method of bringing all the documents to office of the tax authority will be almost redundant. And in an e-assessment era of faceless situation, the digital platform has to be absolutely robust, because we never know what data documents I'm presenting, whether it is going to the right person or it's going to the wrong person. It's a question on both the sides. The organizations are going for an absolutely end-to-end encryption, end-to-end data sanitization. We speak about sanitization of our hand and gloves and everything, table, chairs. But sir and ma'am, sanitization of the data documentation is the biggest challenge in this pandemic. I should not say pandemic, in the present era, because that's a call of the time. Within the given time, for the initial reaction, obviously we'll take up the call. Then when I look forward for a double-digit growth in the economy, a fiscal restructuring of the public finance is also a call of the day. Fiscal restructuring, I put the word once again. It's a call that's coming out since 2017, that why not the fundamental segment of our country called as the petroleum segment and natural gas segment should be brought out completely in the GST regime. Today, in Delhi, I believe more than 100 rupees a liter. Calcutta, Bombay, Bangalore, almost all the states, all the capital, the petrol prices touching more than 100 or more than 100 or near to 100. If that same thing happens with the diesels also. So, if the PNG segment brought under GST regime, if a credit is allowed, the dream of allowing the GST credit in respect of the petroleum product used for your actual business operation purposes, the proper input tax credit flows takes place, what we call as seamless credit. The biggest challenge is that today. And if that takes place with all the mechanisms that carries out, it will definitely bring out the price level into a comfortable zone. Obviously, there are questions that with that thing, the fiscal deficit would come out, because that's the petroleum product gives one of the highest amount of fiscal contribution to the country. But again, that restructuring, fiscal restructuring shall be the call, because if the prices becomes affordable, people has more money to spend, the money velocity in the economy will be accelerated.
Mridunjay, there is a call. Ministry is expected to come anytime.
Yeah, I'll just
I would
close
request
in
that let's wait for the minister to join, and then we'll continue with our discussion.
I just close by discussion, and then obviously I wait.
Yeah.
So this petroleum segment is definitely is one of the biggest challenge. Finally, what I have my personal feeling about the trade industry, what Dr. Sir has told, I am not going into that segment once again. There are certain changes are taking place. A lot of changes are taking place in the cross-border businesses. That the travel tourism, sir, you have spoken, Goel sir has spoken, but the other logistics, the cross-border logistics is having a negative impact because of the place of provision of GST in our country, which need to be addressed, because the person who is receiving the services, actually receiving the services, is getting taxed. It becomes an additional tax burden. A sincere advice, request, proposal need to be provided or extended to the government, that while you need a tax restructuring or fiscal restructuring, please recall the global logistics business, which is terminating ultimately in India, to minimize the tax liability on the point of taxation. 2, the petroleum sector. 3, the information security audit. And finally, the development and growth of the professionalism, actual professionalism in our professional fraternity, to encourage more digital footprint in the GST regime. Well, sir, I close my discussion over here.
We will continue, Mridunjay. We will continue discussion. We let the Honorable Minister's part be over. You be very, very healthy and very informative and very knowledgeable issues are being highlighted. I'm going to address some of the points which you have mentioned and all that, very important. But let's finish off with the Honorable Minister part. Anytime our puppets are with the law, not being medically well, still he is.
Thank you. Now I request everybody to kindly unmute your.
Mute, not unmute, mute.
Everybody. Okay. So let us wait for the minister, sir, to.
Because always you. No, Murthy sir, please mute. So, respected participants, we humbly request you to please stay with us. Our Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari sir is very much joining at any moment. And as that this session will continue also. Any moment our Honorable Minister will be joining us.
Your audio is getting disrupted sometimes. Please see it, please.
Yes. I can understand. If some unmute at their end, it gets some problem. If we get
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
Welcome, Namaskar, Nitin Jairam Gadkari sir, Honorable Minister. Welcome to the Institute of Cost Accountants of India program once again. So nice of you, our own Minister sir, our Honorable President Bisru, our Vice President sir from Tamil Nadu, BB sir, former Chief Officer from Delhi, Chattopadhyay, Chairman for India Taxation Committee, galaxy of our council members, resource persons, stalwarts, are very, very glad to welcome you, Nitin Jairam Gadkari sir, once again. That too on this auspicious day of GST Day. collaborating along with the government of India since 2017. And much before that, as a homework, was doing services to the nation as part of the
I would request our President, sir, to please welcome our Honorable Minister, sir. Over to my President.
I request our Bisrup Dada, Honorable President, to take the privilege of welcoming our Minister and everyone on this GST Day.
A very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of the Council of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, I, Vishwarup Basu, President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, have the proud pleasure to welcome our beloved Sri Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister, Honorable Union Minister for Road and Transport and Highways and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Sir, we are really honored to have you with us. Our thanks and gratitude to you for your valued presence, and you have agreed to address us. Sir, today we are celebrating the 4th anniversary of GST rollout after braving some serious challenge. It might be recalled that we have celebrated our global summit at Kolkata in the year 2017, which was inaugurated by Sri Pranab Mukherjee, then President of India, in the year 2000 celebrating. Since then, we are celebrating GST Day each and every year with Government of India. Sir, despite the initial glitches and teething problem in the initial years in the implementation of India's biggest tax reform, that is goods and services tax, it goes without saying that GST has to a large extent has been successful, and the businesses are actually getting accustomed to this new tax system. The government has always been sensitive to the concerns of the taxpayers and making necessary amendment quite frequently. We are really proud to say that every section of the society is getting its share of benefits accrued out of the implementation of GST, which has seamlessly integrated the country into one single market. It has reduced the cascading effect of multiple taxes, duties, and levies on manufactured goods and services. The Institute of Cost Accountants of India as a premier accounting body has proactively supported the government in this historic tax reform by providing suggestions from time to time and disseminating related knowledge regularly. The rollout of GST has opened up tremendous opportunities for cost and management accountants, and management accountants have proved beyond doubt that the CMA profession is capable of taking care of the financial health of the country. Sir, we are passing the global pandemic has landed life to a standstill and has shaken the strong foundation of business and industry. Swami Vivekananda has said, "Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached." Our beloved Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is having a dream. Development has been the key plank of vision given by the Prime Minister since his party came to power in 2014. He is having an ambitious target in his second election term. He is having an ambitious target to make India a 5 trillion economy. Yes, COVID has made everything topsy-turvy, but he has now come out with Atmanirbhar Bharat. I am not taking much of your time, sir. Again, I am personally grateful to you for your valued presence. I personally feel our profession will be benefited by your valued presence. Over to you, H. Padwadaba.
Thank you so much, Bisrup Dada. And now with the Nitin Gadkari sir, our Institute Tax Department under the leadership of CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay sir, would like to have your blessings to release on this occasion virtually 7 study materials brought for the benefit of this nation through the Professional Institute, sir. If you permit me, I will just read out the names, sir. Later on, when the time permits, we will come and take your blessings in person. Yes, sir. Nitin, sir. Thank you, sir. Number 1 is Handbook on GST on Service Sector. Number 2 is Handbook on Impact of GST on Real Estate. Number 3, Input Tax Credit and in-depth discussion. Number 4, sir, Handbook on Special Economic Zone and Export-Oriented Units in India. Number 5, handbook on insight into customs procedure and practice, sir. Number 6 is insight into departmental audit under GST. And number 7, it is our routine things, sir. Fortnightly we do it. But this particular July 1st, we are bringing that special edition. That is the 91st, sir. Ikanabe, 91st tax bulletin of our Institute of Cost Accountants. This thing we request you to, I don't want you to name all the 7, sir, but in your address, you please declare that 7 7 wonders of the world, 7 important publication of Institute is released by Honorable Minister. Now everybody, entire globe is eagerly waiting to listen to you, Nitin Jairam Gadkari sir, and your message to our profession and the countrymen. Over to Nitin Gadkari sir. Please. You can unmute and please, sir.
Not able to listen to the Honorable Minister. Unmute.
Sir, you can unmute your mic.
आवाज आ रही है? Are you listening to me?
Now it is coming. Now it's coming.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are listening me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Please.
Mr. Vishwarup Basuji, President. Mr. P. Raju Iyer, Vice President. Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, Chairman of Indirect Taxation Committee. Rakesh Bhalla, Chairman, Direct Taxation Committee. Sri H. Padmanabhan, Council Member. And the Council Member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. I am happy to note that the Institute of Cost Accountants of India is commencing the GST Day on 1st July 2021 by organizing an online interactive session on the theme, The Journey of GST and Way Forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat. I am also glad that my senior level executives, professionals across the domains, corporate executives, tax practitioners, advocates, and students are in attendance. Goods and Service Tax was implemented in India from 1st July 2017, and now it has completed 4 years of its implementation. During these 4 years, we could see a remarkable change in the way the business is being carried out. There are teething troubles, but efforts are being made to overcome the same. In this process, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India has played a catalyst role. Knowledge members, trade and industry and students. The GST is founded on the nation of one nation, one market, one tax, which has helped and will be helping the trade and industry a lot, putting the Indian economy on a path of attain the vision of Honorable Prime Minister of 5 trillion economy by 2025, despite the prevailing pandemic situation. The GST aims at free flow of goods and services and cuts the complex multiple taxes that have been in existence since India's independence, and this fits well in the government's motto of maximum governance and minimum government. It gives me immense pleasure to note that the Institute of Cost Accountants of India is contributing positively in the field of taxation. Your role is very important. Your contribution for the economy is very important. The transparency, time-bound, result-oriented approach, decision-making process, and corruption-free system. For that reason, this tax reform was very essential. And at the same time, digital administration, which now we are on the path of that to make it every system digitalized. This is give a lot of relief to the people by large, and that is the great achievement as far as all the stakeholders are concerned. The institute is helping different stakeholders, including the members, tax professionals, etc., throughout the country to unlearn and relearn new subjects which are need to survive in the new normal. Through these activities, the institute is helping the industries to adopt to the new process and technology to make the goods and services more competitive in the international market. Though we have completed 4 years of GST, I feel still there is room for improvement and we can make better with support of stakeholders. Some of the practical problems are facing by MSMEs and industries. They are coming to me many times. When they make bill for any material and giving to the company, then his responsibility that whether he received the payment or not, but he has to give the tax to the department. And in government, particularly with the MSME, there is a lot of problem. There is delayed payment is a big problem for us. And all small MSMEs are already facing the problem. The contractors everywhere, without getting the bill, they are legally, they have to deposit the tax. And that is the problem that they are facing, crucial problem. This is one of the crucial problem in MSMEs and the contractors, the service sector is facing. But I don't know what exactly the option on it, but I really want that people like you should find out some way out that how we can give relief to the people, because the state government undertaking, central government undertaking, different departments, major industries, big people, they are not giving their payment. Delay payment is there, and that is one of the reasons that we have a lot of economic issue related with this issue. I will request all of you to find out some transparent, time-bound, result-oriented solution on these issues. To share a few milestones of GST implementation, GST implementation in India has proved the world that we are the savior of the technology. We have generated $500 million in short span of 43 weeks, which is a remarkable achievement, and it is all possible due to the support from all the stakeholders. Similarly, the number of e-way bills generated is 2 billion e-way bills in span of not even 3 years. The number of taxpayers has increased from about 6.5 million to 12.8 million taxpayers in 4 years. It is heartening to note that the Institute is celebrating GST Day since inception from 2017, and this year also they have taken initiative to observe the GST Day. It is the biggest tax reform in the history of our country. This year the theme is the journey of GST and way forward to Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is the need of our to reduce the dependency on the imports and concentrate on the self-reliance. We have got all potential to make Indian economy #1 global economy in the world. We are already giving highest priority for development of infrastructure in the country. In the road sector, once upon a time it was 13 kilometers per day, but now we are making 38 kilometers per day. So 3 times more. We are making green highways. Now it can be easy for you to going from Delhi to Chandigarh within 2 hours, within 2 years. Delhi to Dehradun within 2 hours. Delhi to Haridwar within 2 hours, and Delhi to Mumbai by your own car with 12 hours. Making Chennai to Bangalore Axis Control Express Highway. We are making 22 green express highways. Now we are lot of technologically change which are coming. We are the manufacturing hub of automobile industry. Our industry size is 6,50,000 crore, out of which 50% of it we are exporting. Now, my dream is to make Indian automobile industry as #1 manufacturing hub in the world. We are working on electric vehicles, and actually we have electric buses, electric cars, electric scooters. We are now making electric public transport system on electricity. And at the same time, we are using alternative fuel, ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-CNG, hydrogen fuel cell, we are working on it. And now for lithium-ion battery, we are now making research and making the study of zinc ion, aluminum ion, steel ion. All the technology, the people are doing excellent jobs. And this is the time that we can make Indian economy as a #1 economy in the world. We need to create more jobs. For that reason, we need good investment, upgradation in technology. We need to reduce the logistic cost. At the same time, we need a transparent, time-bound, result-oriented, corruption-free tax system. And that is exactly important for all of us. So that is exactly we are on the way of making Indian economy a global economy. And this is the economy in the world. And that is the exact dream of our Prime Minister to make Atmanirbhar Bharat. I am confident that with the cooperation of all stakeholders, 100%, we will achieve this goal. And the journey of GST and way forward to Atmanirbhar Bharat is a very important subject. We need the cooperation, coordination, communication, at the same time rectification and suggestions from all of you. We are in the process. No one is perfect and no one can claim that he is perfect. Uttam, Adhik Uttam, Sarvottam up to infinity. You cannot catch your own image. So the 101% perfection is an impossible concept. So it's a good law. The system is good. Your contribution is great. But still there are chances for improvement. Day by day, after your experience and your whatever the experience will teach you, on the basis of that, the process, we can make changes. No one is perfect and no one can claim that he is perfect. Still, the petrol and petroleum products and liquor is not covering under GST. Now, this is very important for the state government also. I feel that now they are realizing that. But still, we need to take the decision of approval of all the state government because we have a federal character of constitution. So at the same time, the biggest democracy in the world by different political parties, different state governments, in this situation, we have a success story of GST is a great contribution for the country. Now it can be a good case, ideal case for the world that how we implement this. I really giving my all best wishes to all of you because as a stakeholder, you are also the most important part of this success story. So that is the reason that I'm giving my all best wishes to all of you. Now today's discussion will 100% will help country to get some new changes, new suggestions from your side to the government. And for that reason, I am giving my all best wishes to all of you. And 100%, I am confident that your experience, your knowledge is very important. I always telling to the people that the innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill, and successful practices and the experiences. This is the knowledge. And knowledge is the most important asset for the country. So conversion of knowledge into wealth is equally important. When I got appointed to visit in Dubai, Doha, in many countries, lot of chartered accountant, cost center accountant are doing excellent job, particularly in the different part of the world. So here, your contribution is very, very good. I really have a great privilege and having a great pride for your contribution. I am giving my best wishes to all of you. Your constant qualitative contribution, thinking, in your think tank, in your seminars, with your experience, giving suggestions to the government, particularly the finance ministry, the GST department, 100%, we will try to make the system 100% perfect. We are in the process. We are open for suggestion. Government is always ready for suggestions. And this is the time that the people like you who can remarkably contribute for that. I am giving my all best wishes to all of you in auspicious day. Once again, thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Nitin Gadkari sir. So nice of you. If you permit, our BB Goel sir, if you are there, we can ask one or two questions with our Honorable Minister, Nitin Gadkari sir, so that he can guide us more nicely.
Sir, your guidance, your vision, your everything was so great. Every word was worth listening and taking note of it. And you have been rightly guiding all the policymakers, entrepreneurs, and professionals to focus on the performance rather than compliance. I have been very seriously listening to all your speeches in various programs. Your thrust always has been to have a periodically conduct the performance audit of all the projects, programs, schemes, and activities in the country. You have been telling everywhere. Sir, for your information, the cost audit framework which has been introduced by the government in some of the selected sectors is nothing but a performance audit or efficiency audit. And in this regard, the institute has come out with a detailed guidance note also on the performance audit. We would seek your convenience appropriately to get that guidance note released at appropriate time. Sir, we also request you to enlighten us and do our margdarshan how to make this performance audit framework effective and effective tool and a mandatory type of application in certain critical sectors in the economy, so that we can recover fast from this pandemic and we can continuously see the growth prospects in the times to come. So we would request you to do our margdarshan and help us to drive the framework of this intensive efficiency audit or performance audit in across the economy.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Actually, frankly speaking, the financial audit is very important. But now we have the Institute of Chartered Accountant, Institute of Cost Accountant, but we don't have Institute of Performance Accountant. In the government, there is a difference between letter and spirit. And as an individual, my opinion is that cost accountant or the chartered accountant, cost audit, any audit, financial audit is important. But the performance audit is more important than financial audit, because the leadership is the most important stakeholder in achieving the goals. The problem is that people are doing work from many hours, but it is just like rough to fair. The output is not that much. Here we need more output. For that reason, we need transparency. At the same time, using of IT is very important. Now we are in the whole world. India is well recognized and respectable because of information technology. Now the digitalization in the system, and the Prime Minister is actually yesterday was telling in our meeting also, and I am also talking to the people about compliance. So complicated procedures giving trouble to the people. Is it not possible to make it a very, very transparent, time bound, and very, very simple system by which you can get the information? Every time they are asking for 1, 2, 3. If the Aadhaar card is there are a lot of, now the system has improved. Then again insisting for you, this, give this paper, then meet to everybody, and this is not good. The highest priority for the Prime Minister and government. Last year, he has already given agenda to the Cabinet Secretary about compliance. Is it possible for us in a system that we can make it a simplified procedure? And exactly what my feeling is, now the country needs performance-oriented leadership in every field. Financial audit is important, your role is very important, but somewhere you have to find out the system that how you can count, how you can make the audit of performance of a particular person, particular officer or particular leader. What is the reason? The people don't want to take the decision. The time is the most important capital. It is more than resources and technology. Appropriate time, appropriate decision, transparent decision without corruption, that is exactly the expectation of the people. And for that reason, we need to make system digitalized. We have to develop a lot of different softwares, and at the same time, without compromise with the law, don't break the law. Bend the law up to the last limit of breaking point and help to the people. Everyone is not a bad person. Those who are bad, those who are breaking law, we can take action against them. But it should not be appropriate that we consider that every person is a fraud. He is doing some unlawful activity, then deal with him. That is not the correct approach. We need positivity, transparency, at the same time leak-proof system and corruption-free system. And the time is the most important thing. I always requesting to all of you, even in the government, the people who are receiving salary every month, they never understand what is the value of the time. By making delay, in my own department, I was facing, there are a lot of claims. Not so 2 lakh crore, 3 lakh crores claims are there because not taking decision from the appropriate authority at the appropriate time. So exactly you need to make the performance audit. Who is the responsible for that? Who is not taking the decision? मैंने एक बार अपने अधिकारी को कहा कि तुम्हारा तो प्यार पत्नी से भी ज्यादा फाइल पर है, उसको दबा के बैठते हो. This is not a good thing. If the file is coming to you, take the decision. Whatever you feel that you take the decision right, and within 3 days send it to the higher authority. 4 months, someone when approached to you, then you take the decision. That is not the correct decision. That is not the correct system. So somewhere with the financial audit, you are the expert people. I am not the expert about it. I don't know about that, what can be the solution for that. But performance audit and performance oriented audit is equally important. And second thing is there is a difference between letter and spirit. So one of the auditor was telling to me that you are responsible for accidents. How? You are making good roads. And that is the reason that the people are taking more speed. And that is the reason that accidents are taken place. Fortunately, this was a question from a great auditor to me. He was in government. He was asking me, was joking to me, but this type of feeling was in his mind. So my suggestion is, we are in the process. And in the process, there may be some good things, some bad things. But with your experience, we are working in 30 years, 40 years, 25 years in the same track with this law, understanding the international law, understanding the international problem, understanding the problem of different industries, understanding the problem of system. On the basis of that, financial audit is very important, but financial audit with performance, that is equally important. If you can make some system for that, then there one solution in government is very important. Government may belongs to any political party. One of the silent feature of the government is अच्छे काम करने वालों को सम्मान नहीं मिलता और बुरे काम करने वालों को कभी सजा नहीं होती, वो चलते रहता है. Somewhere we need to find out, to identify who is the culprit. And we have to take the action against him. We have to take evidence, solid record against him. You are not taking decision. But this type of audit, performance audit, my request to all of you that you should make the arrangement by which you can be a successful auditor for finances. But at the same time, for cost accounting and other things are very important. But at the same time, the performance of individual, where you can find out some solution for that, then it can be a great thing for the country.
Sir, just to share with you, our curriculum largely focus only on performance evaluation and performance audit. We don't produce, though we namesake we produce cost accountants, they're actually producing the performance accountants. They are more focused on that.
Thank you.
That's why. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Nitin Gadkari sir. Now I request Honorable Balwinder Singh sir, immediate former president, to thank you, and Raj Goyar sir to continue. Please, Nitin Gadkari sir. Balwinder sir, please.
Yeah. Honorable Union Minister Nitin J. Gadkari sir, President of the Institute, Beshru Basu sir, Vice President P. Rajoya sir, CM Padras, Chairman of Research Board, CM Council colleagues and dear friends. Today we had another privilege to meet Shri Nitin Gadkari ji at our event. We have always been bestowed his concurrence whenever we have approached Gadkari sir, and we have always got a positive response from him. Sir, last year also we discussed a few times about our role in the GST as well as the MSME. I discussed earlier also that the Cost Accountant Institute and the members are supporting the nation by giving a regular feedback to the GST as well as to support the industry. We organize more than 1,200 events to see that the GST is smooth implemented. Contribution of the institute and the member is robust. And last year we further discussed that how to bring back the industry to normal post COVID. We opened 36 test skills, and we assure you, sir, the institute and the members will continue to support the government, whether it is the GST, MSME, or reforms, including the performance evaluation and the portfolio audit. We are with you, sir, with the government. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Balwinder Singh sir. Nitin Gadkari sir, our Honorable Vice President P. Raju Iyer sir would like to formally thank from heart of heart to you, sir. Please, Raju Iyer sir, our Vice President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Respected our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari ji, our President Biswarup Basi ji, immediate President Balwinder ji, and Batmanavan who is coordinating, and Chitan Chatterjee. Sir, we are very happy that you are able to come to our institute for addressing on the very important day, GST Day. So for your information, we have arranged, as highlighted, helped us in various places to help the MSME units. And in fact, we are divulging all the schemes of the government to MSME units, their respective TANPAC and other associations. In fact, industrial associations at the regional places, industry association, we are highlighting what are the schemes available, how they will be able to do it. As you highlighted, we'll be definitely supporting them their cash flow, which they are witnessing at present. How they will have to increase the cash flow, how they will be able to get the funds as early as possible, that will be able to do it. And as highlighted by our BB Goyal, we'll be immediately bringing performance appraisal report, which we are actually forward to industries. The industries also receiving, along with our cost audit, the performance appraisal report to them only. We are not forwarded to the government. That also received by them very well. And we are highlighting how the resources can be effectively utilized by the various companies and where the wastage is there, how they will be able to reduce the scrap, how they will be able to reduce the waste, and what all the waste they can improve the system and the strategy. All those things we are bringing. Sir, we are with the government and bringing all the schemes and all the aspects of the government, including Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have conducted a lot of events and a lot of programs. Thank you very much for your valuable presence and support and valuable advice. We are very much thankful to you and grateful to you, and we will approach you soon. Thank you. Wishing everyone happy and healthy days and peaceful days again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raju Iyer sir. Now, Nitin Gadkari sir, you please give direction to the institute. Earlier, Government of India has given railway project and so many other projects where you wanted our service. We are there to serve you, sir. Even for your transport ministry or for anything, like you are telling wonderful roads. We are very, very thankful to you, sir. And similarly, we thank the government that you are taking the safety of the citizens, not only of India, but the entire humanity in the world. And that is more important. The health is very, very important, so that we have good health to travel through the wonderful roads and this thing which you are giving. So you please give us any direction. We will be there to be with the government to serve as a professional, sir. This is our word from our institute. And I request you, I reminding you, sir, that 7 publication, you please tell from your heart that you declare it as.
I am going to declare that the 7 publication, which are already declared by your office bearer, they are already, I declare it as published. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So nice of you, sir. Follow the protocol, stay healthy, sir. Your health is very important for the entire humanity. Thank you, Nitin Gadkari, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, we will continue the technical session with BB Goyal, sir, as a moderator to continue. Please, BB Goyal, sir. BB Goyal, sir, you are there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We come back to our original discussion. Mr. Mrityunjay Acharya ji was continuing with his views, sharing with us. We have, if Mrityunjay ji permit me, let me shift to the next speaker, that we will have a discussion on some of the other critical issues. Mr. Amit Sarkar, from the Delight Haskins, a very learned person sitting here among us. We request Amit ji to share his views. Then we will have a discussion on some of the highlights of the topic of the day. Amit ji, please, if you.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Are you? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon once again, and thank you for having me here. And thanks for the Honorable Minister to grace our occasion. And I think very important points came out where we as professionals can play a role and valuable role in the development of this economy. Now, the topic for the session, I'm conscious of the time, but I will only try and touch on certain important aspects that we as professionals have seen in the last 1.5 years since pandemic has set in, and that actually has forced all of us, both in the industry and as practitioners, to look at a different way of tax compliance and tax administration. So the topic of the session being pandemic related challenges for industry, authorities and trade, I would like to highlight the attention of the audience and the audience gathering over here that we are looking at a silent transformation of tax administration and tax compliance. Mr. Acharji also highlighted about e-invoicing. Now, have we ever thought that e-invoicing happened when all of us were locked at our homes? In October 2020, the first e-invoicing was rolled out. All of us locked at homes, uncertain about the future, and the preparations of that were started even before October 2020 amidst a nationwide lockdown. But the point is the underlying power of technology and digitization has silently taken over a very important aspect of GST compliance, which is e-invoicing. Now, how does it address the challenges or how does it bring out new opportunities both for the industry as well as for the government as well as the tax administration? When pandemic started, especially exporters were wondering, how will our export refunds get cleared? How will our assessments happen? Tax authorities were wondering, how will assessments take place? How will audits take place? Now we are entering the 5th year of GST. 4 years have already gone by, and it seems that it has been in a whisker. Now, as we all know, that limitation period of GST is only of 5 years. So if the government authorities have to conduct audit and assessments, it has to be done in the next 1 year or so that we are able to, the government authorities are able to issue or take up cognizance of issues of non-compliances or non-payment, short payment of taxes. But have we ever thought how this is going to happen in the next 1 year or so? And with the challenges of pandemic, which has induced people to stay indoors most of the time. Now, this gives an important challenge to be addressed and also an opportunity both for the government and professionals like us as well as the industry to think over. This actually has paved the way that we are looking at a complete system of digitization of tax compliance and tax administration. All of us are aware that income tax has already commenced faceless assessment system. Now, I don't think personally faceless system of GST is too far away. With the pandemic-induced restrictions, we can't have physical meetings, we can't have face-to-face interactions with tax authorities, and we can't expect tax authorities to travel to our offices to do their audits. So what is the way out? The way out would always be to look at opportunities of digitizing and making it faceless and do it through an electronic means. Now, why I picked up the refund issue was when exporters were wondering how we are going to claim refund of taxes during the pandemic period. And it became even more important for people to claim refunds and get refunds during that period because all of us were looking for conserving cash and getting more and more cash. So in that situation, I would like to put on record the appreciation on the government side because the government authorities rose up to the occasion and they found out ways of processing refund claims completely electronically and interacting virtually with the taxpayers to give us refunds. Personally speaking, I have seen that there are a lot of refund claims which have got sanctioned without any hiccup in the process. Now, how does it pan out in the entire scheme of things? It gives us an indication that technology can actually pave the way for the future tax compliance and tax audits, as well as tax assessments. With pandemic coming in, there are a lot of opportunities which we never thought of in the past, which actually has given us a new way of looking at things. Consequently, if you look at a process which can be digitally controlled, which can be digitally transformed, industry as well as tax authorities can jointly work out what are the ways and means of looking at future tax compliance. What is the way of looking at future tax audits? Now, let me highlight a few examples. We have seen that in digital transformation processes, the entire electronic accounting, the electronic invoicing, the e-way bills, this throws a lot of data. But this data actually is something which is not academic. This can give us valuable business insights. It can also give us valuable insights to the tax authorities about the movement of goods, about the collection of taxes, about the various ratios that government authorities normally look into when they're talking about tax compliances. In the entire process of digitization, the other aspect that we should also keep in mind, are we able to track compliances of our vendors and our customers? Because as we know that input tax credit can be availed when our vendors have actually paid the taxes. Now, do we have mechanism to track those? Do we have mechanism or do we have solutions which are cost effective, not only for big industry houses, but across the board for small scale taxpayers, but medium scale taxpayers, the medium sized companies, where they are able to afford these solutions to ensure tax compliances. Secondly, the other aspect of electronic invoicing and e-way bill, is about tracking how our vendors are, what kind of documents the vendors are issuing to us. Are they issuing tax compliant documents? Are they issuing tax compliant invoices? Are they paying the taxes at the appropriate time? No, that is something that we need to, and that can be easily tracked with all the digital means that technology has to offer today. If you look at it from a reporting standpoint is also very important, because if we have standardized vendors, we have reports which the tax authorities often demand issuing to us during an assessment and audit. Those give us the opportunity, and if we have those backups, no matter when the assessment happens, 4 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line, we will be able to produce those records. And going forward, as I said at the beginning, we are having more and more of electronic records to be produced with the authorities and not physical interaction, physical records. So how do we create those records? How do we retain those records? How do we produce those records to the government authorities? It has to be self-explanatory. It has to be, those records need to convey the real intent of transactions, intent of the tax compliance portfolio of a taxpayer, and tax authorities also would need to understand those from their perspective. Now look at the other aspects of what GST has introduced. GST has introduced a TDS, GST has introduced a TCS. Now for all our government supplies, there is a TDS credit which a taxpayer gets. How do we reconcile, and on a periodic basis, that we are able to take care of the GST TDS credits at the right time? We do not block credit cash over there. How do we ensure that we get the TCS credit for e-commerce transactions? Now, what it actually means that the need for digitization, the need for digital compliances, the need for electronic records is of paramount importance. And therefore, I go to the next step and the way forward for GST from here. I think there is a need for stakeholders at the government end, as well as the industry and professionals like us, to actively engage in the process of transformation of having digital tax records, digital audits and assessment processes. And that is the next way of looking at GST, because the pandemic has redefined most of the business processes, the way that we have been operating for many years now. We are now, I don't think any one of us can think of a life without Zoom, without WebEx, without Microsoft Teams. Consequently, we need to have a refreshed look for GST audits, GST assignments, and GST compliances. Otherwise, if we stick to our own old-fashioned methods, then it is not going to be a win-win situation either for the government nor for the industry. And therefore, as an institute, as a professional body of accountants who have been actively involved in the GST process, I sincerely believe that we need to step up the game now and engage with the stakeholders of the government side to lay the way forward for all the digital-led innovations that we can offer for tax compliances. The second important point in this regard would be how we as accountants can develop cost-effective solutions. We call ourselves cost and management accountants. Mr. Gadkari talked about performance audit. How can we develop cost-effective, performance-oriented soft solutions, which can be afforded across the board and not only by a handful of industry houses, because that is the need of the hour. Because if we look at the database of taxes, a huge proportion of taxes come from a very small base of taxpayers. But and therefore, how does the government maximize? As we saw the data, the taxpayers' base has increased. But how do we maximize the tax output from those increased database of taxpayers? So technology is going to be the answer over there. It is humanly impossible to control a large base of taxpayers with small transactions base, and consequently, we need to embrace technology in a big way. My parting points would be, what is the way forward from a government side? The government's, I think some of those points were highlighted by Mr. Date also earlier. I think most importantly, inverted duty structure is one area where the government needs to seriously look at from a way forward standpoint. This has hit multiple industries in the last 4 years, and there have been multiple representations. Some of those issues have been resolved, but I think there is more to be done, which is needed to be done there. Second, clarity on certain issues of rate of taxes on various infrastructure projects. Now, infrastructure is not only about the promoter, the sponsor, and the contractor. It is also about the entire value chain of infrastructure projects, and therefore there is a need of rationalizing those and having a seamless kind of value addition for infrastructure projects related to GST aspects. The third, compliance simplification. I think even the Honorable Minister highlighted that in some way or the other. But I think from a GST standpoint, it is the service providers who have borne the brunt of compliance, because from one registration they have gone to multiple registrations, and therefore I feel that there is a need. After 4 years, I think we have got enough data, enough experience to find out a much more simplified way of compliances for service providers in this country. So I would want to end my, I would say, my deliberation on this at the moment. Mr. Goel, I'm conscious of time. I'm happy to take questions from the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. So nice of you to share your very, very important and valuable views. One thing I would like to share that we are highlighting that what has been the problems of implementing the GST, what type of challenges we have encountered during the last 4 years journey of implementation of the GST. Why don't we recall that the direct taxes, which is a single tax administered at the central government level, has not yet stabilized in the last 70 years. Even today, we are facing the technology problem. We are facing that kind of number of problems in the direct taxes and all that. And that problem is not India-based problem. Administration has been a problem worldwide. I remember when I was working with the excise department a long time back, one of my colleagues was one day reading a book. I asked him, what is this book? He said that this book is on the tax frauds. Then I asked him the author. He told me it's a foreign book. It's written some European author. And all these tax frauds which happened in the Western market. So there is no Indian fraud mentioned in this book. So what he really meant to say that this we face a huge number of tax difficulties, tax administration problems, tax problems in everywhere in the government, everywhere in the world. And in the case of GST, gentlemen, look at the speed at which the government has taken steps, the speed at which the government has really moved fast. In the last 4 years, the journey which has been every day tried to improve and made it smooth. Since I have worked in the government for last 30, 35, 40 years, I know how difficult it is to receive different type of suggestions. One set of stakeholder will say, I want X. The second set of stakeholders say, no, I don't want X, I want Y. The third set of stakeholder will come and tell me, no, I want Z. No, it's very, very difficult to harmonize and find a solution.
Goel sir.
Yes.
Goel sir, Dr. B.V. Murali Krishna and Sri Devendra V. Nagvenkarji has joined. Dr. B.V. Murali Krishna is Additional Commissioner of Commercial Taxes, Bengaluru. And Devendra V. Nagvenkar is Commissioner, CGST and CX, Kolkata South Commissionerate. Both of them have joined in this session. Would you please welcome them?
We welcome both of them. We would request them to first share their views. That is a most valuable occasion for us. Should I request Dr. B.B. Murali Krishna to share his views on the issue of...
Murali Krishna sir is the chairman of the next session, and Nagvenkar sir is the chairman of the last valedictory session. But it's our pleasure that they have joined to listen to this session also.
Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So we continue with our discussion?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
We welcome both of them, sir.
Yeah, fine. So what we are saying is that this implementation process, which Dr. Saab gave 30% marks to the implementation, and then 70% marks on this one front, and overall gave the 50% marks. And the other issue which was flagged by Mrityunjay ji, and then Honorable Minister also shared that the petroleum industry as well as the potable alcohol industry, both are outside the ambit of GST today, and they both are high tax earning potential. So there is a need to definitely come to a conclusion, come to a consensus in the country. In a democratic country like this, it's very difficult to come to a consensus. So therefore, the efforts are going on. Prime Minister has already flagged this issue that the petroleum products should come under the GST ambit. That issue is going on. But what we are happy that yes, there have been problems, there have been challenges, there have been difficulties, there have been teething troubles, there have been this kind of... The way I am still very much proud of that, the way and the speed at which this entire framework has moved in the country, it was extremely difficult in a country where almost 40% of the population is having zero knowledge on accounting. 40 to 50%. They don't know how to really, and many of the people are unaware of how to operate the computers. So with that kind of country, to run small enterprises and then also implement the GST smoothly, it was definitely a Herculean task. With that Herculean task, with that type of complexities, it's a great achievement. And the speed at which the e-invoices are being created, the number of e-invoices, they are huge compared to any small countries which we talk of. Somebody was giving earlier an example of 100% vaccination by Israel long back, and comparing the vaccination level of India. People educated who are aware of are laughing that population of Israel is 1/3 of the population of Delhi. And you're comparing the performance of Israel with a country like India, which has 140 crore population, and you are comparing with it. So let us not talk of success achieved by small countries and all that, but the vastness of this country, the complexity of this country, the type of problems which we face, with that type of complexities, I give all the credit to the government authorities to really go in a big way and start implementing the GST. But I also appreciate the role played by our honorable speakers and the performance and the problems highlighted by them or the challenges highlighted to them are very, very important, and we will continue to provide that kind of inputs to the government to how to improve the GST system in the country.
Sir,
I have
already we are
2-3 other. Can I ask the organizers how up to what time we can continue with this session? You have a next session.
We are already running a
I know
little
we have
in
overstepped
delay.
the time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. We'll just try to sum up and finish off in next 5 minutes and all that. Just one question which I would address and request all the three speakers to share. Where lies the road ahead? How and this type of pandemic situation, in this type of complexities, with this background of achievement in the last 4 years around that, where does the road ahead? How do we move ahead? How do we request the government or the policy makers? We have two very senior people sitting here among us today from the GST regime. It's going to be very good input for them also. So I request to start with, I will request with Mr. Amit also itself that Amitji, what do you suggest and recommend to the government? How do we move ahead? But where is the road ahead for us?
I think I highlighted the aspect of adopting digitization means
technology
for all our technology and for both at the government and I think and I must appreciate again being consultants and advisors. We are also very I think the adoption of technology at government sense has been significantly fast. It has exceeded expectations of the industry also, and therefore I think industry also have to live up to the speed in terms of adopting technology for tax compliances. So as I said, there has to be a greater consensus of and also stakeholder involvement both from the industry and the government side to lay the way forward for looking at more digitized way of tax compliances and even the audits and assessment processes which would need to be streamlined now, because that's the only way the government can also can monitor the compliance health of the indirect taxpayers.
I think future of GST is bright. Future of GST is bright. There are good days ahead, despite initial hiccups.
Okay. So, Mrityunjay ji, what would you suggest?
Sir, only we have spoken the most of the important issues, which you also reiterated. Only 2 points that I'll close. One is that to make the life simple for the trade and industry, different advanced ruling authority judgment that has come out in last 4 years and has interpretation depends upon the assessing authority individually. Should government come out with a FAQ from a time to time, regularly on a time to time, that this sort of a situation you should do that, a guiding principle, so that the trade and association or the industry association should not make any mistake henceforth to avoid any sort of tax litigations. Point number one, and point number two, whenever the digital platforms, everybody is moving towards a complete robust digital platform. So when government has already moved, it also needs the trade and industry also to be aligned with that. To the extent there is a help needed for the medium segment trade and association, trade group and industry group to get acclimatized to this digitalization, the professional institute should come forward, government also should come forward, make platform so that everybody can get a support, digital and technical support for that. That will make the comprehensive GST canvas in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the sum and sum is that we must focus more on improving our digital network system. To share with you, in any case, India is the second largest user of internet and broadband services in the world. we have a penetration of more than 40-45% of the population, and the size of India's digital economy is going to be around $1 trillion by 2025. That is the size. And all our 6 lakh villages under BharatNet program are going to be interlinked on the broadband. More than 60,000 crores of rupees have been allocated under that BharatNet program, and many private companies have been hired. Now, this change is coming so fast on the digital side. Yes, there are, as Mr. Datte was mentioning, GSTN, which has to make their network software improvements. That probably has required a little more caution and little more serious action from those authorities. With that, we close the session today, and I am sure that with the type of valuable inputs from our panelists and the type of issues and challenges which have been highlighted today, our authorities as well as the government and the policy makers and will take a call of it. And the institute is recording this program. At the end of the day, a summary of today's gist of discussions and challenges would be sent to the Ministry of Finance. Honorable Minister of Finance will be given that kind of a memorandum that these are the outcomes of today's discussion of GST Day, and it's going to be a huge contribution as a professional body for the government to improve upon the GST system in the country. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you.
Baby Goel sir, excellent suggestion
from this.
Yeah, excellent suggestion. Definitely, we'll take your guidance also to prepare the consolidated this thing and submit to the government, sir. Many thanks to Bibi Goel sir and the entire team, Mrityunjay Acharya ji sir and Datte sir, Amit sir, everybody. Thank you so much, Bibi Goel sir, from all our side. And now over to Ashok Nawal sir and the team. The organizers can go for the next technical session as suggested by Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay sir. Thank you so much, Bibi Goel sir, once again. Nawal sir, please take the lead. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for being with us, Baby Goel sir, B.S. Datte sir, Mrityunjay Acharya sir, and Amit Sharkar sir. On behalf of Tax Research Department of the Institute, we want to say thanks to you. So we will now move forward to the second panel discussion session, which is on journey of GST, One Nation, One Tax, as against problems faced by trade and industry and resolutions by the GST Council. And this session may cover ITC blocking, advanced ruling judgments, etc. I would request my colleague in the department, CMA Priyanka Roy, to take over from this point. Priyanka, please.
Thank you so much, sir. So I am audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everybody. Welcome to the second panel discussion on today's webinar session, The Journey of GST and Way Forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat. The topic for this discussion session would be the journey of GST, One Nation, One Tax, as against the problems faced by trade and industry and resolutions by the GST Council. In this session of ours, we have Dr. B.V. Murali Krishna sir, Additional Commissioner, Commercial Taxes Bangalore, Government of India, Government of Karnataka as the chairperson. Our moderator for the session would be CMA Rahul Renavarkar sir, who is managing
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir. Would be Rahul Renavarkar sir, who is the managing director of Accurate Advisors Private Limited. And for the speakers, we have CMA Ashok Nawal sir, who is a well-known practicing cost accountant. We have CMA Devashish Ghosh sir, who is Vice President, Group Indirect Tax, Fearless General Finance and Investment Company Limited. We have CMA BM Gupta sir, who is Senior Vice President, Taxation Practices, Arbhar Consulting Private Limited. Now we would like to read out the profiles of our dignitaries in order to make the participants know them well. So we would request the team to kindly share the profile of B.V. Murali Krishna sir. Dr. Krishna is Masters in Veterinary Service and thereafter he joined as Assistant Commissioner of Commercial Taxes. Now he is Additional Commissioner of Commercial Taxes. He has worked in various segments like cross verification, enforcement, assessment, administration, appeals, and e-governance, rollout of ECAS and EUPASS, government GST implementation, and e-invoicing. Presently, he is member Big Data Analytics, member IT Grievance Redressal Committee Karnataka, nodal officer for GSTN and e-way bill, nodal officer IT committee GSTN Karnataka, SPOC Karnataka for GSTN, State Training Coordinator Karnataka. Apart from the above, he has provided training in India as well as abroad on multiple subject matters like study of electronic tax register in Nairobi and Kenya in 2009, GST a learning journey in Singapore in 2018. Dr. Krishna has conducted more than 140 workshops in implementation of EUPASS and more than 200 workshops with respect to GST implementation. We welcome you, sir. For today's session,
thank you very much for the nice introduction.
Thank you, sir. Sir, for the today's session for moderator, we have Rahul Ranavirkar, sir. CMA Rahul has embarked upon the entrepreneurial journey and he is the managing director of Accurate Advisors Private Limited, a multidisciplinary business advisory company. He has more than 26 years of experience, out of which around 6 years is in industry like Tata Motors and 16 years in the big four consulting firm environment like PwC and Ernst & Young. Sri Rahul, the consulting experience includes 5 years of tax reforms experience where he has assisted tax administrations within and outside India in indirect tax reforms. In 2016, his stint with Big Four firm, he closely worked with global head of indirect taxes for about 2 years in Europe and in the Middle East. His core specializations is in indirect taxation like excise, service tax, VAT, and GST. And he has also advised and assisted clients, both Indian as well as MNCs, in customs and foreign trade policies, related matters across the various industry verticals. He is also a regular author of several articles for business papers on indirect tax matters. He has also co-authored the guidance note on VAT accounting and auditing for the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. We welcome Rahul, sir. For the speakers, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, for the speakers for today's session, first we have CMA Ashok Nawal, sir. CMA Ashok Nawal is a practicing cost accountant in 1997 and also the founder of Visual Services Private Limited, one of the leading companies in the field of consultancy relating to indirect taxation, having branches in different states in India. Previously, he was in service for 7 years with Mahindra Steel Company Limited, 8 years in VIP Industries Limited, 2 years in JN Group of Industries. He is also a member of ASSOCHAM, National Council for Direct Taxes and Indirect Taxes, including GST. He is an advisor in Laghu Udyog Bharti, advisor in Confederation of Export Units, New Delhi. He is a member of Shikshan Shulk Samiti of Pravara University, approved by University Grants Commission. He is a member of Regional Advisory Committee of Commissionerate of Central Excise and many more. Besides this, Nawal sir has also authored many books such as Modvat Audit, publication of ICAI, Shudho Me Swatal, collection of poems, Reborn at 54, etc. He has been awarded Mahesh Gaurav Award by Mahesh Professional Forum, Pune, and Vocational Excellence Award by Rotary Club of Pune University. Apart from these, he is also a social activist. We welcome you, Nawal sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have CMA Debashish Ghosh, sir. CMA Debashish Ghosh is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He has over 40 years of experiences in taxation. He has worked in Pricewaterhouse and in Deloitte. He was also associated with various government projects on VAT and up to tribunal level. Presently, he is working as Vice President Group Indirect Taxation in the Peerless General Finance and Investment Company. We welcome you, Debashish sir. Next, we have the CMA B.M. Gupta sir. CMA B.M. Gupta is a qualified independent director. He has over 2 decades of experience in the areas of taxation, GST, product management, sales, operation, marketing, finance, accounting, costing, project accounting, ERP, and BI implementation. He has worked for Oracle, Info, Logo, System Time, Dempo Group, and worked in multiple verticals and geographies. Right now, he is the Senior Vice President of Taxation Practices at Arvar Consulting Private Limited. Apart from the above, he is also a member of GST Reverse Redressal Committee Telangana, expert member for Technology Development Fund Scheme of DRDO, National Council for Indirect Taxes ASSOCHAM, GST and Custom Committee at FTCCI Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industries. He has been recognized for excellence in multiple areas like Guinness World Records title holder as a team member of for the most people running up a single mountain and many more. Even his podcasts find a place in the top 10 taxation podcasts in India for 2021. Besides this, he has authored various articles, blogs, and GST, MSME, finance, and on economy. We welcome BM Gupta, sir. Next, we would like to call upon our chairman for today's session, Mr. B.V. Murli Krishna, sir, for his deliberation. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for invited for this particular panel discussions on the GST. And in fact, my commissioner should have come for this particular session, and because of his preoccupied meetings and other issues, and sir delegated me to attend this particular panel. I'm wholeheartedly thank him, and also thank the CMA committee, All India and Karnataka in particular. And today's topic as being particularly they want to cover about ITC blocking and also advanced ruling. And just I will not get into the much of my chairperson's address. I welcome all the panel members for this particular. And let us look back in the last 4 years, our struggle of implementing GST right from 1/7/2017. As on date, you are all aware, more than 66 crores of 66 crore of GST returns have been filed, and you are seeing the unprecedented growth of collections from 70 or 80,000 in the initial to 1,41,000 crores during April 2021. And in the last 2 years, you can see always it's more than now 1 lakh crore tax collection in spite of pandemic. Also, it's hit badly the economy and the collections. And further, you can see that about 195 crores of e-way bill has been generated in the last from 1/4/2018, and now once again e-invoicing, which is a game changer for 1/10/2020. We have done more than 62 crores of e-invoice generation across the country. Why I'm trying to tell you, being the technological partner and being the domain expert in this particular journey of e-governance in Karnataka in the last 10 years, we have seen how a digital transformation could have been taken place so massively. And the data what we have, I don't think it's quite good enough to analyze much of the business processes and come out with useful results and for policy decisions as well as for audit and investigation purposes. Just to share with you, in our state of Karnataka, we are making use of the data based on the electronic form, and we are taking the audit process based on the electronic details only, so that we can take up the scrutiny and further audit, which results in an audit report, and finally we're going for adjudication. It's totally electronic mode. I think you people can look into our website, gst.co.nic.in, which is a one-stop solutions wherein we have put each and every information on one particular form. And from 21/6, we have given a new version for this particular 4th year of GST rollout. As of now, more than 11,000 taxpayers or the hits we have received on this particular website. This is a very unique website, and people please go through that. And another thing, today's ITC blocking and advanced ruling. You know very well, with the crux of the whole GST is ITC. The whole crux of the GST is ITC. If you look at the past and the present, the ITC credit was limited to the concerned state or the concerned center where the taxpayers were there. Now, when the taxes have been subsumed, all the indirect tax has been subsumed. The question of ITC credit is pan-India. Means to say, Delhi is a supplier and the Karnataka is a recipient, or the Guwahati is a supplier and the Karnataka is the recipient. You can just imagine, we have to give the credit once the registered dealer is been genuine registered taxpayer over there, and subject to these so many conditions, as we say, having an invoice, having a debit note, having the goods or services received, or declared in the GSTR 1, or should the return should be filed. See, because it's all technology driven, we given more impetus to the more supplier and the recipient as a co-obligation, so that the ITC chain is not fraudulently taken by the recipients. So in this particular context, the ITC blocking rule 86A, what the notification has been issued, it mandates whenever there is a supply is a fraudster or a carousel fraud has taken place, is a fake dealer or there is a fake invoice. So certainly we have given the council has given, the rule has been made very ample clear to block the ITC by the concerned officer for the particular taxpayer. So with that, state can safeguard the revenue, because as long as the ITC the flow is there, the net tax liability what we are going to get it, we have understood, because of this particular fraudsters it is getting decreased. Once after 86A rule and other implementing procedural e-way bill and e-invoicing, our revenue collections are improving quite a lot. This is what I wanted to say about ITC blocking. I know in some places it is very discriminatory, and in some cases it is very harsh. In such cases, some of the taxpayers have taken note of it and they have represented the commissioner. And because of the discretionary provisions, also the commissions they have taken a role into that blocking, unblocking, subject to the evidences thereon. And next, another aspect of the GST today's panel discussions about advanced ruling. As of doing business, the advanced ruling and the public rulings are the need of the hour of any taxation matters. So, in that way, advanced ruling has been constituted in GST. It was there in erstwhile regimes too, and it is a state-specific advanced ruling. So, this is one now. I can say as a personal view, not to take it on a official note, there could be an anomaly being a state-specific advanced ruling. I always feel that there should have been a advanced ruling pan-India, one advanced ruling. So that's what my belief, because we have come across many advanced rulings in the different states, and wherein it is overlapping and it is giving a lot of confusions to the taxpayers, and it is not further litigations. So somewhere this advanced ruling needs to be tweeted. I think the policymakers may be looking into that, and further it will go to the further appellate to the commissioners, and it will get adjudicated. And still, the tribunal is not constituted across the states because of some the law. It just once that is put in place, I think some of the advanced ruling also can get clarified at the tribunal levels and get a better clarity. So the advanced ruling is only to give the uniformity of taxation in the particular states, but it is causing differences in different states. So that one issue is there, which I think during panel discussions, some of the issues will come across. So I wish you the great success for this particular GST day of the fourth year. Days to come, let us try to do the best and try to take it further forward, and over to the panel to discuss on this particular issues.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the deliberation. Now we will request moderator Sir Rahul sir to take over for the session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Priyanka, and thank you, Dr. Murli Krishna. I think that was really nice of you to suggest the way forward for those two issues. And I welcome all of my fellow panelists today on this discussion. The topic is very, very intriguing in the sense that we finished 4 years of GST today, and we are got into the fifth year. which perhaps is the last year as of now when the compensation is going to be paid to the state governments. Now, all that we have heard today morning is that the journey that GST had, and all of us also concur that while the journey could have been smooth, but it has not been so bad. So, all of us as professionals, as part from trade and industry, and to any other stakeholders, we all have been together in this journey, and I think we should be extremely proud that we have been part of this journey for the last 4 years. As a tax, it has now stabilized. And Dr. Murali Krishna, you rightly mentioned the moment technology has come into the compliance piece for GST, the collections have gone through the roof. And obviously, if not for pandemic, we would have already achieved 120, 130 lakh crore and 1.2 or 1.3 lakh crore every month on an average. But yes, we will reach there over a period of time. Today, we have for our panel a very interesting topic. One nation, one tax is what the theme was when the GST was implemented way back in 2017. Today morning, we saw the minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, talking about various aspects of GST which were implemented. We had earlier the MP, Dr. Sarkar. He also talked about how it was difficult to get everybody on board. But given that we are a federal structure and given that we have so much things not common amongst ourselves, when we start from say Jammu to down to Kanyakumari, we are so different as we speak, as we wear clothes, as we eat food, everything is so different. But yet we have a one uniform GST law across the country. Now there are some areas for improvement, and that's exactly what we are going to discuss as a panel. I am going to purely play a role of a moderator, so I am not going to talk about any issues or not going to talk about any solutions also for that matter initially. I'll have the panelists discuss their own topics, and then if time permitted, we can talk about the summation. So over to you, Dr. Mr. Arun Nawal, Ashok Nawal. I think, sir, your topic, you go first on the floor. Yeah, so happy and so honored to be part of this panel where you are one of the panelists. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Murali Krishna, Dr. Murali Krishna, sir. It is very indeed you have touched upon the important points, as rightly said. What is needed, we talk about the issue as you rightly said. I'm sharing my small presentation. As it was a wonderful journey of 4 years, because everything is the learning is the good experience. And it was very difficult to achieve a dream in the federal structure that so many taxes will be subsumed and one nation, one tax will be achieved, and that has definitely helped us to improve our image in the market, and almost all the stakeholders got benefited. Whereas when we see this journey as a one nation, one tax, what was expected to be an express highway towards achieving the goal that there will be no cascading effect of taxes and there will be a seamless flow of credit, and thereby consumers also will get benefited across all the stakeholders, including the government, will get benefited. And that is the reason this tax was all welcome. It was, I think, when 1st July, we have to always remember late late Arun Jaitley ji, who had made a constant effort of making a consensus decision with all the different political parties having a GST member, and really appreciated the thing which was the dream, which was started with the journey of 2009, and we have achieved this journey of a one nation, one tax. And this is the dream, and definitely we have achieved, in spite of all the technological, as Dr. Murali Krishna has rightly said, so many technological glitches were there, but that was resolved with the open mind. And that is the reason what we were expecting as a 100% simple tax and seamless flow of credit. But when we see it, whether that express highway was remain as an express highway, and whether that 100% seamless flow of credit is going to be there and no cascading effect will be there. When we see this express highway, we definitely see that there are the hurdles. It's a race, a hurdle race what we talking. When we start with the block credit, as rightly said by Date sir in his earlier session, that today also on construction we don't get the ITC when even though it is used for the plant and going to be there, there are certain block credit where the list is increasing rather than the list has to be decreased. And with that block credit under section 17 has definitely there are certain cascading effect of tax has to be there and will be there. Payment within 180 days, Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari ji has already raised this issue that even the central government, PSUs, state government, or even the big corporates don't pay to the MSMEs within 180 days, even though it is the 45 days mandatory to pay as per the law. And he has to reverse the ITC along with the interest. So that becomes the additional cost on the industry. And that is, of course, the issue. And that is also the road blockage or one of the major hurdle of payment within 180 days. When we talk on as such what was desirable as a dream, that there will be filing of GSTR 1, I'll get the GSTR 2A which I will accept, reject, modify. Supplier will get 1A, he will accept or modify, and based on that, GSTR 3 will be auto-populated, and whatever the mismatch report is there, which will be sent to the supplier as well as recipient, and he has to remove the mismatches within 6 months, otherwise till that time provisional credit will be there. In spite of all that, and whole the trade was eager to have that type of system, but what has happened, because of the technology glitches as rightly pointed out, and that is the reason Dates have also given that GST in most success has been taken it out by the technological glitches in spite of the fact that technology has made it so simple. But the rules and sections are getting amended because of technology problem. This was never been raised. Rule 36.4 was inserted, the sub rule 4 in rule 36 was inserted on 1st October 2019, thereby restricting of the match credit to the extent of 120%, then made 110%, then made an 105% now. But whether there is a provision in the section, whether there is a provision that rules cannot make a contradictory to the provisions and whole object of the spirit, letter and spirit of this. Undoubtedly, there were certain bad elements. They have made a huge racket and huge racket of the fake invoices were detected. But because of that, why honest taxpayer should suffer? Compliant taxpayer should suffer. And without having those section provision or constitutional validity, rule was introduced and this was made. This is also a major blockage in the seamless flow of credit. It is definitely not good, and 16.2AA was amended in this budget, but still date has not been notified. But in spite of that, the taxpayer still cannot get the credit of what he has paid to the supplier. I said Dr. Murali Krishna has said that Rule 86A authorities has been given. Now, number of high courts, if you see, they have also said it is unconstitutional, and also said that such type of this one, it should not be used as a tool of harassment. Such type of things, it definitely gives somewhat food for thought to achieve the dream. Similarly, of the 86B, section 16.2AA is amended, but still not been there. Only mass credit will be there. Now, in spite of the mass credit happening in GSTR 2A. Or registration is cancelled, but still is allowed to file the returns, and that his transaction is happening, is having in GSTR 2A. Still credit, number of cases are there where the show cause notices were issued to reverse, asking them to reverse ITC or block the ITC because of that. No fault of honest taxpayer, no fault of the compliant taxpayer. He has to suffer, and that cascading effect of taxes will be there, and seamless flow of credit is not there. As rightly said by Nitin Gadkari Sahab also, and also pointed out by Mrutyunjay Acharya ji, that petroleum product is still not under the GST. So petroleum product, when it is not in the GST, the impact in the freight or transportation cost definitely increases. So cascading effect of taxes because of block credit and petroleum product, and those provisions which I talk in, that resulted what seamless flow of credit in the highway which we were expecting, that has reduced to less than 70%. And that is the part of a worrying factor, where in the European countries or Western countries, such type of seamless flow of credit, the hurdles in the seamless credit is not there, and that we could see it here. When we see the landmark cases, which is very important to see, that when we talk on the adjudications and advance rulings, all those points which I talk on, High Court has very rightly said no. In the Nipun case, Gujarat High Court said no blockage of input tax credit. Mohit Mindral says GST cannot be leviable on ocean freight, but still a reverse charge is payable. Incomplete form notified by the government for availment of cess, no coercive action to be taken. SS Industries says 86A block ITC should not be used as a tool to harass, and that is what is happening today. Blocking of electronic credit ledger or on not account of mismatch of GSTR 2A, not allowed. Delhi High Court said in the Goel Iron. Non-filing of correct Tran 1 report, if you might have seen series of High Court decisions on the Tran 1, opening that they said even though because of the technological glitches, Tran 1 could not be filed. If wrong tables has been made and it has been wrongly filed, still that cannot be a stoppage for the transitional credit. All those decisions are there, but still the issue still remains. Such type of notices are still issued. SMT 10 is there, show cause notices are there. All those are definitely becomes a hurdle, and that is the food for thought for the improvement. Now, when we see the Bithel is one of the best decision for the GSTR 2A not matching. The recovery has been started, that you reverse the ITC, otherwise recoveries will be there. Very clearly, Madras High Court said, Chennai High Court very clearly says you have to first recover from the supplier, and if you fail, you have made the efforts, then only that you can ask for the reversal. That is what is very landmark decision, and such decision perhaps needs to be respected. Then the common man or the small taxpayers who are getting definitely a major revenue blockage which is there, liquidity crunch is there, that will be avoided if such things is taken care of and such High Court decision is implemented in letter and spirit. Next. Executive instructions cannot override the statutory provisions. I'm talking in the Rule 36.4, Rule 86A. Number of Supreme Court decisions can be reviewed in that such type of rules are contradictory, and such type of rules or instructions which has been made even under the section 160, empowerment of 168, that will not be good. Next. When we talk these ratios, I talk on academy improvement with the Supreme Court decision, Subhash Chandra decision, or Sukhdev Yadav decision in the Supreme Court. They say that whether legislation can rewrite, recast and reframe the legislation because they have no right to do so. No words can be added in the statute. Rule cannot override the section. Next. Now, when we talk on this, the other issues which we need to learn, the best, I'll say, the best result of GST has to give and has to be in the best of the mind in 100% stakeholders. And if we have to remove all those things, these issues also has to be resolved. The first point I talk on refund. You might have seen from 2017, 23rd October 2017, first provision of the refund has come. Rule 86, Rule 90, 96, Rule 89, all those things were 89 was introduced. The wording of Rule 89, Rule 96, or all other rules of relating to refund was changed 4 times. Absolutely, somersault provisions were reversed and all those notifications were retrospective. Now, resulting what has happened during all that somersault processes of change till the time of November 19 or April 19, 2 years, whatever the exports has taken, maybe UOU, maybe exporters, or the advance license authorization holders, they might have exported on payment of duty and thereafter they were disallowed and now recovery notices are getting issued. When law was, section 54 was very clear on that. Input tax credit, rule 89 for refund. How many times we change the formula? Why this 150% of the TTSL when export, especially in the pharma, if you see it, product registration in foreign market has to get a high cost. Market promotion and establishing and registration of that product gets very high in the export. So there is a huge export price is much higher than the domestic price. But he cannot, the export is limited, input tax refund is restricted to the extent of 150% of this. Inverted duty structure, 54, section 54 very clearly allows services to be considered for that. Whereas rule 89.5 says no services, input services should be considered. The formulas or even before the formulas, even the GST and the way technology was designed, it was designed in the same fashion and therefore rule was changed, but fortunately section provision has not been changed. Now, this has to be a relook, what government wants to give. If on export, taxes not to be exported, then such type of provisions needs to be relooked into. The another issue which we are talking about, litigation on account of advance ruling. Already Dr. Murli Krishna has talked on this. When we see this, more than 1,300 decisions on advance ruling has taken place across the state. But if you see it, there are somersault absolutely reverse in 180 directions, or the decisions of different advance ruling of different states. And if you do analyze of that, more than 95% cases or advance ruling decisions are pro-revenue without even considering the judicial legal provisions therein. Now, until the advance ruling authority has got the judicial member, the whole object of smooth flow and competing to the world market, if we all those hurdles we remove, then definitely India will be the country to make a superpower. Now, if you see in the small journey of, I'll say 4 years in the litigation, 4 years is very small journey. In spite of that, as far as input tax credit is concerned, more than 100 cases are reported in the High Court and more than 10 cases are reported in Supreme Court. As far as e-way bills are concerned, maximum High Court decisions were there on the e-way bill, 180 decisions were there. 2 are Supreme Courts. Classifications are concerned, total on classification, even in the 4 years journey of litigation, 44 High Court decisions were there, more than 44, and more than 10 Supreme Court decisions are there. What I'm trying to say is the GST in a small period of 4 years of a journey, if such litigations goes on, then whole objective of a good and simple tax is getting getting impacted thereon, though the desire was there, but the way it has been implemented and the way it has been changed, it has been definitely made a problematic. Now, when we say that is the tax and administration, central and state, Maharashtra state surprisingly has issued, or some more states has issued, that CBIC circulars will not follow, will issue different trade notices which are contradictory to the what is CBIC is issuing the circular. Now, if you guess, there are number of cases where refund is given by the state authorities only for the state portion, and central portion they are saying you go to the central. I think whole process of helping redressal mechanism, adjudication mechanism, and all those aspects has to be identified and all to be very identical, whether it is administered by the central officer or whether it is been administered by the state officer. Because taxpayer has no choice to select the central or state, or should not be that. But government has to definitely work on this. We already talked unconstitutional number of sections, 13(8)(b), that is the intermediary, that is the place of supply rule. Rule 36(4), Rule 86(a), Rule 86(b). Number of High Court and Supreme Court decisions has said there are no section provisions and it is unconstitutional. So those provisions, there is a reason to relook on this. Next. I'll take only 2 minutes, Rahul. Next.
Yes, sir.
And now, reconciliation of annual accounts with the financial audit statement. It is also very important, and it was very nice step when GSTR 17.8, new GSTR 9C was introduced. It was required to be certified by the chartered accountant and cost accountant, and trade and industry was benefited. Reason is they have ensured that they have followed the law. There are errors and omissions are pointed out by the experts, and before department points it out, whenever the departmental audit will come, now department audit has started in the 5th year, but if 17-18 we talk on, 4 years interest might have accumulated. He has paid immediately at the time of filing the annual return, duly reconciled, because he has taken the expert were there with him for certification. They are reconciled with the books of accounts. And these provisions has been taken it out for whatever the maybe good reason or a bad reason, but definitely it will hit to the taxpayers, because whenever the departmental audit will be there, this at least reconciliation has got the backing that I have taken the expert opinion, I have taken the expert guidance, and he has certified it, and thereafter the audit, so there will be some relief on the penalty. Now interest also will be there, and once department detects 15% mandatory penalty, even if he pays within 30 days. Otherwise, 100% mandatory penalty will be there. So such type of problems, why this issue I address, if these are removed, the real dream of making our India reaching to the 5 trillion economy will be achieved. And this is what was my small point. When we talk on the GST, definitely the journey of GST was much better. Though if technological glitches might have not been there, because these all rules were amended because technological glitches were there, rules were amended. But because of that, taxpayer has got the problem. If these are removed, I think we will achieve the 5th year, and in 5th year, we'll celebrate the dream what Arun Jaitley ji has made, the good and simple tax will achieve by end of the 5th year. Thank you, Rahulji, for giving me the chance.
Thank you, Ashok, sir. Very, very well articulated, and thank you for those valuable insights. Now I will move on because we are hard pressed for time. I'll move on to Debashish Da. Debashish Da, over to you, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. See, prior to GST, the taxation, indirect taxation in India was basically segregated into a taxation of commodities and taxation on services. So of the many concepts which have been inbuilt into GST, basis the previous indirect tax regime is a transaction where there is a combination of goods and services. We can recall that in works contract, in service tax, there was a 70% odd abatement. So one could pay on that abated value the service tax, and the state VAT or the state sales tax came into play for the payment of state tax on goods, transfer of property in the goods. The law has now identified several transactions, several supplies, which are either supply of goods or services. But there are certain transactions where there is a combination of both goods and services. And those transactions are really challenging. And one of the important, very important sector of our country, as for that matter, any country, is the health sector. So, supply of medicines by itself is not exempted from GST. So what happened prior to GST regime is relevant in the sense that that supply of sale of medicines was subject to excise at the factory gate, and then a first point taxation on the sale of medicines. But in GST, the concept of first point taxation no longer exists. So as the supply takes place and comes to a clinical establishment, say a hospital or a nursing home, there are two outlets which supplies the medicine. One is the pharmacy, which supplies to the outdoor customers over the counter, where there is a GST applicable and there is no doubt about it. And secondly, where the medicine is supplied from the pharmacy, in-house pharmacy, to indoor patients. So who are treated inside the hospital. So questions arose and applications were filed before the Advanced Ruling Authority, and now there is a consensus that the supply of goods in the form of medicines, when catered to indoor patients, basically assumes the nature of a composite supply, which means that the supply of medicine is integral to the supply of healthcare services, which is exempt from service tax, which is exempt from GST, sorry. And therefore, the supply of medicines, which is an integral part of healthcare services for indoor patients, also get exempted in the process from the payment of GST. Now, what is happening that, as I told you, prior to the GST regime, the sale of medicines was subjected to a first point sales tax or VAT. Now, as the medicines are coming to the hospital, they are passing through various stages of distribution, which is normally the case in a VAT distribution economy. And there is a value addition in the form of bringing the medicines to the market and a margin at every stage. So there is a thinking among the revenue that the tax which is inbuilt, because MRP is inclusive of GST, when the hospital is charging the patients the MRP along with the healthcare services, maybe operation or other thing, is the hospital collecting any tax element? Though the advanced rulings have been very clear that the supply of medicine in a healthcare service does not get taxed as goods. So there is no question of that element cropping up, but it is desirable that the ministry comes out with a working paper or a guidelines, particularly having regard to the very important role which the health sector plays these days, that what should be the valuation norms? Because there is no exact valuation norms prescribed for MRP based goods. When those goods get merged with a service which is in turn exempted from GST, the dispute over whether the supply of medicines when getting merged with healthcare services is over. There is no issue and the revenue is fully clear. But having regard to the fact that there is an element of GST inbuilt in the medicine prices, this point and aspect needs to be cleared and a proper valuation paper should be devised by the ministry and circulated so that hospitals across the country, which is playing a very important role, particularly in the context of today's health hazards going on, so there is no interruption. So if something is to be done, then let that be clarified. See, another advanced ruling which took place in Calcutta was that of Vesuvius, India. So Vesuvius actually used to enter into a contract management service under which they used to supply refractories and they used to supervise the production control. And the prices used to be paid based on the quality of the refractories and the charging of the furnace. So initially, the refractories were removed on payment of excise duty from the factory, and any debit note for any additional payment which the applicant used to get was chargeable to excise duty and correspondingly chargeable to sales tax. So, what is the incidence of tax in the GST regime? This was the question which was posed before the Advanced Ruling Authority in West Bengal. And the Advanced Ruling Authority gave the ruling that it is basically a works contract service and a continuous service. So that is not a supply of goods and that should be a service. So issues like that, it is not possible to lay down a guideline for each and every transactions. It is not expected of the government to do that. But time to time, I think as someone's said that the need is to update the FAQs or to refine the FAQs in the context of various challenges, because ways of doing business have changed drastically and it is going to change more. Now, so far that is the situation with regard to service comprising supply of goods and supply of services. Now, even within supply of services, there appears to be non-unanimity in the department, in the sense that one would recollect that in service tax, at some period of time, there was a special category of service for real estate introduced, preferential location services. And as per the clarification of the CPAEC that time, that was subjected to 18%, the 15% or whatever was the service tax rate, full rate of service tax including cess, without the benefit of abatement. Thereafter, Section 66F was introduced in the service tax, and the matter went to the tribunal. I think it was in the case of Logic Infrastructure. So the tribunal ruled that after 66F was introduced, 66F basically dealt with the concept of bundle services. It is same as composite services in GST. So where one service is provided and is integral to the main service, the rate of the taxation of applicable to the main service will apply. So that was the position. The tribunal decision remains unchallenged. Now, when it came to GST, at the first instance, the application, an application for advance ruling was filed, and by the applicant, and it was ruled in favor of the applicant. The department went in for appeal before the advance ruling authority against the ruling. This is very astonishing that the appellate authority of the advance ruling, by a liner, just a line, that this decision of the tribunal pertains to service tax regime and cannot be applied to GST regime. Now that cannot be a principles of indirect taxation, because what was applicable under the same concept of a bundle service is applicable to a composite service comprising purely of various services. So, because when I am entering into an agreement, the buyer is selecting the flat, the floor, the vastu direction, and getting charged for that. In the agreement, everything is built up. So that unless he selects the flat, then I cannot sell the flat. I cannot sell into an agreement. So automatically it becomes an integral part. So I think it's very desirable that the ministry comes out with a clarification on this composite service issues, where there is a combination of goods and services, and where there is a interplay of services only, because the real sector is a very critical sector, and housing development is one of the priority economic activity in our country, and it has a enormous impact of cost in the hands of the buyers. So this position needs clarity on this, because once a matter is decided in whatever direction by the court of law or by the tribunal, having attained its finality, under the earlier indirect tax regime, and the principle and the concept gets inbuilt in, that very concept gets inbuilt into the GST regime, that principle laid down by that ruling has no scope for being extinguished. You see, apart from this factor, another very challenging issue, which I feel people are not daring to talk about, is the import of concept of related person in GST. Related person was applicable only in excise. It was not applicable for sales tax. It is not applicable for service tax. Now the concept of related person has been inbuilt into GST. So, and the law says that even if you are not charging any consideration or collecting any consideration from a person who is related to you, you need to pay GST on that. You see, I've experienced this myself, that in a group where I work, some of the subsidiaries made a request that due to the pandemic, the income scenario has got worsened. So you waive this particular charge, which is laid down in a contract for, say, 6 months. So what we did, we waived that charge entirely or partially, as was the case, but we paid GST on the original amount, because that is the law. Now, lending a brand, giving corporate guarantee on behalf of subsidiary companies, and if you are collecting charges, there is no two way about it. One has to pay GST. The law is very clear. But even if one, due to some business requirement or needs, one is not charging from a related entity, any amount for any supply of service, then also GST is to be paid. There is no escape on this. And this fact has to be very well understood by the assessees, where the recipient of service is entitled to input tax credit, even if there is no consideration, the recipient is entitled to input tax credit. So an overall view of the entire group has to be taken on the impact of such GST. But there cannot be any question of non-payment of GST. See, we have already experiencing a lot of difficulty where, the head office is providing service to branches. And I think there's some advanced ruling which has laid down that HR services, accounting services, which are provided by the head office is to branches. The head office has to pay GST and collect it from the branches. Now see, apart from the fact, because see, its entire service concept is very abstract. It's an intangible concept, not easily distinguishable as goods that you can easily identify and pay tax. And so many activities get merged. So it is very important to identify these activities. The other concept which in alliance to related person has been introduced is the concept of distinct person, which is branches and employees. Now, various provisions are there governing the charging of GST on provision of services by the employer to the employee. The services rendered by an employee in the course of employment to the employer is excluded from the ambit of GST altogether. But when an employer, for example, it is mentioned that if you are giving gifts exceeding rupees 50,000 to an employee in a financial year, then that is chargeable to GST. So the employer is liable to pay GST because he is supplying the services. The question is what constitutes a gift? That has to be understood. If there is any corresponding element of service, for example, if I am giving, the employer is giving an incentive or an ex gratia in lieu of the performance of the employee, specifically covered by a written document, then it appears that it does not fall within the concept of gift. Gift is something that, say, in Diwali, I give the employees a watch. That is something which is gift. But a gift has to be voluntary. It cannot be in lieu of a service. So these are certain concepts which need to be introduced. Various organizations, they have this system of providing meals. For example, in factories, they provide meals to the employees. In hotels, the hotel itself is such an industry that people working round the clock, they get the meals from the employer. That may be at a subsidized rate or whatever rate. But the problem is that as soon as you charge something as a consideration, maybe 10 rupees for a 50 rupees meal, then the employer is liable to pay GST on that 50 rupees because that is the market value. But if I am not charging anything, then by virtue of the clarification issued by the ministry, if that is embodied in the terms and conditions of employment or in the service rules that the employees will be provided free meals, then GST is not applicable. So the concept of related person, which I find according to my experience is not being properly dealt with in the desired depth by the assessees, needs to be gone into, because this is a very critical concept which can, offset many equations. So Rahul, I'll end on that because I thought that these two practical aspects would be of relevance in the context of what we are discussing. And as requested also that the ministry may kindly take note of these issues and to have a very stable indirect tax regime in the form of GST, have the necessary clarification issued on these topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Devasita. I think that was very, very insightful and very, very timely. Also, health sector, as you know, we are all facing pandemic for the past 2 years, and of course, these problems would be there. In fact, your suggestion on the ministry, I think there is now a tendency at the GST Council where there's a group of ministers which is formed. In May, we had one formed on lottery, casinos, and gaming, online gaming, where they have formed for valuation issues. I think your point is very valid, and as part of the institute's representation to the government, we will definitely add these points as well, both the related party transactions and the bundle supplies or the healthcare issues that you raised. Thank you so much, Devasita, for your insightful talk. Now I move to the last panelist, Mr. B.M. Gupta. He's the youngest amongst us in the panel, and all waiting for to fire his presentation. Over to you, B.M. Gupta. Over to you. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you, Rahul. And thank you, Dr. Murali Krishna Garu, for joining the session today in spite of your busy schedule. So without wasting much time, I am sharing my presentation and we can discuss on the challenges which are faced by the taxpayers when it comes to the tech side of the GST. So here, what is happening in India, if you see, right, as it has been rightly pointed out that we had the rollout of GST and then it was working fine. And once the return filing has started, then people started facing certain challenges. Yes, compared to the initial days of rollout of GST, the things have streamlined a lot. And if you see here on the screen, a lot has been done on the tech side, basically. So if you see here, the number of taxpayers has increased almost double from 65 lakhs, around 65 lakhs to 1.28 crores. And the total number of returns filed is a whooping 68.09 crores. That is the highest number I've seen across the globe for any of the taxation system. And e-way bills, almost 200 crores e-way bills have been generated seamlessly. I could not see any user complaining. Once in a while, I could see certain small issues, but it is very, very good. And then total invoices upload is also very huge number. 1,275 crores invoices have been uploaded. And of all the e-invoices which has been started from 1st of October 2020, we have already crossed 62 crore e-invoices being issued. I worked on the Latin American countries taxation also way back into early 2000. Even there, it took a lot of time for them to progress, but we have achieved it at a very, very short span of time, and that too seamlessly. And coming to the e-way bill, as we have seen that, it is a very tremendous progress. And with e-invoice coming in place, we need to see how it is going to happen. And to eliminate misuse of the system, we are tightly integrated from all the angles. Previously, there were certain challenges. Now, with the e-way bill being integrated with the RFIDs and the FASTag system, the departmental officer on his mobile phone can easily figure out what is the passage of the truck or the vehicle and which is the nearest check post and when it has crossed. So this way, it becomes very easy to catch hold of the black sheep in the whole ecosystem. And of course, these are the notifications which are being issued from time to time. But predominantly, many of them are related to the return filing due date. So we need not worry much. And now, if you see, the numbers are also coming down slowly, basically. So nowadays, we hardly have one notification for 2 days, which was very high in the initial days of rollout of GST. That means the systems are stabilizing and people are adopting to the change seamlessly. And coming to the challenges, it all started with a single day due date of filing of the GST returns. But because of the load, because of the attitude of our people, chalta hai, abhi bhi time hai. Everybody are flocking at the 11th hour for filing of the return. That has created certain pressure because any system has limitations. And if all 1 crore people or 2 crore people log in simultaneously at the same time, they're bound to crash. That is what we have seen it in the initial days. But now that has been changed. One is staggering the dates, and second one is on increasing the capacity of the servers. They've doubled the capacity of the servers. That is a good thing, basically. But this is posing some problem for the taxpayers who are having multi-state operations, basically. So how best we need to do that? We need to see that. And if I need to make any changes on the core fields or non-core fields, basically. If I'm a company having registrations in multiple states, I'm bound to take multiple registrations across the state. If I need to change a director, I need to go and change the director in all the 30 states where I have the registration. If that becomes a challenge for me, because 30 times I need to log in with 30 different login IDs, submit the documentation. Same document is getting submitted repeatedly. So the way we have it in the e-waybill portal, role-based and user-based, if that is made available on the GST portal, that is going to save a lot of time actually. And duplication can be avoided or minimized. And the fourth one I could see is amendment of the invoices. Yes, this is a very good provision for amendment of the invoices. But the challenge is even after the filing of the annual returns, it is being enabled sometimes. So once reporting has happened and enabling the amendment of a return will always give the numbers a different picture basically. Again, for the annual return we have filed, we need to make one more reconciliation statement. That becomes a challenge. And especially with the rollout of GSTR 2A and 2B, what we have seen is in case if I have updated the GSTR number wrongly at the first instance of filing my GSTR 1, it gets updated to the GSTR 2B or 2A of my vendor, of my recipient wrongly. But subsequently, my team realizes and updates the correct GSTR number. Now it is getting reflected in both the returns basically. Of course, we do understand GSTR 2B because it is a static return that cannot be changed. But in 2A also, we have observed these issues periodically again. So that needs to be fixed. And matching has become really a cumbersome process, especially with the provisional credit right. Ashok Nawasar has rightly pointed out, again, it is overruling the provisions of the law through a notification, and multiple high courts have already given that it is ultra constitutional. So we need to see that how best it can be done, and the initial framework, what has been designed, proposed, envisaged, where the taxpayer will accept, reject, or keep it pending. If that comes into picture, that will be very easy and taxpayers will have a total control on the things. Here, I would like to share one more thing also. I work very constantly on the Malaysian GST. There, matching used to be done automatically by the system. Yes, we do understand compared to the number of taxpayers in Malaysia and compared to the taxpayers in India. There, both the buyers and sellers have to upload their purchase registers and sales register based on the given format, and system will do the matching and give it back to the taxpayers so that they can avail the credit. So if that is allowed, at least for the MSME sector, I know it is a big challenge, but on tech side, nothing is impossible. We can do that. So that will save a lot of time for the small taxpayers. And the sixth point is integration with other portals. We have seen, especially in the processing of refunds with the payment of duty, where the taxpayer has to enter the tax invoice number correctly on the table 6 of the GSTR 1. So there we have a limitation of 16 characters or 16 digits, which can be alphanumeric. But when we generate the shipping bill and submit the data with the IceGate portal, at that point of time, there is no restrictions on the invoice numbers being displayed, entered there. So what is happening if the taxpayer enters a wrong invoice number, which is more than 16 characters, the shipping bill is generated with that. And when the taxpayer enters the same invoice number on the GST portal, it does not get processed. And it gives an error message SB0005. Again, the taxpayer has to go to the IceGate portal, file a separate application, pay a nominal amount, and get it rectified. So to avoid all these challenges, as integration is taking place, it would be very good to have similar set of validations what we have on the GST portal on the IceGate systems also. This will avoid duplication, and the exporters and especially the merchant exporters, they will be getting their funds instantaneously. Yes, what I have seen it is if all the data is correct, the funds are being processed and released immediately, especially when we do it with the payment of taxes. And new returns is the need of the hour. What has been envisaged is totally different what has been rolled out on the GST portal. The initial thing was very clear. Suppliers have to file their GSTR1, which gets reflected in their GSTR2. The recipient has to go accept or do that stuff. And then the liability is determined, and ITC, whatever he can claim it, will be reflected in the GSTR3. That was the best process to have it. But because of the initial system changes and adoption, we had challenges that got deferred. And then we had an interim return 3B. Now that has become more or less like a permanent return with a retrospective notification given by the GST Council recently. Now, because of the time lag and all these things, this has become a huge hurdle. So I should not say that it's a new return. We should switch back to the old return format which has been envisaged. Even the draft reports which have been released way back in 2015-16 by the Minister of Finance talks the same language. But because of the system challenges, we have gone for this 3B and then 2A, 2B. This is creating some confusion for the small taxpayers, and it is also increasing the workload for the tax professionals. Then Tran 1 issues. Yes, Tran 1 duties has been lapsed long back. But some of the taxpayers could not file their Tran 1 returns either because of the tech issues where they are able to log in but they're not able to submit it, or they have wrongly reported it under various heads basically. Now, since correction is not allowed and department is not even passing on that refund basically or credit to the ITC ledger, this is again a big challenge for the taxpayers because their funds are getting blocked in this context. The GST Council has nominated a team of officials, and then all the taxpayers who are having these issues, their data has been submitted. 3-4 rounds of deliberations have happened, and for some of the taxpayers, the ITC, the Tran 1 credit has been transferred to the ITC from their erstwhile tax regimes. But still, we could see even after 4 years, some of the taxpayers are having these challenges, especially the pandemic time. Cash is very critical, and if they have this credit, they can easily tide over these crisis basically. So Tran 1 credit issues have to be addressed at the earliest. And we also have the IT grievances cell nominated by all the states. Many a times we go there, in some states we get a very good response, and in some states we get a lukewarm response. That is also posing a challenge for the taxpayers. And the process or the SOPs, what needs to be given to all the department officers, be it central or state, it should be same basically. That is what we feel as a professional. In one state, I've seen it. For one of the clients, we filed the refund application. There was a deficiency memo issued, and then we submitted the details and refund got processed. Similarly, in another state, a deficiency memo was issued because of some lacuna in the information, and we were asked to submit the refund application again. So both were with payment of without payment of taxes. So this is the challenge we have basically, especially for the professionals who work multi-state where they have their clientele across. First thing when we talk to the clientele is what is the issue. Then we talk to the officer, try to understand, explain him. Sometimes it works and sometimes it does not work. So SOPs should be given and they should be followed across the state, across the country, same basically. This will avoid hassles and challenges for the taxpayers. Then HSN at invoice level. This is what has been initially envisaged on the GST returns when they gave the return formats basically, draft return formats. But just before 2 months or 45 days of the rollout of GST, the HSN number at the invoice has been removed and gave it at a summary level. The intention may be to give a seamless experience to the taxpayers who are not used to the online filing of returns. But with 4 years of time spannings passing, and then people are matured and people are able to handle all these things, I feel, or we feel strongly, that these action levels should be brought in. One, whatever the input tax credit which some of the errant taxpayers are taking, that can be tracked because of the HSN being uploaded at the invoice revenue itself. That will plug in the revenue leakages. Number two, to enable the small taxpayers to adopt to the digital ecosystem, the government has already provided free accounting and billing softwares for GST actually. GST already has that. So sensitization has to be made in that concept, and then small taxpayers can adopt them, and that is seamless basically. The transaction filing system and return filing system are same. So there will not be much challenges. With minor changes, the returns can be filed. And the next 2 points which I'm going to deliberate are predominantly on the annual returns. So in the annual return, many a times I've seen that, especially in the initial days of rollout of GST 17, 18, 18, 19, many of the taxpayers have taken credit wrongly. For CGST and SGST, they have accounted it in IGST. And these were identified at the time of audit and the filing of the annual returns by the professionals. And there we never had a room to interchange the accounting heads basically, many a times basically. And sometimes if I missed out taking any input tax credit, we don't have a provision to claim back that additional input tax credit. We have a provision to discharge the additional liability. But unfortunately, to claim additional input tax credit which has been missed out, genuine, and all the provisions of the law have been met, there we don't have the provision. So that is becoming a challenge for some of the taxpayers, and they're losing interest or ITC benefit also on that. Second, the second last one I could see is in some of the states or for some of the taxpayers, the notices have been issued, but they're not able to download it. And when tickets have been raised to the GST portal, we get a standard answer. These are general notices issued. You need not worry. If a notice is issued, the taxpayer should be able to download it, view it, and if he has to take any action, even though it is system generated, he has to take that action, and it will be recorded for future references. And in some places, we could see that notices also are being issued manually. This is also posing a challenge for the taxpayers, because many of the small taxpayers, they don't look into their emails regularly. So again, the due dates will be lapsed and replying will be a challenge. So these are some of the challenges which I could see on the GST portal, and they can be improvised so that we reach 100% of one nation, one market. And for doing all these things, what we discussed, some changes have to be made on the GST portal. And now, since it is 4 years and we have experts from the department as well as from the professional community, especially the CMS, we can have a committee being formed up where all these issues can be discussed and a solution can be provided. And the GST portal should be working in line with the provisions of the law. Linking of credit notes to tax invoices has been done a long back, but that has been implemented almost a gap of after 1 year. So all the changes on the portal has to be with immediate effect rather than a staggered effect or at a later date. That will pose challenges for the trade and industry, especially in the pandemic-like situation where we are seeing a lot of disruptions. And return filing can be made more simple. And today we have this QRMP scheme, quarterly returns and monthly payment. Here we don't see much value addition. If I am not wrong, hardly 2 or 3% of the small taxpayers have adopted to this system. Instead of having such different mechanisms and all these things, we can deliberate and have a simple system for return filing so that it is common for the small taxpayers as well as the large taxpayers. So this is what I have to share, Rahulji.
Yeah, so thank you, PM. Very well articulated again. I think points well taken. I think what is important for all of us is to see that in the fifth year is the most action year. We take all the course corrections, and I think the point on returns. I think as a person who's seen federal taxes so closely in other countries, if one change, which could be if I'm given one password and one username to file returns for all the 29 states and 7, 8 union territories, that one change itself will be a big thing for me. Because if you come to think of it, in the VAT, good VAT days, we also had so many portals to be visited at different dates, different usernames, passwords, and all of that. I think one step at a time, as we have seen in the GST journey, this is something which is very useful. So, BM, I think all these suggestions are well received. We will make it a point that through the Institute of Cost Accountants, we reach this out to the Ministry of Finance. I think with that, I will hand over to Dr. Murli Krishna for his parting remarks. If we can again address this, and then we can move on in the program. Over to you, Dr. Krishna.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
I went through the detailed presentations and all that. It was very well. I know there are so many issues has to be taken further forward, and I will see to that. We'll see to that these issues are resolved at the earliest, and particularly presentations pertain to the hurdles. That particular slide, so the novel sir has presented. It was beautifully illustrated. What are all the hindrances we have to claim the input tax? Certainly, we'll see to that home policy people will take into that account and look into that. And coming to that, another this way forward. I just was going through the particular presentation also. How it can be solved with making a committee of professionals to look into the issues and simplifying the returns, and so that with the gain of experience from the professional side as from the official side, we can join as a team and we can work together. That's a very good takeaway. I can look into this, and particularly this ITC blocking issue and input tax credit. If you ask me in a personal note, there should not be any exemptions. There should not be any restrictions. But it is not the. I think that the next gen of GST reforms will be they're taking out the exemptions and taking out restrictions. Let us go for what we learned in the last so many years. I think future reforms, I think these things will be taken care of. I always insist, as we never had any issues in e-way bill or e-invoicing platforms. Similarly, I hope GST and also will should learn lessons out of this and make Infosys vendors to come online and to understand the law. Question, as I have understood, because in the last 10 years I'm in the governance, e-governance, I can understand unless until the technology partner understand the law, you can't give a better platform. This is my strong belief, and we experience, particularly in Karnataka with NIC. Karnataka is our software provider and our partner, technology partner. We have seen in or the e-invoicing implementation there, the software program writer, and they have implemented so well. We haven't come across any issues. Why I'm trying to tell you, being a e-way bill nodal officer of state of Karnataka, till in the last 3.5 years, I haven't got any grievances pertaining to the technological aspects. I got the grievances at EBB04 only pertain to our office's performance, our office's issues, not because of the technological issues at all. So with these few notes, I would like to say it's a very good platform for discussion, and hope for the next sessions to come through and give a fruitful results to this particular GST Day celebrations. Over to the
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the panelists for being in this session, and thank you all the audience for listening very patiently. Over to the organizers for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the department, Tax Research Department of the Institute, I like to say thanks to Dr. B.V. Murali Krishna sir, Additional Commissioner of Commercial Taxes, Bengaluru, Government of Karnataka. My thanks to CMA Rahul Renavikar sir for moderating the session so nicely, and our special thanks to CMA Ashok Nawal sir, CMA Devashish Ghosh sir, and CMA BM Gupta sir, the speakers of this session, and especially all these eminent persons have been guiding us in all the matters of our department, working of our department. So our special thanks to all of them. Now we'll be moving towards the next session, way forward GST towards Atmanirbhar. Before we move on to the next session, we have an announcement for all our members and viewers here. We are glad to share that Honorable Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji has sent one message for us, one greetings message. I would request our Chairman, Indirect Taxation Committee, CMA Chittoranjan Chattopadhyay sir, to please read out the message for our viewers and members. Requesting my team members to kindly share the message on the screen. Chairman sir, please.
Thank you, CMA Rajat Basu. It is really a great, feelings for us on this day of observance of GST Day. We have already come to know the reason for our finance minister why she could not join today. But we are really elated and we are really grateful to our Minister of Finance, Honorable Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, that she has given us a greetings message for this observance of this GST Day in presence of our thousands of our members in India and across the world who are observing this GST Day with us. And we are very much elated to have our chairman of the next session also, CMA A.K. Tiwari sir. It's my great, privilege that you are with your various schedules. You have been able to just come for your great love and affection for this profession. Sir, you are a source of inspiration also, sir. And all my panelists and all the, attendees who are participating in this program. I am just reading out the message. I am taking the privilege to read out the message from Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, the Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, this 1st July 2021. I am happy to note that the Institute of Cost Accountants of India is commemorating the GST Day on 1st July 2021 by organizing national webinar on the theme, The Journey of GST and Way Forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today, CMAs are contributing extensively towards nation building, especially the Atmanirbhar Bharat, by way of continuous program on various topics, including GST, the biggest indirect tax reform in the country. GST is founded on the notion of one nation, one market, one tax, which is helped and will be helpful to trade and industry, thereby putting the Indian economy on a trajectory path to attain a $5 trillion economy by 2025, despite the prevailing pandemic situation. The Institute of Cost Accountants of India has been contributing positively in the field of taxation. The activities undertaken by the Institute, like conducting regular webinars, seminars, various courses, are helping different stakeholders, including the members, tax professionals throughout the country, to unlearn and relearn new subjects which are need of the hour to survive in the new normal. Such initiatives also help the industries to adapt to the new processes and technologies to make the goods and services more competitive in the international market. The Institute continues to provide support to the government on various reforms by submitting recommendations, suggestions for effective implementation and rollout. Glad to know that the Institute has released 11 handbooks on GST till date and published 91 fortnightly tax bulletin since 2017. Best wishes for future endeavor of the Institute. Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, I am grateful. We are thankful to Madam for giving us this message of inspiration, and we assure that we will be contributing to the cause of the nation's growth through participation in the various reforms made by our government. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we will be moving forward to our next session. I would request my colleague in the department, CMA Tinku Ghosdas, to take us forward with the next session. শোনা যাচ্ছে না. You just unmute yourself. Viewers, we are taking just a minute's time because of some technical glitches. Please be with us. In this session, the topic of the panel discussion is Way Forward GST towards Atmanirbhar. And we have with us CMA AK Tiwari sir, Director Finance, GAIL. We have CMA Vaman Parkhi sir, Partner Indirect Tax, KPMG India, as the moderator of the session. CMA AK Tiwari sir, I want to welcome CMA AK Tiwari sir, Director Finance GAIL, into our session as a chairman of this session. Sir, a hearty welcome to you, sir. Welcome to CMA Vaman Parkhi sir, Partner Indirect Tax, KPMG India. He'll be the moderator of the session. Sir, a hearty welcome to you, sir. We have with us CMA Sanjay Bhargave, Practicing Cost Accountant. CMA Vishwanath Bhatt, Practicing Cost Accountant. And CMA SP Padi, Practicing Cost Accountant. As speaker of this session, CMA Sanjay Bhargave sir, welcome. Welcome to CMA Vishwanath Bhatt sir, and welcome to CMA SP Padi sir. I would take this opportunity to say here that all these three speakers are have been helping us and guiding us in all the activities of our department. So we are grateful to all these three speakers. So now I would request CMA Tinku Ghosdas to kindly take us forward with the brief profile of all the dignitaries present in this session. Tinku, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have Sri A.K. Tiwari sir with us as a chairperson of this panel discussion. Sri A.K. Tiwari sir is Director Finance of GAIL India Limited, Maharatna PSU. He has rich and wide experience of over 38 years of working in various power, oil and gas, and city gas distribution sectors. He has also steered prestigious project Jagdishpur, Haldia and Bokaro Dhamra pipeline, popularly known as Pradhan Mantri Urja Ganga. Apart from GAIL, Sri Tiwari also holds the position of director in GAIL Gas Limited, Green Gas Limited, Bhagyanagar Gas Limited, GAIL Gas USA Incorporation, and GAIL Global USA LNG LIC, and has ensured effective, sustainable, strategic, and result-oriented decision-making in board functioning. He has also contributed in formulation of LNG, RLNG sourcing and sales policy with an objective to build up synergy in the transaction and mitigating the risk as well as hedging of the underlying assets. He has given direction towards merger of Konkan LNG to acquire LNG terminal of 5 MMTPA of strategic importance for GAIL. He has also been actively involved in investor relations and interactions with analysts fraternity. He is an active member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and the Institute of Directors. Welcome, sir, in our section.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have CMA Vaman Parkhi, sir, as the moderator of this session. He had been a member of Indian Revenue Service IRS for 12 years and has worked in various wings of government, including the Ministry of Finance. He joined consultancy in 2005 Women's area of specialization is customs and GST, besides erstwhile excise duty, service tax, and VAT. As a revenue officer, Waman sir had extensive interaction with various sectors of the Indian economy. He interacted with trade as a first senior level interface, worked in the finance ministry in policy formulation wing, worked as a private secretary to union minister in the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers Power. He also worked in the indirect tax automation wing of the government for 3 years. Vaman sir is also the chairman of the GST committee of Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture and member of Economic Affairs Committee of CII North. During his stay in KPMG over last 15 years, Vaman sir has worked in Delhi and Pune and worked mainly with the auto, manufacturing, capital goods, pharmaceuticals, IT, ITES, services, food products and consumer goods industry. He is also prolific speaker and writer on GST. He has addressed more than 100 conferences on GST. He has written 100 articles under the title GST Pulse over last 2 years, explaining the nuances of Indian GST to his clients and other audience, including government functionaries. Welcome, sir. We have as a speaker our CMA Sanjay Bhargave, sir. Bhargavi sir is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, having 47 years of experience in the fields like journalism, taxation, cost and management accounting, budgeting, materials management, O&M, and implementing advanced management techniques like Kaizen, etc. He was member of School Council, Commerce and Management, Yashwantrao Chavan, Maharashtra Open University, Nasik. He was coordinator of study and designing costing system for Khadi and Village Industries Commission for generation, transmission and distribution of electricity for Maharashtra State Electricity Board. He is also member of Permanent Trade Facilitation Committee established by Customs and Excise Department and Regional Advisory Committee GST Pune Zone and was member of South Asia Federation of Accountants SAFA Committee for improvement in transparency, accountability and governance. He has been awarded PhD by Savitribai Phule Pune University on the subject tax planning as a tool for cost reduction, with special emphasis on central excise and service tax with reference to selected industrial units in and around Pune. Welcome, sir. We have Simi Vishwanath Bhatt, sir, as a speaker in this panel discussion. CMA Vishwanath Bhatt is a practicing cost accountant for over 15 years. He is specialized in costing of electrical, minerals, automobile, garments, solar power industries. Being a practicing cost accountant, many budding CMAs have come out qualified under his guidance. He is well versed in cost accounting, cost audit, budgeting, MIS, VAT, central excise, service tax, income tax, internal audit, and GST. He is the cost auditor of a major public sector company, besides being cost auditor and indirect tax consultant to many private sector and multinational companies. He is presently president of Karnataka State Cost Accountants Association. He has delivered lectures on GST, VAT, and cost accounting record rules in Bangalore chapter of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, Management Institutions, FKCCI, and other national level seminars of ICAI. He has played a key role in including cost accountants to take up audit of the accounts of cooperative societies in the state of Karnataka. Welcome, sir, to our panel discussion. We have CMA SP Padhi sir as a speaker of this panel discussion. CMA Shiva Prasad Padhi sir has done his masters in commerce as well as masters in business administration in finance area. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Insurance Institute of India, and an associate member of IIISLA. He is currently practicing as a cost and management accountant and based at Bhubaneswar, Odisha. His focus area is GST and general insurance. Welcome to you, sir. Now, I would request CMA AK Tiwari, sir, our chairperson of this panel discussion, to have his address, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Tinku. Thank you very much for nice introduction. I welcome. Yeah, am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Nice introduction by you, madam. I welcome once again to Vaman Parkhi ji, Sanjay Bhargav ji, Vishwanath Bhatt ji, and Padi ji, and Chitranjan Chattopadhyay ji. Good afternoon to all of you, and happy Doctors' Day, as well as the Chartered Accountants' Day and the GST Day. So this is the happiest day for us. And the topic which has been chosen is the GST was to be in the Atmanirbhar Bharat, or how it can contribute. So I was just analyzing what to say about it. See, when the GST was introduced in the year 2017 on this day, I mean 1st of July, then the theme was that one nation, one tax. And when we are talking about the Atmanirbhar or Atmanirbhar Bharat, then also the topic is that how we can make it. Now, if we are correlating both GST as well as the Atmanirbhar initiatives which are there by the government, there is a connect. These are the aspirational subjects. And while introducing the GST, we had our aspirational mindset to introduce GST in the country with one tax and one nation. Now, I am not going into the complications or details of the GST because this has been discussed by many panelists, many speakers. I will just give a theme which I am feeling about GST as well as the Atmanirbhar or Atmanirbhar initiative, rather to say, which we are thinking and which we are feeling. Now, why after introduction of the GST, we have created business-friendly environment, simpler and transparent way of dealing with the transactions. This has improved the investment climates, boosted in its exports as well as the boosted manufacturing activities, and reduced the compliance cost, I should say, because cost of compliance are getting less and less by the entities, by the many industries also. So with this aspiration, when we have introduced the GST, and Atmanirbhar initiative is also a aspirational mindset by the people. These initiatives which are there, because I am in KL, I am looking the government initiatives which are there. I'm seeing very closely how the government is following these Atmanirbhar initiatives. So my mission and my message to the people would be that this aspiration of the Atmanirbhar initiative, Atmanirbhar mindset has to be flourished. When we are in
Sorry, sir, your
There
I
is
think
a
your
technical failure.
connectivity has got some problem. Please check it, sir, at your end.
think there is a technical glitch there.
Sir, otherwise Parky sir can continue. Then Waman Parky sir.
Should we wait for maybe 1 or 2 minutes if he is able to, Mr. Tiwari is able to log in again? Otherwise, I'll start.
Yeah, that is better, I think.
That we should not import more and more. Our import will be less and less, and we should be manufacturing in India more and more. In GAIL, I would just like to share here that whatever the pipes we are purchasing, we are trying to have domestic manufacturers who are producing in the country. We have launched with the oil and gas sector has launched the domestic policy of purchasing as well as hiring the contractors. And if you go to the site of EIL, we have initiative of the Lakshya Bharat. Lakshya Bharat is the one initiative where all the oil and gas sectors have pulled together, and they are trying to pull up all the requirement of the oil and gas sectors, and we are trying to have the manufacturing in the country. This is one initiative which the oil and gas sector has taken, and you can see well in the site of EIL, and we are all part of that. All oil and gas sectors, Indian Oil, ONGC, GAIL, and others. Similarly, my suggestion to the industry would be that if you want to be Atmanirbhar, then all the sectors, be in the agriculture or food processing or defense, we have to manufacture in India. We have to produce in India. Our industry should be in India. And then the mission of the GST and further development in the country could be achieved. So Atmanirbhar will be the enabler for the GST as well as the growth complement. Means growth can be achieved if we are having more and more Atmanirbhar initiatives in the country. Two things I would like to share that the plan of the government to have more and more capex and more domestically usage of the domestically produced product which are there is going to boost the GST collection, and the data shows that we are well for collection of the GST which are there, which was planned by the government. And during the pandemic or these COVID situations, certain slashes were there, but we are very confident that with this both Atmanirbhar as well as the initiatives is going to give a boost. So my theme for the panel they are going to discuss would be that how we can create a Atmanirbhar mindset in the country. That should be the first point. And if we are having the Atmanirbhar mindset, then GST is not going to anyway. It will be in the country only. And complications are there at present also in the GST implementation, but these are the technical issues which are going to be solved and which has been solved. So now I hand over to the panelists for further discussion with the theme how we are going to create the Atmanirbhar mindset in the country so that we can progress well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, CMA Tiwari, sir. Really important points that you talked about. You talked about Atmanirbhar as an enabler and that mindset we need to have. And when I actually heard about this topic, that GST towards Atmanirbhar, I was thinking that what is all that could be covered, because we know about Atmanirbhar Bharat, we know about PLI schemes which government has introduced, we know about various initiatives government introduced in the last 1 year. But for GST, what is Atmanirbhar? And when I was just thinking that who are the stakeholders in GST, and then I realized that okay, the most important stakeholder is government. What does government need to do to become Atmanirbhar with respect to GST? And then my mind went back to 2004 when Kelkar committee report had come to the fore. And Dr. Kelkar had suggested two major changes in the fiscal atmosphere in the country. He said that there should be a value added tax across the country, which will be a GST. And the second one was direct tax code. So there should be a rewriting of the whole direct tax legislation. The second one we never saw, but the first one at least came after 13 years of Dr. Kelkar giving this. And what was the purpose of this suggestion? The purpose of this suggestion was to get more revenues for the government. Many times people believe that GST was a charitable activity of government of India to uh, make business ease of business, etc., etc. These are the fallouts of GST. The main purpose was to actually capture all value addition in the country and get more revenues. When I talk about Atmanirbhar for the government, I talk about whether government is getting revenues that it wants, whether government is able to control evasion of taxes. So whether invoice matching is really having its own effect, whether government is able to reduce the pain to the assessees, pain to the taxpayers, so that they are able to contribute more towards the economy, whether the MSMEs are affected because of GST simplification, or in fact they are worst off uh, from GST, because all this will mean Atmanirbhar from the government's perspective. Another stakeholder is taxpayer himself, the companies. Many of you would be coming to working with these companies. Many of you would be advising these companies. What would Atmanirbhar for these companies with respect to GST mean? It will mean that would companies reduce their reliance on the consultants? If they have to do that, do they have to do something? If they have to do something, what is that they need to do? They need to perhaps have a better control mechanisms. They would have to have their SOPs defined. They will have to go in for automation so that they rely on technology than on human beings. Now, these are the aspects of self-reliance from the taxpayer's perspective. Another self-reliance will be, can they bring certainty to their operations? Now, there is one major facilitation which government stately has given is advanced rulings. Now, can get to the Atmanirbhar? And last was all of you and me, CMAs, the cost and management accountants. How can we become Atmanirbhar and be in that context of GST? How can we create value to clients? How do we update ourselves on GST? How can we help our clients becoming Atmanirbhar when they face GST audits? So these are the different topics my panelists are going to discuss today. This is what we want to cover in Atmanirbhar, GST towards Atmanirbhar. The plan is that my panelists would speak for 7 to 10 minutes. I'll knock on the door once they cross 8 minutes. And we want to have a more vigorously discussion once the panelists put their initial comments. Now, this discussion will not be like 9 o'clock discussions, which many of you are used to. I will allow my panelists to speak. I will not talk over them. And we will have sides, Bhargav sir. Please come out with your opinion also when we get into the question and answer session. Over to you, Mr. Bhargave, for your views on the Atmanirbhar GST and GST. Bhargav sir, are you able to connect? If not, can I request Pari sir to? Okay, I think he's able to.
Yes, Bhargav sir, are you there? Could you connect, sir?
I think Pari sir, if you can start, and then maybe we can.
I have already joined. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
yes, sir,
audible?
you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
So, after Bhargav sir, Padi sir, I will request you to join. So, I will not spend time in handing over. And after Padi sir, I will request Bhatt sir to give his comments. So, we'll go in one blast, one after other, and then we'll start with the questions.
Thank you, Parki sir. Without spending much time in the formalities, we'll come directly to the subject. You have given me 7 minutes to restrict my basically points in those 7 minutes. First of all, let us try to understand what is the meaning of Atmanirbhar. And then how can we connect it with the GST and with the taxpayers? That's a second step. But Atmanirbhar is basically a Sanskrit word, and the meaning of the Atmanirbhar is self-reliant, self-supporting, self-sufficient, or self-sustaining. Now, everybody would definitely love to become to be an Atmanirbhar, because nobody wants to depend on others for the small and little things. And at the same time, that Atmanirbharta should be in a good spirit, I would say, not at the cost of the others. Now, to become Atmanirbhar, in my opinion, the first and foremost important step is Atma Parikshan, that is introspection. Try to look into the basics of the GST law. Try to look into the basic procedures of the GST law. And there are certain gaps. Try to bridge those gaps, and then only the Atmanirbharta can be achieved. That is my opinion. Now, as Parki sir has rightly mentioned, that who are the major stakeholders? That is government. I would say there are three major stakeholders. One is government, another is taxpayers, and the third is we professionals. Professional role is something like a catalyst, basically understand the provisions and guide their clients in a proper way. But if I to basically look from the government's perspective, whether the government or whether we have achieved the one nation, one tax concept, and here itself, I feel that the one more tax reform is required. Of course, tax reform is a continuous process, but the one more tax reform is required for the simple reason that certain important products like petroleum products, gas and other products, they are kept out of the purview of the GST. In the process, what happens that these products are chargeable to excise duty and VAT. But the enterprises, the companies dealing in these products, they also have a lot of services. They procure capital goods, which is subject to GST. And the credit of the GST is not available for the payment, cannot be utilized for the payment of excise duty and VAT. What happens that it means there is a cascading effect, and the taxes that the GST paid by these organizations cannot be utilized for payment of taxes. Ultimately, it results in increase in the cost. And if these products are also brought in the net of the GST, or if the ITC is made interchangeable, then probably the prices of the petrol, diesel, and gases also will come down by at least 4.5% to 5%. That is my perception. So this is one area which the government needs to understand. It is going to benefit the companies as well as the general public also, because if petrol prices are reduced, it's going to basically reduce the cost of transportation and many other things. So that is one area which, in my opinion, to move towards one nation one tax concept, one step has to be taken in this area. The second area, I would say that after introduction of the GST, the state should not be permitted to levy any extra cess or tax. Otherwise, the basic concept of the one nation, one tax is going to be defeated. Recently, one of the states has introduced a cess for the flood relief. Now, if other states also start following this pattern, then again will not be achieving our goal and becoming Atmanirbhar. These are the basically two areas which I would like to point out, that these are the policy decisions, but these need to be basically reviewed and revisited by the government. As far as the law is concerned, yes, the concept of cascading effect, whether it is fully eliminated, the answer is to some extent it is not eliminated. To a major extent, it is eliminated. Why it is not eliminated, the cascading effect? Because of the block credit concept. If the VAT concept of the value-added tax is to be achieved, then the credit should be allowed on all the goods and services, irrespective of canteen services and transportation services. Ultimately, these services are also used for the purpose of business only. So I really do not understand the logic behind not allowing the credit on such services. Now, second thing also, the procedural aspects also, my other speakers also have basically pointed out certain pain areas. But there are two pain areas I would like to mention which were not pointed out by the other panelists. One is, many a times taxpayers make mistakes in payment of taxes. Instead of IGST, they pay CGST and SGST. Now, to rectify that, the taxpayer has to pay the tax under correct code, and then only he can claim the refund from the department. And again, claiming the refund from the department, how it is painful or how you can enjoy, that is that everybody knows. I need not comment it on that. But a simple return can be introduced, a simple format can be introduced, and the accounting adjustment can be done by government itself in their system and in their office also. So these type of things also need to be addressed by the government to make or to achieve the concept of ease of doing business. Then other areas are also there, that because of my supplier's default, why the taxes are recovered from me. Anyway, I have paid the taxes to the vendor. If he has not paid the taxes, it is the duty of the department to recover the taxes from the taxpayer or from the registered person. If they cannot do the duty, then why the assessees and why the taxpayer should be penalized? That is my basic worry. And if these areas are addressed properly, if there are many more pain areas. If the pain areas are addressed in the positive manner, I think we'll be taking major steps towards Atmanirbhar. The second is basically taxpayers. And to become taxpayers, to become Atmanirbhar, the taxpayers need to change their mindset. So far, last 4 years, the focus was on the compliance. Now it is high time to change the focus from the compliance to internal control, from compliance to value creation. And in value creation and value addition, the cost accountants can play a major role. That is my opinion. Now, how they can play a major role, how to move towards Atmanirbhar concept by the taxpayers, that also will be discussing in this session only. So I think I have made certain points. Other points can be basically discussed through questions and answers. I hand it over to Sri Parki sir for the further proceedings.
Okay, I request Pari sir to take over.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the chairman of the session and the moderator and the esteemed panelists. In fact, it has been a wonderful day so far. Good amount of learning from the experts, dignitaries. In fact, when we look at particularly GST in relation to Atmanirbhar, I always think and tell myself that they are quite mutual. Probably GST is creating a platform to make India Atmanirbhar, whether it is digital India, whether it is make in India, or whether it is made in India, or whether it is a 5 trillion economy by 2025. Whatever we talk about the economy or the country as a whole, without GST, probably we cannot think about it. It is discussed in the morning that in some parameters we have 50% achievement. In some parameters, the achievement is 70%. In some parameters, achievement is up to 90%. Respected Date sir and respected Noel sir. But GST is only a 4-year-old baby, and probably it is going to stay at least for 100 years. So even 50 to ranging from 50 to 90% of achievement in certain parameters over a period of 4 years is still commendable, I believe. Now, I'll be very specific about my observation as far as GST in relation to Atmanirbhar. The very first thing that we talk about from the day one is ease of doing business. The kind of architecture that they have developed, the kind of nomenclature and architecture and platform that they have created in form of GST network, and the kind of course, all our esteemed panelists in the all earlier sessions have already touched upon all the legal aspects and critical aspects. I don't want to touch them in detail, but the starting from transition to registration to return filing to payment of tax, when we talk about ease of doing business, which will make India Atmanirbhar, GST gives that. Ease of doing business was probably in mind of the lawmakers and the tax administrator when they conceived GST, which is particularly befitting the GST as a whole. Then we talk about the cooperative federalism. So nicely, they have brought in the concept of cooperative federalism, without which Atmanirbhar cannot be thought about. Because when we say Atmanirbhar, we are not talking about any particular sector or any particular state or any particular focus area. We are making a holistic coverage of the entire country as a whole, which is possible.
Padi sir, just I think somebody's mic is on. Can you please switch off, because we are not able to hear Mr. Pari. Can everybody switch off the mic?
I think it's okay now.
Okay.
Now, the concept on which this GST framework has been built upon, whether it is cooperative federalism or whether it is enormous use of GST network, can only make India Atmanirbhar in all time to come. Needless to say about the accountability, needless to say about the transparency, and needless to say about the scope of artificial intelligence and data mining and data research, which this GST network, the kind of data or the volume of data which they are processing, India will be made Atmanirbhar with proper utilization, analysis, and use of that data, whether it is in form of tax compliance or arresting tax evasion, or controlling any other sector like goods and services. That is why I mean to say that GST is a catalyst to make an Atmanirbhar India. GST is not only a law, but a catalyst to make Atmanirbhar Bharat. That is my observation number one. My second observation is the role that the stakeholders are playing. All my respected previous speakers have already touched upon many of the areas. Lawmakers, tax administrators, taxpayers, and tax consultants. These are the four pillars when we talk about the GST framework. Now, coming to the lawmakers, it is expected from the lawmakers that if they really want GST to play a more significant role to make Atmanirbhar a reality, then certain things like retrospective amendment, which probably we saw it in the previous tax regime, more so over in the direct tax regime, should be avoided. We should not enter into an era of a host of retrospective amendments. The scope of It is needless to say, India government needs tax, but the tax collection is already increasing with a very encouraging trend, even in difficult times. So we can, in all means, think that the tax collection will be there will be a buoyancy of tax collection maybe once the economy comes into the track. So there is an expectation that the interest should be waived in this difficult time. Lawmakers should seriously think to give a direct help to the taxpayers, manufacturers, by waiving interest, not only by reducing or giving some relaxation of 15 days or 1 month. The charging interest at the rate of 18% itself should be thought about by the lawmakers if they really want, because this is a point of debate, this is a point to discuss. When we are getting fund at, let's say, 10% max or less, why the government should charge us 18%, 24% when there is a violation of rule? So that is something which the lawmakers should essentially look into if they really want to make GST a very supporting tool to make Atmanirbhar Bharat possible. Now, there is a provision of making rating of the taxpayers. Now the system plans has come, probably government should seriously think to not only to rate but also to recognize the taxpayers who are regular and who are good taxpayers. This is what the lawmakers need to take some interest. Coming to the tax administrators, we have already discussed about issue of so-called notice and attachment of properties is now a concern. And one thing which we always discuss in various forums is the tax administrators should change their mindset and should come to the non-filers and late filers seeking the not only seeking the clarification but helping them and reasoning out the difficulty, and to help them either to cancel their registration or to file it by paying the whatever interest or late fee is possible. My concern is the tax administrators are expected to be more taxpayer friendly if they really want to see that GST contributes more in the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Suspension of registration rule 21A. We have seen that the GST officer, in this to this rule can initiate action for suspension of registration by giving no opportunity of being heard if there is a difference in GSTR 3B and GSTR 1. Some tax administrators may misuse it, and in certain cases we have seen that it is going to make a negative impact in the mind of the taxpayers, because now when government thinks that the taxpayers are equally the partners in progress for this nation building, then their concerns should also be taken care of by the tax administrators in certain areas. Particularly coming to the taxpayers, of course, the kind of compliance and the quality of compliance in all whether it is in terms of return filing or appearing before the authorities, replying to the notice, etc., has gone a sea change. So that is what is expected from the taxpayers side, to see that the Atmanirbhar Bharat becomes a reality. And tax consultants, we are already playing a very positive and healthy role to make GST more reachable, more friendly, and more acceptable, not only by the top taxpayers, but also those more than 80% MSMEs who need guidance and handholding even today. Now, coming to the third issue, there are certain areas which MSME in particular are concerned about. Many of these points have already been touched upon. Still, I will say that the AAR, which the taxpayer greatly believed in the concept at the initial phase, is pro-revenue in almost all cases. And the appellate authority for GST, we are also expecting that should be accelerated. Delay in getting refund has already been touched upon by so many learned speakers by now. One last thing which we encounter very often: if we want to make GST a strong force to steer ahead Atmanirbhar, then the grievance redressal system should be very aptly and effectively addressed by the department. Because unless the grievance redressal system should not be limited only to this whatever system we have today. With these opening remarks, I stop here for the time and looking forward to the question answer session. Thank you.
But sir, you are on mute.
Good afternoon to everybody. Chairman of the panel, Sri A.K. Tiwari, moderator, Vaman Parki sir, and co-panelist, seniors, Bhargavi sir, and S.K. Padi sir. And B.B. Goyal sir, he is cleanly observing, and CMA Navneet, CMA Chitoda sir, and all the members. See, Atmanirbhar Bharat and GST. GST, it is a tool of collection of the tax. Government is having so many taxes, like a direct tax, indirect tax, and some other taxes. GST is the one of the tool to collect the tax. What ultimately government needs a money for development. Without money, they can't develop the country. See, there was so many taxes, they are merged into GST. Ultimately, they want to remove the cascading effect. It should be very, very simple, and it should be understood by all the stakeholders, either associates or industry or whatever. And even for consultant, it should be very, very easy. That is the main agenda of the government. Then, if you talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, those who are familiar with Gandhian studies, I think they know very well. Gandhiji, he said, self-reliance is the ultimate agenda of India. Then only we can do something. Now history has repeated. And India has realized without Atmanirbhar, we can't survive for a long time. Then what is the correlation between Atmanirbhar and GST? That is very, very important. Because of complication in the law, so many people, they are not interested in setting up industry. If the tax laws are very easy, people are ready to invest in India. And even local people, people are having a lot of money, they are ready to invest. That is why whatever laws compared to earlier, they have whatever lacuna in earlier law, almost all they have removed, and finally GST they have introduced. There is a plus or minus. Initially, definitely it will come. In long run, one by one, all difficulties they will remove. Then there is a two set of people, industry people, consultant, as well as administrative people. You know very well, always administrative people, they are pro-revenue. See, whatever we have faced in earlier laws, once again we are facing. Somehow we have to convince the government. All these things, unnecessary repetition of earlier lacunas, you should remove all these things. Then definitely we are able to achieve the Atmanirbhar through GST. One nation, one tax, already explained by Bhargavi sir. Once again, I will not explain. There was an agenda, one nation, one tax. Even in GST, there is a multiplicity, little bit. Okay, but in this federal country, without that, we can't manage. Earlier, what we thought actually, GST means one rate, 18% or 15% or 20%. Because of federal structure, we have come with that CGST, SGST, and IGST, UTG, all these things they have come with. Then, after introduction of the GST, if you observe, they have eliminated so many exemption in import. By eliminating the exemption in import, what will happen? Automatically, import will come down, local production will grow up. Definitely, our GST revenue will also go up, no doubt at all. By way of that, they want to support the local industry. Then, regarding advance ruling, you know very well, audit people, when they will come after 4 years or 5 years, by that time, maybe principal amount is 100, interest and penalty will more than 100 rupees. Our assessors are difficult to discharge the principal amount itself, but very difficult to discharge the interest and penalty. That is why they have set up a advance ruling authority to clear all doubts of the assessors in early stage. But at what is happening now, each and every state is having a advance ruling authority. Each and every state, they are pronouncing in their own way. That will create lot of additional litigation. If you are having a single advance ruling authority, branches of advance ruling authority in each and every state, then definitely no problem. They are able to pronounce the very good orders. The intention is to minimize the litigation. That is the whole idea of the government. But it's all depending upon the personal judgment. Depending upon the situation, everything will happen. That is why all contradictory advance ruling we are receiving now. Then minimum number of tax as compared to erstwhile law. We are moving towards the Atmanirbhar. If you see the earlier laws, there was a lot of varieties of taxes. Under VAT, maybe CST or central excise. Lot of taxes within the tax also. Lot of varieties of taxes. Say 14%, 13%, Maharashtra 10%, 12%. Earlier there was a lot of rate of taxes. Now under GST scenario, at least single rate. Say, for example, if the product is taxable 18% in Maharashtra, it is in Karnataka also 18% or somewhere else also 18%. Then reduction of tax evasion. Here I will spend little bit more time, 1 or 2 minutes, not more means I will not spend definitely 10-15 minutes. Earlier, before matching process, before introduction of the GST also, all the states, they have started the matching process. If you match the invoice to invoice, whatever eligible input, 100%, if you match, there is no question of duplication of input tax. Earlier under central excise law, for example, if one invoice, if I account in March, same invoice if I account in April, there was no mechanism to identify the duplication of invoice. Okay, nobody will intentionally do it. Okay, even then there was a loophole. But under GST scenario, if you match 100%, then there is no question of bill trading, or there is no question of duplication of input tax liability or input tax credit. With that, we are able to achieve the target collection, and we are able to avoid the evasion of tax. Whether it is possible, it is a big question. See, because of matching process, whether it is a 2A or 2B matching with 3B, and suppliers are not uploaded and keep on our customers are asking please upload, we have not received. All these things are common. It is a process. Normally, whenever I am talking to the client, I will tell, sir, earlier burden was CPOM, FPOM, HPOM. You used to fight with your customer. Now also fighting is there. You have to fight with your supplier for uploading up all the invoice. If there's so many varieties of forms, we need to go to the department. You have to get the forms. If you are unable to get the forms, you are taxable at higher rate. Okay. Now it is not like that. Instead of going to the department, straight away you can talk to your supplier. Within 1.5 years, for first month you will get 1.5 years, or for last month you will get 6 months. Within 1.5 years, if you tell them, definitely they will upload it. Your input is 100% secured. Okay. Then, if you talk about some of the improvement is required, I will not discuss in detail each and everything. Only few things I will cover. Then subsequent in question and answer, we will cover all other problems. See, especially whenever we are facing the audit, your input tax credit say around 1 crore. Out of that, wrong credit is around 20 lakh. Still, I am having a 1 crore credit. Whatever wrongly I have taken 20 lakh credit, I have not utilized. But there is a lacuna in Act, credit taken or utilized. If you take the credit, even though you are not utilized, you are supposed to pay the interest. Padi sir is telling 18% is interest is too high. Forget about 18%. I am having sufficient credit. Even then I am supposed to discharge the interest. That is really whatever improvement is required in law. Then ocean freight. Sir, there is a rule. If you import the product on CIF basis, there is a CIF and FOB. Wherever your supplier is discharging the freight charges, okay, then including that freight charges, you are paying import duty. On that, already you have discharged the import duty, already you have discharged the GST over and above. Because of this RCM, okay, whenever you receive the service from non-taxable territory to taxable territory, you are supposed to discharge the RCM of 5%. For that, they have given an option. On total import value, you have to calculate the 10% as a freight charges. On that, you are supposed to discharge the 5%. Wherever I have not paid the freight charges, my clearing agent, he will give the bill to us, already he will charge to us, then there is no question of RCM. But whenever my supplier, if he take the responsibility of supplying the goods, if he is freight charges, already I have discharged the import duty. Once again, I need to discharge the GST on RCM. It is really ridiculous. It needs an amendment. Okay, maybe after this whole day seminar, our TRD will make a list of all these lacunas and they will give it to the GSTN Council. Definitely they will come with some amendment. And ease of doing business. With this, last point, with this I will close it. Then at the time of interaction, we will discuss lot of issues. Ease of doing business. Definitely, no doubt at all. Compared to earlier law, now doing business in India is very easy. You people know very well. After introduction of GST and all this matching process, ease of doing business, our position somewhere in 144 or 145, something like that. I don't know exact number. Almost all we are improved our position by 60 number. That itself is more than sufficient in India with the GST and simplification of all this law. Definitely we are able to do the very good business we are able to set up the local industry, and there is a Atmanirbhar Bharat and GST go hand in hand in future. Definitely we will see the development. Thank you very much to moderator and chairman sir. Over to Parki sir.
Thank you, Bhatt sir. Thank you, panelists. You made a beautiful points, and most importantly, you stuck to the time. So we finished in 30 minutes. We still have about 25 minutes for question and answer. So I would request that in question and answers also, let us be to the point, quickly summarize what we want to say, so that we can discuss a lot of questions, because in three of my panelists have got fantastic knowledge which is residing. They're working in this field and they can throw a lot of experiences. So I would request panelists to be more crisp in your replies. Bhargav sir, when you were speaking, you spoke about value creation as an advice to cost and management accountants, and many of them are there on the call. Can you just throw more light on what CMS can do to add value to their clients? And I'll pass on this question to others also after Bhargav sir completes. So request you also to throw light on this. Bhargav sir, over to you. We are not able to hear you, Bhargav sir. Can you please unmute yourself?
Sir, there are two points basically. Your question is how cost accountants can create value in the area of GST. Fine, sir. Basically, cost accountants many times go beyond the accounting record, financial accounting record. They are well versed with the manufacturing process. They are well versed with the material movement and many other things. And as we are aware that for cost reduction activities, the conventional cost reduction activities, now they have almost reached to its saturation point. Tax planning and cost reduction through tax planning is a non-conventional area for the cost reduction. That's what I feel. And cost accountants, by guiding their clients for better tax planning, definitely will be in a position to reduce the cost, because they are aware of the process re-engineering, they are aware of the cost reduction techniques, they are aware of the tax provisions and how to basically correlate the tax provisions with the procedures followed by the SSCs. They are in a better position to guide. Once they go through once they understand the GST law, once they understand the relevant laws and practices, what government is expecting, and once they understand the business of the SSC and find out the gaps, bridging the gap itself is a big achievement. And in this endeavor, cost accountants will be the right person, in my opinion. And they will definitely give results better than the other professionals. That's what I feel.
Okay, that's a beautiful point. Paddy sir, if you can add anything to that, and maybe I'll summarize it later on.
In addition to what Bhargav sir has said, sir, what we see in our day-to-day life is even today, some of the small taxpayers, those who are not having ERP or SAP framework, not having too much skilled hands in their payroll, there is a big gap in understanding even the basic provisions even today. So there is a role for CMS to play in this particular sector to ensure that they maintain correct records and their accounts is in line with the tax transactions. Number one. Number two, the availing correct ITC and avoiding ineligible ITC even is a challenging job for many taxpayers, particularly particularly in the MSME sector. Many of them are yet to understand and appreciate certain rules in relation to ITC, whether it is a reversal, even if payment is not made 180 days, or the blocked credits. So, hand holding and due diligence, apart from ensuring that they avail correct ITC and maintain proper books of accounts, is what probably the role where we are fitting into the most.
Sir, if you can add something.
Yeah, myself. See, I will come with a practical example. What happened? One of the company, they have given a GST audit to me. Then during the course of GST audit, that is relating to 17-18 audit and even for 18-19. See, what they have told, sir, whether you have matched your GST 2A and 3B reconciliation 100%. That is what they have asked. Then they told, sir, my difference is hardly 1 or 2 lakh. I don't want to reconcile. During the course of audit, I told, sir, according to my opinion, maybe difference is around 75 to 80 lakh. During this course, please give it to me reconciliation. During the course of reconciliation, if you are really benefit, I will charge big amount. Otherwise, no need to pay even a single rupee. That is what I have told. Then finally, they have given a reconciliation to me. In that process, I am able to trace out around 75 to 80 lakh input credit, whatever supplier they have not uploaded. At the same time, whatever these people are not accounted, some of the invoices these people are not accounted. If you compensate both, that difference is hardly 1 or 2 lakh. Then we are able to trace out whole this difference. Then finally company, they have advised the supplier to upload all these invoices. Finally, they are able to get the credit. I am able to get my very good fee also. As a whole, what I am telling, even small companies,
ठीक है
even
रिक्वाइर तो
big
उसकी कोई
companies
इशू नहीं है
also.
फिर एप्पल ड्यू कोई ड्यू नहीं है ना ये तो हमने रिक्वाइर भी तो मैं रिक्वाइर पर थोड़ा पे करने को
What happened?
Balla sir,
Balla sir is speaking to somebody else. I think so. Okay, let it be, no problem. Sir, the question is, always you have to observe and you have to see each and everything. Wherever you are able to identify the lacuna and practical problems, we have to guide the assessees. Sir, this is the situation. Here you are not able to match 100%. I will match it by using so many softwares are there. In office, in my office, I am having 4 software. Okay, even all 4 software, it is not giving 100% result. Okay, after using all this software, we are analyzing in Excel and all. That is altogether different issue. As a professional, as a cost accountant, we are having a lot of area. And also another important issue is, during the course of audit or in consultancy, if you are able to trace out some of the gray area, say for example, even maybe ocean freight or some of the RCM, if you tell to the assessee, instead of taking the risk, if you discharge and take the credit, definitely you are not in big trouble. If you advise like that, maybe in future advice, assessee will not face big problem. Definitely, no doubt, ocean freight, it is pending before Supreme Court. Even interest on credit taken and utilized, it is pending in Supreme Court. If something happen, automatically assessee is in deep trouble. That is why, as a professional, as a cost accountant, early stage, if they caution to the assessee, they are getting lot of benefits. That is my opinion.
Thanks all panelists. In fact, I agree with you and what Bhargav sir said in the beginning that the avenues for cost optimization in the conventional way have almost been exhausted by the cost accountants, and they need to look beyond costing. And what is that beyond costing is GST. And what I see of cost accountants is that cost accountants have a logical mind because costing forces you to be logical. And second, you have got a business understanding, which is so important in GST because GST is a transaction tax. I'll tell you from my experience that a client came to me that I've got 35 crores of credit which is accumulated. Can you suggest me something? And when I told him that, okay, these are the avenues, he said that all these I've exhausted. Rebate option of exports and many other options. Then I said, hold on, let me just brainstorm with my team. And ultimately, we came out with 14 options. And even I was shocked that there are 14 options to reduce your accumulation. All 14 would not work because some of these are actually rejigging supply chain. It entails a lot of cost. But out of those 14, 3 or 4 my client is going to accept and it is going to go ahead with opening those options. They may not be able to reduce 35 crores, but they will definitely be able to reduce 8-10 crores. That is a big value addition. I think cost accountants should do this because that is what we are saying CM is, cost and management accounting, and we should do that. But sir spoke about audit. Padi sir, I just wanted to ask you, what do you feel is CMA's role in audit? How they can help? Because Bhatt sir touched upon some of the points he gave his experience. Can you throw some light on that?
Sir,
No, I
you know
was
very well.
asking Padi sir, just Bhatt sir, maybe Padi sir, if can throw some light, then I'll come to you.
See, the question is.
Yes, Bhargavi sir, please.
Padi sir, you want to start or otherwise I will start? I will leave it.
Yeah,
No
please
problem.
start. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
No problem. The question is, you know very well. Now, maybe in future, audit will not be there by professional. That is what government has amended. Still, notification we have not received. Maybe government will rethink in future. Also, we will get the audit. That is what I will hope. Okay, it's all depending upon the situation. I am not bothered. Why audit is required? That is big question. Even government is asking, even industry people, so many compliance. Along with that, one more audit is required or not? That is their question. They will not realize all this industry. Now they will not realize. Maybe after 3-4 years they will realize. See what will happen. All these audit people, department people, they will come after 4 years. Then they will come with a big audit paras, maybe around 18 to 20 audit paras. Once you reply audit paras, maybe they will reduce around 8 to 10. After that, they will issue the show cause notice. After replying to show cause notice, maybe they will reduce another 1 or 2. Then finally, you have to go for appeal for around 7 to 8 paras. This is common. 100% I am sure. Whatever I am handling, it is come to up to show cause notice. Still, they have not issued show cause notice under section 73 and 74. And another big practice, what department people are doing, always they are issuing show cause notice under section 74. Okay, they will not issue the show cause notice under section 73. That also I had a lot of argument with the department people. Okay, finally they are supposed to issue under section 73 only. I think all our members know what is the difference between section 73 and 74. Okay, if they issue notice under section 73, penalty is less, and if they issue notice under section 74, penalty is more, and chances of winning in appeal also more in section 73 than 74. Then department people, they will issue the notice and they will audit, they will come with the show cause notice, all these things. There is no scope for rectification. If they give a audit to professionals, industry people, now they have not realized, because what will happen, always we are dealing with lower level management like manager of finance or a CFO. It will not go to the managing director. In a big meeting, managing director will tell, no, lot of compliance burden, we don't want all this audit. That is what they will tell. If you sit with a CFO or general manager of finance, definitely they will tell, why audit, definitely we are able to trace out so many points. At least next year we will rectify all these mistakes. And whatever rate of tax may be 18% or 28%, input tax, restricted credit, proportionate credit. If you are having a exempted turnover in your P&L account, you are supposed to reverse input tax credit. All these things, if you are able to analyze initial years, in further years or in future, they will rectify all these mistakes. That is why audit by a professional or a cost accountant, definitely it is required. Okay. Definitely, I am 100% confident after 3-4 years, maybe industry will agree. Once again, government will reintroduce the audit if they stop now. Okay. But with the leadership of our Chittaranjan sir and other institute, if they go and talk to them, probably without issuing the notification, they can continue also. I don't know exactly. This is my observation. Over to Padi sir.
I have a slightly different opinion. If I go as per the provision, and when they are saying that section 35(5) is no more required and anyone can certify, somewhere I feel that it is good for the taxpayer and it is good for the industry. When they say someone, it cannot be anyone. It is someone who has a clear understanding of the tax and can take the responsibility of saying that apparently the tax liability has been arrived at properly. Now I look at a different opportunity which is arising here. Instead of audit, actually there is a need of health checkup, there is a need of due diligence, there is a need of a 360-degree analysis by a team of experts, not only one person, which should be adequately compensated, looking at the contribution which the team is going to make. That concept is to be initiated and to be made popular. Audit is a mere certification. Somewhere the auditor adds value, in somewhere we have also seen cases that where they have not understood and they have just put their digital signature, that too by someone else. In many occasions we have seen that even crores of rupees tax, there was a difference in payment, but both 9 and 9C was done by a Navaratna company, Maharatna company. So those are exceptions. My viewpoint is audit per se should not be made mandatory. What government has proposed, probably in the right direction, but the need for involvement of experts and the mindset of the taxpayer to make them realize that it will be a good spending to make overall verification by a team of experts, which will not only save him from embarrassment and litigation, but will also be cost effective in long run by bringing in all good practices and correct interpretation of tax law, which will also help their manpower to be educated in line with the requirement. This is what my opinion is.
A very, very important point, Padi sir, that we need to create value. So for that, CMS need to understand the law better so that they can conduct the health check. But this point of health check is really important, because otherwise auditors only concentrate on arithmetical accuracy. They should go beyond that, and they should also then go to the realms of supply chain and suggest what could be the optimization opportunities, which is that a management accountant is supposed to do. Bhargavi sir, if you have any points, otherwise I want to ask you another question on one of the points you mentioned.
Yeah, I have one additional point to make, that cost accountants or the professionals, they should basically tell their clients to become proactive. And they also should know the method, the tools which the department is going to use in their audits. There could be trend analysis, ratio analysis, desk review, and how department is going to do the audit. If cost accountants also try to learn, then they can advise their clients and make them proactive by introducing the various internal control measures, by reconciling the various figures. They can help their clients to face the audit in a proper way. Secondly, everybody is talking about 9C. Now 9C is becoming history. But in my opinion, who is responsible for that? First of all, we professionals have asked number of extensions for submitting 9C report. The 9C report is very useful for the government as well as for the industry. And I'm sure those who have understood the advantages, the benefits of that, the importance of 9C, they will continue to do the same thing with the help of the professionals, and then only their directors will sign those 9 and other documents also. So partly we are also responsible for basic this reviewing 9C provisions. Secondly, SSCs are also responsible. After asking number of times, the SSCs were not providing the data. Only in the last week, the data started coming to the professionals. How the professional can give justice to that data and to the subject. That is also one of the point which we should keep in mind. And we should not go for asking the extensions and adjournments. Instead of that, we should try to complete it within the time limit. And that too with the value addition or value creation. Then only we can prove our metal to the government as well as to the industry also. That is my view, sir.
Okay, so before we conclude, I want to ask you a rapid fire question to each one of you. But before that, I would go to our chairman. Sir, I want to ask you because something from your field. Mr. Bhargave talked about bringing petroleum products into GST. I've got my different view, but then can you tell us whether petroleum products should be brought into GST or not? What government is your personal view as a cost accountant?
Yeah. See, Mr. Bhargava has touched my pain point really, and in fact, we are pursuing with the council and government, and you must be getting so many news sometimes that natural gas is coming to GST and then followed by other petroleum products. This is long awaited point, as well as the initiation by the government, as well as demand of the industry also. See, what we are doing, GST and VAT, we are having two set of the books we are maintaining. Input credit losses are there, and we are laying pipelines where around 40,000 crores of the project are going on. There we are not getting the input credit, and then there is a cost increase also. So first, gas immediately to be included into the GST into the GST, and other petroleum products should also be included chronologically. If these are included simultaneously, there is no issue, but there are certain issues as well as the concern by the industries, particularly the oil companies which are there. But the contribution of the GST of the gas, natural gas in the GST is very minimum, is hardly 1% or less than 1.5% or so. So my view is that it has to be included immediately, and we are quite hopeful that by end of this year it will be included, and there will be a means, as Bhargav Saab has told, that is going to reduce the prices also, and benefit to the customer will be there. So as a oil and gas sector, our demand is always there.
Thank you, sir. So last rapid fire question to you before I'll sum up my panelists. Question to you is that, and you have to answer in one single sentence, not more than that. Maybe I'll not give you more than 15 seconds. If you were the finance minister of India, what one change you would see in the GST law or GST procedures? Mr. Bhatt?
You are asking
Sir,
no, okay.
Yeah,
I was asking other panelists.
No problem. Immediately, I will include this petroleum product in GST, sir. No doubt at all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Padi.
Sir, I would go for exclusion of 17.5. This blocked credit should go, because I personally feel that it is there is a cascading effect, and in many cases rather it is injustice to a taxpayer.
Thank you. Mr. Bhargave?
I have already mentioned that there should be one nation, one tax. There should not be excise duty, service tax, and GST on different products at different rates. Streamline it. Definitely, we'll move towards Atmanirbharta. That's my humble opinion.
So Tiwari sir, you should have Mr. Bhargave and Mr. Bhatt as the finance minister. You'll get all petroleum products in GST. Before just concluding this, we are just 1 minute over our schedule. Uh, this was a fantastic discussion. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Tiwari sir, for your initial comments and your comments on introduction of petroleum products to in GST. Of course, there are certain challenges in introducing government's 1 rupee increase in excise duty gives 13,000 crores to the government. And in this pandemic situation, government needs money, states need money, and they have been surviving only on the basis of petroleum products. Though Tiwari sir has been the biggest sufferer of that. Maybe we can have aviation fuel, natural gas to start with, and then come to petrol, diesel, which may see a little less the light of the day. Pari sir, what you mentioned is you snatch words out of my mouth. 17.5. Can we just abolish 17.5? All of us are going to lose business because half of our business comes from 17.5. But in the interest of the country, if 17.5 is abolished and we allow Maharashtra VAT law allowed credit on all taxes paid on business expenses. And one of the persons in CBIC told me once that they have done back of the envelope calculations. If 17.5 is abolished, government will lose 2% revenue. I feel that government can allow 95% of credit on all taxes paid on business expenses. It will save a lot of time of officers, of industry. It will take work away from us, but we will be happy to go without work if industry and government is going to prosper. I think on that positive note, let us be Atmanirbhar. Thank you, everybody. I hand it over to the chairman of Indirect Taxes Committee.
Thank you so much for the nice moderation, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, it's really a great.
Thank you to all panelists and moderator and chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaskar. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a great session indeed. We have definitely learned lot many things from this session, especially our CMA Tiwari sir. He has given certain very valuable comments, which should be definitely a matter of our concern for the profession also. Definitely we shall take it forward. And I'm very much thankful to the moderator who has very nicely navigated the whole program, and all our panelists. They have given their views with their wisdom. So I think this has become a really very, very important and very, I should say, an exemplary panel discussions ever made by an institute. So thank you for your contribution, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, sir. With this, we are coming to an end to the third panel discussion session, and we'll be moving forward to the fourth. That is the last panel discussion session of today's program, and after this we have a valedictory session. So we'll be moving forward to the fourth panel discussion session, which is on digital audit and assessment procedure. For this panel discussion session, we have with us Sri S.B. Kashi Vishweshwara Rao, Additional Commissioner, Commercial Taxes, Telangana. Sir, a hearty welcome to you. We have CMA MS Mani, sir, partner Deloitte India Tax Practice. Sir, we welcome you to this session. So, Sri S.V. Kashi Vishweshwara Rao, sir, is our chairman of this session, and CMA MS Mani, sir, is the will be the moderator of this panel discussion session. We have three speakers here in panel discussion. CMA Shailendra Saxena, sir, partner Om P Maheshwari and Associates. I believe I have pronounced it correctly, sir. We have CMA Anil Sharma, sir, practicing cost accountant, and CMA Navneet Jain, sir, practicing cost accountant with us. So, on behalf of the department and the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, we welcome you, sir. I will now request my colleague in the department, CMA Priyanka Roy, to please take us forward with this session. Over to Priyanka.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we welcome everyone to the last session of today's panel discussion on digital audit and assessment procedure. We will start by reading out the profiles of the dignitaries. I would start with the profile of Sri H.V. Kasi sir, Kashi Vishweshwara Rao.
I believe there is a problem with Priyanka's internet connection. So till the time she is back, I am just taking this session forward. Sri Kashi Vishweshwara Rao sir completed his graduation from Agricultural University in 1992. Thereafter, he joined the Priyanka. I am just reading it out. In between, you lost the connection. So let me read out Kashi sir's profile. Then you take over from me. I'm sorry for the interruption. I'm reading it out once again. Sri Kashi Vishweshwara Rao sir completed his graduation from Agricultural University in 1992. Thereafter, he joined State Government Services in 1994 as Group 1 officer in Cooperatives Department. After that, he again selected as Commercial Taxes Officer in 1996. He was promoted as AC, DC, JC, and recently as Additional Commissioner. He is now Authority for Advance Ruling in State of Telangana. He is actively involved in electronic tax administration through modules and Android apps in collaboration with IIT Hyderabad. Sir, we welcome you to this session. Priyanka, you now can take over from me.
Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible now.
So for the moderator for today's session, we have MS Money, sir. CMA MS Money is a partner in Deloitte India tax practice handling GST and customs. He has over 20 years of post-qualification experience dealing with indirect tax matters, including financial services and consumer business. Sir has considerable experience in understanding and dealing with complex various indirect tax matters and assists in developing indirect tax strategies to deal with various business situations. He is a key member of Deloitte Asia Pacific Indirect Tax Team, a highly specialized, experienced, and integrated group bringing global and Asia Pacific enterprise to clients and special competences. Mani sir has also been recognized by the International Tax Leader India every year since 2012 and mostly recently in 2019. Beside this, he is also a regular speaker at seminars and workshops. We welcome you, Mani sir. For the speakers for the sessions, we have CMA Shailendra Saxena sir. Saxena sir has more than 20 years of corporate experience for handling taxation, both direct and indirect, and he is presently practicing as a chartered accountant at Bharuch. He is the co-author of the book GST Audit Manual and Illustrated Guide for Sabka Vishwas Legacy Scheme, published by Taxman New Delhi. He has been invited as a speaker for conducting training program towards GST for officers of Central Excise and GST Department, Bharuch and Surat for several times. Sir has also delivered lectures in more than 50 seminars on GST and indirect taxes organized by branches, regional councils of ICAI and the Cost Institute. His articles are published on different subjects like indirect taxes, including GST and direct taxes, and regularly on GST, Law Times, Taxman, Tax Guru, etc. We welcome you, Saxena sir. Next, for our panel discussion session, we have Anil Sharma sir. Sharma sir is a practicing cost accountant since January 2003, and he is also a member of National Task Force on GST constituted by the Government of India for Mission Karam Yogi. He has more than 15 years of experience in private and public sector in area of accounting, audit, costing, etc. in companies like MS Gas Authority of India Limited, Hazira, Gujarat Ambuja, Siemens Limited, Roper, and Rama Petrochemicals Limited, JCBL Limited, etc. He is also a visiting faculty to NASEN, Income Tax Department, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College for Mass Communication and Management, Chandigarh. Author, writer, and a keynote speaker on GST, and conducted several workshops on GST in PSUs and tax associations. Sharma sir is a panelist with national TV channels, All India Radio, on GST and other contemporary issues. He has authored books like Handbook on GST Audit by Tax Authorities, published by Blossomberry Professionals India. We welcome you, Sharma sir. And we have Navneet Jain sir as our third panel discussion speaker. CMA Navneet Jain sir is a practicing cost accountant, insolvency professional, and consultant on GST to various companies, and also working as World Bank consultant nationally and internationally. He used to appear before NCLT, and Honorable Supreme Court in connection with IBC matters. He is also a member of various committees constituted by the state and central government or professional bodies such as Working Group of MOHW, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to develop National Strategic Plan 2012 to 2017 for revised National Tuberculosis Control Program on Budgeting and Finance. He is an ex-member of subcommittee formed by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare or for costing of health services. He is a member of CII Western UP Council for 2019 and 20. Sir has also conducted the first ever special audit in India in service tax under Section 14AA, conducted assignments for Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, conducted in assignments for custom perspectives. We will welcome Navneet Jain sir. Now we would like to request our chairman for the session, Kashi Vishweshwara Rao sir, to take over for his deliberation.
Thank you, Sri Rajat Kumar Basuji. Thank you, Priyanka Roy, Madam.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, good afternoon, ladies. At the outset, a very happy GST day, all officers and professionals. And I'm very happy that I am invited to this August gathering seminar. Take part in it as a chair. Now, let me go directly to the subject without consuming much of your precious time. As a tax officer, we understand the concept of audit and assessment to go hand in hand for ensuring collection of legitimate taxes due to the government so that all welfare measures of the citizens can be implemented without any hurdles. And when we see at a macro level, we see an effective audit program should yield a promotion of voluntary compliance from the business, and also for us to identify areas in law which will minimize colorable devices and tax planning in future. So in the long run, it is a policy input, as I put as a macro perspective. Hence, audits need to be conducted in a scientific and objective manner so that tax administration becomes cost effective and ensures highest possible compliance. And also, it is expected that invasive mechanisms call to honest taxpayers be minimized or it should be done away with totally. But we know as taxmen and as professionals, all the gentlemen and ladies know here that all tax audits are selectively conducted based on some risk analysis parameters adopted based on some perception, some policy perception. And earlier, risk analysis was very subjective, lack of collation of data, analysis of data on scientific basis. This kind of risk analysis, we have seen that sometimes this included computer-assisted audit selection also, wherein cases were picked up for audit indiscriminately on such basis as cases having big refunds or cases where input tax am I audible, madam? And many honest taxpayers.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. You are audible.
This was due to lack of appreciation of the data-based approach. And we all know that traditionally tax departments have seen exceptional discovery of revenue by way of audit and assessment in very rare cases. And these exceptional discoveries depended on niche standardization, collation of data, analysis of data, or impersonal approach, what now we are seeing as faceless features. And they lacked, above all, the non-invasiveness which we are cherishing much now. But as we see, the beauty of GST regime is that the entire tax administration is through a data-driven platform.
So there is connectivity issue.
All this data is available. What remains to be done is a collation and analysis of this data to Hello?
Sir, your line got disconnected in between. It is now clear, sir. Sir, I think there is a problem in your internet connection.
Please give me a moment. I'm connecting through another network.
Okay, sir. Sure, sure.
One.
Sir, till the time Kashi Vishweshwara sir joins back, I would request CMA MS Mani sir, the moderator of this session, to take the session forward. We will listen to CMA. We'll listen to Kashi Vishweshwara sir when he will be back again.
We can certainly
CMA
do
MS
that.
Mani sir.
Yes, thank you very much. So we can certainly do that. What we can also request is ask Mr. Vishweshwar to turn off his video, which can help him save on the data, and then speak. So that again is something that could help him. But should we get started? Because I guess we are already behind time.
Sir, I think we should start. We will listen to him once again when he will be back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I think it is tea time for most people, and many of you have been in the session the whole day. So I can see some tired faces. I can see Mr. Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay looking really tired now. Good evening, sir. So I can also see some of my co-panelists, having a grin on their faces. Welcome, Saxena Sahab. Welcome, Anil ji. Welcome, Navneet ji. So good to have all of you on the panel. So many of you have been having this since morning today. I was also there in the inaugural session in the morning when Mr. Gadkari was speaking. So I was able to spend some time in the morning today on that session. And let me start by congratulating the Institute, mainly Mr. Chattopadhyay, for organizing such a great session on such a nice day. Because today when we are speaking on 1st of July, to many of us who have been practicing in indirect taxes for all our life, it is a very proud moment. I never thought in 2017 that we would actually have GST. Even 6 months before GST, the various noises that people were making, many of you will remember some of the acronyms that GST was subjected to at that time. Since we are in a public forum, I am not mentioning those acronyms. But many of you will remember that GST was not only goods and services tax. Various people, depending on their preferences, gave it various meanings at that time. And even 6 months before GST, many of us were apprehensive. Are we going to have GST? Are we not going to have GST? Will it work? Will it last a year, or 2 years down the line will we scrap it? So today, fortunately, we are in a situation where we are 4 years into GST. We are celebrating the anniversary of GST. This morning, I was reading that today is both Health Day and Wealth Day. It is Health Day because it is International Doctors Day. It is Wealth Day because it is GST Day. So today is a day to celebrate both health and wealth. Keeping that in mind, the subject that we have for our session, which is the last session for the day, is digitization and what that means in terms of GST audits and GST assessments. So let me just give it a perspective and then start sharing some slides as well. When we look at the context of digitization, digitization is not merely sharing something over a technology platform. It's vastly beyond that. So most of us send a lot of information through email. In the present generation, WhatsApp has taken over everything else, and it's the most popular form of communication across, even for tax professionals like us. But digitization goes a little beyond exchanging something through an electronic medium. So I would request that we have a look at what exactly digitization means, what it entails. We also have very eminent panelists on this session with whom I have been exchanging a lot of notes over the last few days or so. And each of them has got a very different perspective on what exactly it means. Is it beneficial? Is it impacting business? How exactly is it impacting business? We also have a view from Mr. Saxena on what assessments mean in a digital world. How are assessments going to shape out? What exactly is going to happen? Some part of what we intend discussing over the next hour or so is essentially our view on what we have seen in the GST provisions and what we have seen happening. A bit of it is also an expectation of how things are going to pan out in future. So with your permission, let us get started. Give me just 1 minute. to open my file.
Sir,
Mr. Kasiro has joined, I think. Just check. Yeah.
other instrument. Am I audible,
Yeah.
sir?
Mr. Kasiro has joined.
Am I audible now?
Sir, please go ahead.
Yes, sir, please.
Sorry for the interruption. Actually, I'm having an issue with the internet. So, I think I became inaudible at somewhere around the traditional way the tax department, we are looking at the audits and how the discovery of tax is a very exception. Big tax is an exception for us. Depends on the intuition of the officer, or it's a very subjective thing. So we are having many manuals, guides, etc. Taxman, I can assure you that it is a very big aspect, which a rare tax discovery is celebrated in every tax department. And I was just saying that it lacked standardization of audit process. It lacked above all collation of data we are having, in-house data as well as outside data. And of course, there was very meager analysis of data. And there was no personal approach or a baseless way in which we could dispose. All this built into the subjectivity. And it was very rarely non-invasive. It was always invasive. As we say, invasive surgery, where everything is cut open, whereas non-invasive means a pinhole surgery will be need not made on the body, the person. Similarly, we were not non-invasive. But I was just talking about the beauty of the GST regime, wherein the entire tax administration is made through a data-driven platform, that is GSTN. Both the taxpayer as well as the taxman, we access each other's data through GSTN. There is a huge database available to the tax administration in form of e-label data, e-invoices. And e-invoices, we know very well that they have they are going to, already it is in the process, but to digitize the entire business process. And we have all the sales particulars, GSTN 1, early, the side of the sales, that is purchases. We in our state made very good use of TDS data. Whatever TDS was made by government department, I think we were the first after Maharashtra. We were first of the states where we had a drive to register the TDS collectors, TDS deductors, and that way we are able to track all the people who are subjected to TDS. Similarly, we made a big exercise on TDS. All these things, this in-house collation we had. We have also seen that GSTN is handing out various exception reports time to time, and which can be verified end to end, good exception. But the problem is it is not possible to ensure through the existing system that these reports will reach a finality in form of. I'm very happy to inform you that in the state of Telangana, our topmost official, the state, that is our Honorable Chief Secretary, sir, has been very enthusiastic in digitizing our tax. Even before GST was introduced, we have started this digitization. That regime, all our audits, they're system based, on subject selection to the completion of the audit. And there was a lot of brainstorming on this subject. And we went ahead with digitized assessment process also for GST. We have collated the data from repository, national repository for all the statutory forms and all the returns data which we are having. Also, they have seen to it that their process is non-invasive, such a way that whatever research we generate, the evidences being asked, documents being asked, will be submitted online, and they'll be, and only such cases where the verification yielded some doubt or some tax, only in such cases we are asking come and explain that. Otherwise, there is no invasion, and we are very successful in that. And our chief secretary sir was involved in the entire process. Our commissioner madam also was involved in the yielded very results, and we have entered into a memorandum of understanding with IIT Hyderabad. IIT at Hyderabad, they are organizing our data, they are collating data, analyzing, and I think many of our our peers in other states, they are astonished to know that none of our officers have a list of taxpayers of their jurisdiction. They don't have list of tax. They don't know who their taxpayers are, unless until they have defaulted on one account or other. So we are dealing only defaulters and the black sheep, and we are not entertaining any interference in the today's business. A regular, honest taxpayer. So in this endeavor, IIT Hyderabad, who are collating, analyzing data, showing up various lists of anomalies, discrepancies, and exception reports, apart from GST. And also, very happy to inform that we have developed various modules. Especially, I was very happy to listen about 9 and 9C, discussion on 9 and 9C. We have generated a calculator which has identified a fraction of all filers as defaulting on some account or other. Therefore, we are concentrating only on that fraction, and given that fraction, it has thrown up a disparity of 600 crores under SGST and CGST. That means SGST will be around 300 crores. That for only 17-18 annual return, whatever they have filed. And this has been a very successful module. We have got very good responses wherever, and the responses we have collected only online. Their calculation sheet was provided to them. This was made possible because of the data available, various modules in the GST. Where we have collated it and analyzed the data. Like that, in our state, we are analyzing digitally the excess credits availed by people, then discrepancies in TDS, TCS. One interesting thing is that we got data from various banks regarding place of supply machine, place of sale. POS, it is a big confusion because in GST now we have place of point of sale machines from various businesses, and we analyzed that data, and we have sifted the data for people who scored huge sales, but still they were not taxable because of the commodity or service they were dealing with and the scope of business. And we pinpointedly targeted those individuals who were taxable, and there was a discrepancy. That was a good exercise we have done in the year 2019. Because due to Corona, we could not do it. Maybe we'll be resuming that. For the third-party data, we have dealt with. Apart from various calculators, we have developed to pinpoint the defaulters and not the honest tax. To do away with subjectivity. Our state has been, even without a formal digital audit, GST audit, till now we have not initiated any GST audits here, except for very few. There are no GST audits in the state. We are only going by the exception reports, and without even any GST formal GST audits. we have received. Telangana stands as a state with minimum compensation. State which got minimum compensation and highest revenue collections without a compensation. Certain years, I think in 1819, we received no compensation from the center. That means that's how we have organized our affairs, tax affairs, by digitally organizing the data from the GSTN and forewarning the taxpayer that has to discharge its liability. So that was a very good digital exercise we have made. And we all know that this digital audit will occupy a center stage in pan-India application. Because IGST credit is there. And GST offers a wide scope for collating in-house data, outside data, such as bank data, etc. For a scientific analysis which can be made to pinpoint to the actual tax evaders, conduct audit and assessment baseless manner. And we all know that the Government of India, especially Controller Auditor General of India, have set up a specialized center, that Center for Excellence in Digital Audit of Revenue, PDAR in Bangalore, for imparting skills, mentoring revenue audit officers, evolving methodologies, etc., etc. But they are focusing, they will be organizing, as I learn, as I am informed by them, they'll be organizing the data from within GSTN, the income tax returns, customs data, the GFT data, and ROC data, all these data, and they will be making a pan-India exercise to generate exception report and audit for the field officers in various tax departments, which will help them to pinpoint the evaders and generate good revenue. And formation of such specialized departments for conducting digital audits at state level will also be, it is not far away that even states will follow a similar path, and they will coordinate with this organization. And above all, the role of cost accountants for extending assistance, accounting assistance to taxpayers, even before the accounts are finalized, will be greatly increased. I think your expertise in reducing the number of exception reports generated prior to annual audit report filed will be of great help to the honest tax. It will be very important contribution because the liability generally for an exception report will be tax period wise, and tax departments will not wait for the final return to be filed. Cost accountants, as I understand, don't wait for a final audit to come out. They give their valuable professional solutions. Don't wait for postmortem. I think they will assist the taxpayer even while the production is on. That's how I understand the role of taxpayer, cost account. GST audits will be very specific and will be system assisted, backup of huge data from different sources, substantiate tax demand, concomitant penalties, and other civil and criminal liability. Thank you. The honest taxpayer need to be protected against any unintended or venial errors they make up. Similarly, the errant dealer has to be educated to adopt honest practices so as to avoid penalties. I think the role of cost accountant, educating taxpayers expands, and the proportion expands in the proportion the compliance of taxpayer increases. And in the proportion your role expands, our role as taxman is going to constrict, and will become limited to investigating high-level frauds and other exceptionally belligerent evasions. I am also sure that before any meaningful audits are initiated, in my state especially, the wisdom of cost accountants will be requested in conducting special audits, various segments of trade and industry, which will be harbinger for future meaningful audits in GST regime. And I take this opportunity to thank cost accountants of India, especially President Sarup Basu and all organizers who have given me this opportunity to share this seminar. And I especially thank Sri Mallikarjuna Gupta, the young CMA from Hyderabad here visiting.
on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for the inaugural address. Your comments are very, very encouraging to all of us cost accountants, because we have always believed that we have a very key role to play in ensuring that the right kind of taxes are paid. And when people reach out to us and want guidance on what they should be doing in a particular situation in GST, the advice of cost accountants always is do the right thing and don't do the wrong thing. So we believe we have had a very key role in the expanding GST collections that you would have seen, because even in the last month, which was in relation to a pandemic introduced month, which was for the month of April, the GST collections for the country were above 1 lakh crore. So the fact that in the last 6 months GST collections have picked up as the economy progresses, all of us in today's fraternity in the Institute of Cost Accountants believe that we have played our small role in doing that by encouraging everybody to voluntarily pay the right amount of tax. GST, as you rightly said, does not impose a great obligation on anyone. Compared to the erstwhile situation of excise duty plus VAT, the rates in GST are very, very reasonable. So there is no reason why anybody should not pay the right amount of tax. And that has been the focus of all cost accountants. I would just request the chairman of our Indirect Taxes Committee, Mr. Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, to share a few words on the basis of what you narrated, because he is the best person to speak on the role of cost accountants in ensuring GST compliance and GST payments. So, Mr. Chattopadhyay, please go ahead.
Thank you, CMA Mani. In fact, whatever was in your mind was in my mind after listening from our Kasirao sir. In fact, you have spelled out my mind's word. Just I was thinking that it's a very easy task for me. You have done it, and I don't want to repeat it. Yes, we are playing the major role, of course, and you see that our cost accountants are really mopping up their strength to increase the revenue of the government and to increase the GST base, increase the taxpayers base, and they are advising. And you will be very happy, sir, through our taxes department. And today itself, many chapters which are in our network. Our institute has got 111 chapters, and our having overseas centers, 10 overseas centers, and many ROCC. They are all organizing GST Day today. This amply proves that we are continuously trying to increase the awareness amongst the small business persons, small businessmen, even for the MSME sector. Also, we have come out with a very beautiful handbook, where 360-degree view has been taken, including the GST issues. And there we have this book is actually from registration to restructuring. All these issues have been included, including the GST laws and others for the MSMEs. And our taxation department is going to come out with a specific handbook on GST for MSME units, so that MSME entrepreneurs, they have got a financial literacy on this particular GST, and they will be feeling comfort on this particular platform. So thank you, sir. You have given a lot of inputs to us, and we shall definitely in future we shall be hearing from you, and whatever continuous publications we'll be doing, we shall be sending it to you for your guidance and your advice. And if you feel that any modifications or amendment is required, sir, you are requested to kindly guide us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chattopadhyay. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Those were very encouraging. Mr. Chattopadhyay, before we begin, I just wanted to ask you, we have started a little late because preceding sessions got over a little late. Originally, we were planning to make a presentation and get started, but considering that we are a little behind time, would you recommend that we just have a conversation amongst ourselves? Because I believe we have to close at 5:30, which gives us just 45 minutes or so. Is that fine?
Sir, that will be better, because all the attendees or participants are continuously, as it has been told by you. You have beautifully narrated that everybody is now enjoying this with that cup of tea, or they are looking for ultimately If the end is well, everything is well. So let us do like that, sir. Please have a panel discussion. Okay.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chattopadhyay. So, with the permission of my co-panelists, Navneet ji, Anil ji, and Shailendra ji, what we will do is to just have a conversation amongst ourselves in terms of what our views on digitization are. So, to put it in context, let me just continue with where I left off when the Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Rao, came in. Digitization is a little more than exchanging or use of technology for the purpose of GST. To my mind, the biggest manner in which GST digitization can be measured is to look at the vast volume of data that the government is having now. In the past, at any given point of time, the only data that the government had was the returns which were submitted in hard copy form. At some point of time during the service tax regime, we also started doing certain electronic submissions. But in GST, we now have a situation where every single invoice raised by all taxable service providers, before it is even received by the buyer, is known to the tax department. So GSTN has got that invoice. So when they have that invoice, they know what goods were supplied, at what price it was supplied, what is the HSN, who is the supplier, who is the recipient. It's all available to them in ready-to-use form. Similarly, when the GST 9 and 9Cs were submitted for the previous year, that again was an electronic submission. That is again one more mountain of data that is there with the tax authorities. In the past, we have also seen that the tax authorities were very successful in digitizing a large part of income tax compliance. So the Traces portal in income tax, which many of us are familiar and we have been using for filing income tax return, has also ensured that issues to do with TDS credits and TDS certificates are now gone. So digitization, to my mind, is something which is providing a gigantic amount of data to the government and thereby to the tax authorities, using which they can run large amount of data analytics programs. They can map the data. They can run some programs using the data. They can check who is buying what, who is dispatching what is the price at which this is being sold, etc. So any product in the country which is being sold is today known to the taxman before it is known to the buyer. And therefore, we are living now in an environment where everything is transparently known to everyone. If this be the situation, what are the precautions that all taxpayers should take? What is it that they should be doing? When any business starts making an invoice, when any business starts availing input tax credit, when any business files a GSTR 1 or a GSTR 3D, what precautions should they take? What exactly they should be doing? That, to my mind, is the biggest aspect of digitization, which possibly has not been understood more. Because if we need to make any changes in the data flows, if we have to change the description on the invoice, if we are using an incorrect HSN for supplying goods or supplying services, if we are using different values for different customers, and we are not aware of it at the stage when we make the invoice, and we become aware subsequently when there is an inquiry, at that point of time will become very difficult to handle. Similarly, the data that we have been providing to income tax authorities, to my mind, needs to be reconciled as a process with the GST data. It is not when the DGGI comes to us and says that why is there a difference between this data and this data. As a process, on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, whatever data we have prepared, which relates to what sales we have made, what purchases we have made, what expenses we have booked with GST, without GST, that reconciliation has to become a real-time online process for all businesses. This again is an area where cost accountants can play a very key role because they understand business, they understand costing, they understand accounting, they also know GST. Because providing this kind of an advice requires a specialization across various domains of knowledge. It's not one knowledge of GST alone, which is possibly where cost accountants have a much bigger edge compared to people who only are lawyers or who understand only the law. So keeping that as a background, can I just request my co-panelists to share their views? So Navneet ji, if you would like to share your views on what digitization means, what are your thoughts? You can be as open and as transparent as possible because there are only few of us on this forum. And I'm just hoping nobody is recording the proceedings of this forum. Please go ahead, Navneet ji.
Thank you, Maniji. So he has rightly told that ideally we should think that nobody is recording, but it is being recorded on YouTube also. It will be available. So first of all, I would like to convey my thanks to Chairman Taxation Committee, Chitroda, our institute, and all of us specifically for celebrating this GST Day. This is a day which is of too much of importance in the life of all the CMS. A reason because it brought too much of importance for CMS in the specific field of GST. There are only two bodies, and we CMS got you can say recognition as a GST auditors. Now, one thing is there. Before I proceed further, we will be talking about the digital audit, and when I talk about digital audit, we mean that okay, everything is digitized and we have to go and conduct the audits. But when we talk about digital audit, whether it has benefited the industry, professionals, all other stakeholders, or it is something different. To my mind, practically, it has benefited to most of all of us persons. How I will share my views on that. But before I share my views, let me share with you. I'm handling indirect taxes in three different ways. Practically, I'm a taxpayer. I'm a consultant also, GST consultant also, and also I was on the other side of the you can say chair where I worked as a special auditor to the department. So we have seen all types. And going by my experience, I can say with conviction that actually it has helped the industry a lot. We had prepared one presentation. Somehow we are not sharing, just now sharing views. I was just going through one, you can say, news headlines when this GST audit was abolished. As a CMA, it was a big hit for all of us. We were worried a lot. We are worried rather. But yes, the headline read as that with the doing away of the GST audits, the you can say industry has saved approximately 30,000 crore rupees. That was annual. You can multiply it with n number of years also. But ultimately, industry saved it, apparently. But is it going to be the same? Yes, it can be remain same, provided we all take proactive actions right now. Now, with the doing away of the GST audit, now what has happened? Now all the things are on the assessors. They have to do each and everything. They have to conduct the audit at their own. They have to check all the transactions at their own. Now, next question comes: how they are going to do that? Will they be doing it their own, or should they appoint some consultants? My personal experience in the GST audits, we were not getting so much of fees, whereas as a GST consultants, we are getting very good fees. This is a practical thing which we have personally experienced. Not only this thing, when we talk about digital audits, now the assessee has all the data. Whatever he has submitted, he need not go and surf the pages here and there. I was just going through the website thoroughly, and we could see in the logging you have n number of reports. So what we have to do, we have to simply download the reports, put our persons on the job, and ensure that all the backup of those documents are aligned with the data. I was just going through. I'm sharing one of my experience earlier that in the VAT audit, what had happened? My one assessment was going on. We went, presented our all the documents, and the assessing officer said, sorry, we cannot allow you to have an input credit of so much of amount worth lakhs of rupees, tens of lakhs of rupees. I said, why, sir? We have all the documents. Another person didn't pay. It is, I'm talking about Delhi VAT specifically. He said, because the another person didn't pay the taxes, so we will not allow you. There was one provision under the Delhi VAT Act, wherein until unless the another party has paid the tax, you cannot take the input credit. Now, with the new digital audit regime and digitization of GST, can that happen? It cannot happen. We all have experienced as and when, if we have raised any invoice and the another party has taken the, our client have taken the credit, and if our invoice doesn't show in their, you can say, login, they immediately ring us up. Boss, you have not uploaded your invoice, please do it. It's a very simple thing. I'm telling you one very simple example of benefit of the digitization of GST. Same way is going with the digitalization. Not only this thing, how it has impacted the taxation authorities. We were conducting one session of GST officers when it was likely to start, maybe in early 2017. And we were telling, sir, look, each and everything will be on the system, because they were not used to these type of systems. And because we were going through various type of, you can say, documents, and we were aware of that, okay, these type of things will be there. And we used to tell them. They used to ask what we will do at that point of time. If everything has to be done by the system, everything is available in the system, so what will we do? Then we used to tell them, boss, no, it is your turn. You will be analyzing the data, and you will be doing all type of analysis, and you can say catch hold of the persons who are evading taxes. Recent reports have already shown that thousands of crores of tax evasions have been detected. How it has been detected? Because the GST authorities have, you can say, tracked the trails, the ITCs which were availed, and they were able to track the persons who were doing all these activities. Because we are left with very less time, I will touch upon one or two very, very important things. Normally, when we talk about GST and another audits, we do not touch upon the HSN codes in detail. Here, I would like to tell you that in May 2021, in fact, one report, GST platform enabled one report wherein we can download HSN code wise data for a year in consolidation from the system itself. Now, what for that is there? Let me tell you, because we are having certain meetings with the government officials, government of India officials, and what we could find that they are much interested in that type of data, wherein they can have some sort of, you can say, costing profitability at HSN code levels. And I would like to draw the attention of all the audience towards one very, very important aspect of having reconciliations. We talk about revenue reconciliations at a broader level, because now GST audit is gone. My earlier speakers have told that we need to go in for reconciliations. We should do the reconciliations at overall, perfectly right. But not only at the global level, we should do the reconciliations at the HSN code levels, because HSN code wise revenues are available. Why I'm telling that thing? Because in the cost audit reports, we are supposed to, you can say, report to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs HSN code level revenues. And normally nobody is paying attention to this very, very critical aspect. Going by my experience, what we have seen in the special audits of excise and service tax, this was one of the main things where the authorities used to ponder upon that what is happening, because HSN code wise data was very, very important at that point of time too. Because in as for specific HSN codes, there were certain, you can say, ITCs allowed for HSN codes, certain HSN codes ITC were not allowed. So this is very, very important for all the stakeholders to ensure that when we are going in for these type of scrutiny at our own end, please do all type of scrutinies with regard to the revenue at the micro level so that at later stages, no adverse thing happens. Again, I would like to share one more thing that going by the data which is available with the authorities now. Let me tell you, the authorities can dig out anything. Again, I'm sharing one more experience. We were conducting one session in Lucknow. Their DG audit income tax had visited, and he told in the before the audience that they have all the data, digital data with regard to each and every SSC for what type of expenses you have incurred, where in which restaurant you had visited, because if you are swiping the card, definitely the data is going into their hands. So keeping into mind all the things and considering one very important thing, data is wealth. We should understand this thing, and data is wealth for us also and for the income tax authorities also. They are going to create wealth out of that data. Whatever is available with them, they are going to catch hold of the tax evaders. So we must be very cautious, because they are after that, they will be definitely looking at that the data and will try to find out the persons who are not complying with the GST provisions. They are not if they are not paying the taxes. With the digitization, one more thing happened, which I was listening to the various speakers since morning. Increase in the number of taxpayers, a sudden so much of spurt you can see, from where we have more than 100% increase is there when we started, and right now even after 4 years. No doubt, as of now, there are many hitches in the GST administration system. Digitization is not full, but one thing is sure. We are moving towards a very, very bright future in the taxation system, because all things will be there in the digitized forms. There will be proper transparency, and that is going to help all the business sources in the later on. And not only it is going to help the businessman, it is going to help all of us as a professionals, because definitely when once the assessees understand that all the data has been digitized, nobody can do anything. So they will ensure that all the data is scrutinized at their own level by appointing an independent, you can say, GST consultants. That is going to happen. With this, over to you, Mani sir. I think I have taken very less time. I have not overshooted my time.
Navneet, it was a pleasure hearing you. Thank you very much for sharing your views. Can I request Anilji to share his views, because his views on the same subject could be a little different, from yours. Anilji, we look forward to hearing your views on the same subject.
Thank you, Manisha. Thank you very much, and my all present participants sitting over here since morning and having a wide discussion on GST and various provisions of GST, which are still undergoing a maturity level is not achieved so far after having almost 4 years of the GST introduction in the country. Friends, first, as we have discussing since morning, that there are many provisions in GST which are supposed to be redrafted again, because sections like section 9.4, which is one of the ridiculous section, and was implemented without having a second thought, and which was deferred for some time, and then later on it was brought for the real sector. And again, still it is debatable and challenged in the various courts in the country, that Section 9.4 cannot be imposed in country. I know, because in one of my sessions in 2017, when we were discussing the matters with our clients, I was telling to one of the promoters about Section 9.4, and he mentioned that we in our company having one Rediwala who is supplying tea to our staff, and monthly bill is around 30 to 35,000 rupees. So after listening me about Section 9.4, he said it means I have to pay 18% GST on this bill of Rediwala who is supplying tea to my staff. I said, yes, you have to. Then he abruptly told me that, Mr. Sharma, you are not clear about your thoughts. I think you have not read the section properly. It should not be there, and it should not be like that. But I again convinced him that yes, Section 9.4 says like this only. Similarly, friends, in one of our assignments where our client was having only a single bill, single outward supply bill for whole month to railway, but their plant was in remote area of Maharashtra, and they were supposed to buy so many things from local market where they were not having a single GST dealer. So he said, asked me, CFO asked me, Mr. Sharma, it means whatever I am purchasing from local market without having taxable invoice. Do you want to say that I have to generate bills for that such type of petty items? I told them yes. For small items, maybe stationery or pen or pantry items, you are supposed to raise invoice to yourself. You pay tax first and then claim ITC. So these type of provisions are introduced in the GST, which are very impractical in nature, and still it is there in real estate, which needs again to be corrected by GST people or the policymakers. So our today's discussion is about digitalization. Friends, there is no harm in having digitalization in the country, or especially in the tax reforms like GST and income tax. In income tax, we were having very good GST income tax portal, and we were working very comfortably on that. After having this income tax portal, I don't think I don't remember even when I went last to the income tax department, because our income tax returns are online, our complaints are online, our vision is online, our reply is online, and our refunds are automatically being transferred to our bank accounts. But what happened when new income tax portal is introduced? Day one, it was not working. Same thing happened with GSTN or GST portal. It is very sorry to say that after having 4 years of introduction of GST in the country, we are till date we have not filed July 2017 return. GSTR 1, GSTR 2 or GST 3 of July 2017 is still pending. Why? Because our GST portal is not working. We, in the haste of introducing this digitalization in the country, what we were having originally, we have lost the way. The spirit of the GST is totally lost, and what we were expecting from GST or the GSTN, we are unable to understand that. And it is not only because of GSTN, the way GST was amended from time to time, the way the amendments has been issued in the GST, because you see, having a notification is very simple, but implementation and introduction of that notification into system, into software, it is very, very difficult, because when you are issuing one notification, you have to test it so many times in software itself to have a proper reports, and we have not done so. So we have introduced GST software, GST portal in haste without having homework properly done of the Indian market. We are looking for Australia, we are looking for USA, where the traders are, I think, less than 20% over what the pressure we are having over here in India. So we cannot say the practices adopted by Canada or America or Australia will be implemented, will be introduced in country like India. Simply, it is not like that. It's very challenging, because the country, it's a government data itself says that 93% dealers, 93% registered dealer of GST are having turnover less than 5 crore rupees. So for the sake of 7% of dealers, you are putting other people into pressure. Why can't you have a threshold limit of 50 lakh rupees for everyone for without GST number? You start, if you really want to have a digitalization or these things online and all, start from 500 Fortune companies first. Implement the system properly in all these companies. When you are comfortable with that, then you start covering the other companies as you have done in e-invoicing. In e-invoicing, you have done very good thing. There's no issue in that. You started with 500 crore companies, then brought to 100 crore, and now it is 50 crore rupees. Phase manner, it was very good. There's no issue. But covering 20 lakh people, 20 lakh rupees of dealer having turnover 20 lakh rupees. Just tell me one thing, my panelist. The person who is having 20 lakh rupees of turnover, let's say take an example of a trader. A trader who is having 20 lakh rupees or 25 lakh rupees of turnover in a year, a trader earn hardly 8% to 10% commission of his total turnover. So if his turnover in a year is 25 lakh rupees, he is having a net profit of 10% of rupees, 10%, then his net profit for the year is 2,50,000 rupees. So do you think that the person who is earning 2,50,000 rupees a year will be able to compliances under the GST? Not possible for anybody. Not possible. So even if the person who is having a turnover of 50 lakh rupees, if his margin is 10% only, then he's earning 5 lakh rupees only. So with that turnover, with a net profit of 5 lakh rupees, can you think that he will be in a position to comply in the GST? Not possible. So these type of basic things are missing in GST. Similarly, in GST digitalization, so there are a number of cases when we see daily basis problem. GST at 2A, 2B, GST at 3B, all are having problem. Even I remember in last 31st March, in the night of 31st March and 1st April 2021, in March 31st and 21, one of our telecom sector company, they were unable to upload their invoices to the e-invoicing portal because they are covered under e-invoicing. They were unable to upload the data to the portal and getting the e-invoices because on 31st March, mid of the night, they were supposed to release the bills to their customers for the 31st March and also booking the same into their balance sheet account. So these are the practical problems which are still being faced by the assessees. And as far as assessment is concerned or the audit is concerned, in case of assessment, friends, you may be having all data with you. I fully agree with you that you are having an e-invoicing, you are having an online returns, GST 2A data with you, GST 2B data is with you. You are capping everything. You are having an e-way bill also. There is no problem at all. Data will be there. But how you interpret the data is a question. Because I know our officers are sitting over here. I am delivering lectures regular basis to Nasin. I have seen, it is my observation, I may be wrong, but majority of our GST or CGST officers are from non-commerce background. So when they are from non-commerce background, many people are not in a position to understand the financial statements. Many people, even many professionals doesn't know the SAP. Many professionals doesn't know the international financial reporting systems. They doesn't know the accounting standards. They doesn't know the accounting principles also. So if you are not having basic knowledge of accounting, I doubt that the interpretation of the data, the assessment done by the officers, especially online, will be how they will give the results, how they will produce the results. Because when you are having, even if you are having face-to-face interaction, see, whenever a client coming to us for any consultancy or advocates are filing cases on behalf of their clients, they have number of rounds of the meetings with the client to understand the transactions, to understand their case, to understand the business transaction. They understand what actually they are doing. And after having number of rounds of discussions with the assessee or with their client, they prepare a case and file the case with the competent authority. But online, well, you will be having an assessment or you will a hearing online for as we have in income tax faceless assessment or whatever you call it. I don't think that based on your online appearance or online interaction with the officers, either the assessee or the officer will be in a position to understand the case or the fact of the case properly. We are having this session since morning, and in many of times, in the case of Director of Finance, Gas Authority of India, or even right now, Mr. Kasi, they were unable to having a proper interaction, proper internet connectivity with us, and they were got disconnected so many times. And this will happen practically in a hearing also, in audit also, when you may be having a data and based upon data you might have you have formed your opinion. But when you will be having a such type of meetings online, because it is also part of your digitalization, when you will be having such type of meeting with your client for clarification and all, definitely this type of interruption will be there, and you will not be in a position to listen to your assessee properly. And whatever he has said, in which spirit he has said, you may be having a different opinion on that. Even in international arbitration cases also, I have noticed, I have read so many times on Google and all, that on international arbitration cases also, person sitting in Middle East or person sitting in South Africa or the person sitting in India or USA, they are all in different technology of IT. And they are not having a matching of their technology. Because of that mismatch of the technology and all, they're having technical glitches. And because of that, the international arbitration proceedings has been affected. Similarly, in India also, when we are having our factory, see, if I am having a client having his manufacturing unit in Himachal remote area, having his head office in Gurgaon, and having assessment in Shimla, definitely these three people sitting at different corner of the country will be having a lot of problems while addressing the issues. So my point is, see, in India, or we all know that when you are getting married, you have 7 rounds of circles around the fire, and these are supposed to be physically. You cannot have virtual 7 rounds of around the fire. Then it will lose their sensitivity. So same things happen here also, that when you are interacting with people face to face, by having face reading, by having their body language, by having the proper interaction. Some used to give examples also. Sometimes we give the calculations also physically, which are not possible otherwise on our online interactions. So these things will be missing in digitalization, and ultimately what will happen, the facts will be lost and the results will be different. And it happens so many times. Even other cases in digitalization atmosphere, cyber crimes, cyber attacks will be another issue, because I have seen there are the cases when court hearing have been attacked by the hackers and the proceedings have been stopped. So these type of practical problem will be there. Data security will not be there. Yes, you have data. I don't have that issue. You have your interpretation skill, but the way you will interpret it, how you understand the business transactions, because the person who has established the empire, he knows the transactions well. I'll just give you one example more, and then I will finish my talk. That in case of one of our company assignment, company has imported some goods, and it was a schedule given to the supplier that by this date he is supposed to deliver the goods to the company, but he failed to deliver the goods to the company. And there was a clause in the contract itself that if you fail to deliver the goods, damage charges will be recovered from you at certain percentage of the value of the goods. So now goods have been delivered after the scheduled time. Company who is paying, means the buyer, he is supposed to charge liquidity charges from this supplier. Supplier is in the foreign country, and this liquidity charges is defined as a service in the GST Schedule 2. So it is subject to 18% GST. Now the question is, because goods are in India, buyer is in India, exporter is in outside India, this service from Indian buyer as a LD charges will be an export of service, but it is not fulfilling the condition of export of service, because this party of the buyer, they are deducting his amount from his payment and making a balance payment to him in foreign currency, and they are not getting any foreign currency. And if you go by the definition of export of services, there are 4 or 5 conditions which are supposed to be fulfilled, and only then it falls under the category of export of service. So LD charges recovered by an Indian company for a foreign buyer from foreign supplier, whether it will be an export of service or it will be settled through accounting entries, it is not clear. So these type of things are there in GST which are supposed to be dealt, and still after 4 years of this introduction of GST, we have many issues to be addressed, and still I feel personally that GST is not matured to the level, and same is the case with the digitalization of the GST. Thank you.
Thank you, Anilji. There were a lot of practical insights that you brought on the table. Extremely grateful that you shared your specific business experiences. We also have Shailendra ji with us. And in terms of the introduction, all of you would have heard that he is a very, very distinguished person and an author. So Shailendra ji, if you can share your views in respect of what does this digital audit mean? How will digital assessment work? Please go ahead, Shailendra ji.
Yes, sir. I am audible, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. I will start from the SSE point of view as a cost accountant. If we start, if we look at the section 35, read with rule 57. This section, basically after introduction of GST, we just talk about all the maintaining of RG1 register of the excise regime has gone. It is a misconception, basically. If you see the section 35, read with rule 57. Rule 57 talks about the maintaining of the electronic record. And section 35 is the more powerful or forcefully section for maintaining like a more than RG1 like a record. if we see the section 35, there is a opening stock with value, there is a production or receiving the goods, there is a supply of goods and closing balance. So according to me, this is the basically RG1 register comes into the GST regime with more better in force by way of section. So I am taking the practical example. Suppose I am taking the ITC for rupees 1000 rupees. What is the rule? If I float a question, general question, so what is the evidence for receiving the goods at factory, etc.? All we are discussing about we are seeing the GRN, gate entry. All is the irrelevant. Until and unless the record prescribed under section 35, which is the ITC register, if there is a no entry in the ITC register, your ITC will become zero. So we have, as a cost accountant, we have to focus in that area also. We practically know after filing the GSTR 3B, we all are in the same page that the work of the GST is over. Hardly some of the SSC basically, because if we are using the good software like a SAP or some Tele, etc., there is a facility for maintaining the records. But here the question is how many follow the strict rule under section 35 and rule 57? Because the rule 57 talks about you have to prepare the electronic record, and not only prepared, it is stored in a manner like a server, etc., on the demand of the officer. You have to produce with the password protected. So here the SSA point of view, you start the digitalization. You have to maintain this record in electronically and store and preserve. And when the department asks you to show that kind of record, that should be the password protected. If any subsequent changes if you have made in that record, you have to maintain the basically trail, etc. Again, sir, you have very well pointed out regarding the implementation of e-invoicing. If, like a department or a SSC, suppose I want to determine one of the segment, like a chemical segment of India, what is the taxability and how many the taxpayer. First, I just totaling the e-way invoicing raised by that chemical units. I just subtract the 2A part roughly. And rightly Navneet tell us that I am very well comfort in position to find out the ineligible credit through the HSN or SEC code. So roughly I will be in position at the end of the month. Suppose I discharge my GST liability on 20th of next month. But department is very well in the better position on the 5th itself. What is the tax liability of that XYZ taxpayer? So this is the advantage and disadvantage of the digitalization. So SSC point of view, you have to more cautious about all this, the digitalization, and it is also interest in the SSC point of view. You have to take the advantage of this digitalization because before receiving the any kind of invoicing, your entry will be floated in the GST at 2A, GST at 2B. So based on that, you can take the credit. Another area, like the Anil sir is very correctly mentioned, like an audit. I have a very vast experience for the department point of view. In the service tax regime, one of the officer came and he is the background of the engineering background. He just take over the SAP module. He very well versed all this kind of, because I think he was the electronic engineer. So quickly run through the SAP, etc. He saved, show me the reversal entry, etc. So this kind of the advantage of digitalization in the both the sides. Department is also aware because nowadays the officer are very talented and qualified person. And here our consultant also the qualified person, like a cost accountant, etc. But we can just take advantage of this kind of digitalization because suppose as a cost accountant, if I analysis the trial balance or the GST point of view, first we see the nature of transaction. It is the revenue transaction. We analyze the credit entry. But importantly, by using the digitalization technology, you also see the debit side also. Presently, we are just scrutinizing our client record, etc. We see that 300 invoices prepared in a month and 60 invoices are cancelled. So we just find out what is the reason of this cancellation of 60 invoices. So the 20 invoices pertains to the person who is not familiar with, or he just posted the wrong entries, etc. Another situation 5, we see the invoices prepared, then suddenly the order was cancelled, etc. So this is my main contention. Through the digitalization, we first in position to analyze the data in the micro level. So we have to, as a consultant, in the better position to find out the advantage, because if we see the ultimately the whole of the digitalization, or my topic is the assessment. What is the main object is the whether the SSE is correctly discharged the GST or not. That is the one line object of any digitalization or assessment. Over to Mani sir, due to time constraint.
Thank you, Shailendra-ji. That was very short and very, very good. I would just like to thank all my three panelists, Navneet-ji, Anil-ji, and Shailendra-ji. Despite the fact that the time was severely curtailed, I think they have done their best together to convey different points of view in respect of what digitization means in GST. And they have gone a little beyond what is conventionally understood. So they have explained how exactly they are dealing with it, what exactly it means, how does one use a technology platform, and all of those aspects. So with that, we come to an end of this particular session. So I can see Mr. Chattopadhyay is again, available. Good evening, sir, and over to you.
Thank you, Mani. In fact, this is one of the another great session we have enjoyed. Yes, sometimes time has actually has come on the way, because the management of time we have tried, but you have nicely managed. And since you have got a validity session where our very respectable Nag Venkat sir is here, who will be also another doyen of our profession, and as also he is also, whenever I have gone to him, I have found that how much wisdom he is having on this particular GST. So before we listen from him, and in this session we enter into the validity session, I convey my heartfelt thanks to you and the chairman of the session for beautiful deliberations, beautiful discussions. In fact, it is giving us a fillip that yes, this sort of panel discussion is now required, because the one-way program, and here the discussion forum in the panel, it gives us immense, the tiredness doesn't come. And we have really, maybe in appearance we have become feeling tired, but I'm telling you, mentally we are very much agile, so that we can feel that from the tax research department we can have your blessings, your best wishes to again have this sort of programs. Yes, I am actually here. I just want to mention you, sir, that our tax research department is being, especially indirect tax, is being actually led by a committee where the man of this field they are all from this, they are all erudite and doyen. So I think, sir, we'll be definitely making it another grand program. Continuously, these sort of programs will be there, and we request your presence. I profusely thank from the core of the heart to our commissioner, sir, who has really, amidst his very busy schedule, he has given us a roadmap, and he is one of the personality who has brought this digitization. And we have, sir, will be inviting you again to learn, and we'll be definitely taking our members also before you, and so that some discussions we can do through question and answers. And with this, I thank all our panelists, Shailendra Saxena sir, Navneet Jain sir, Anil Sharma sir, and Mr. Mani sir, for your nice deliberations. And let us have our, the finishing touch of this program, that is your our validity session. And I would request everybody to please be present in this validity session. Thank you, sir. Over to department.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chattopadhyay, thank you very much for your kind words. I can see one of my mentors, Mr. Naval, on the screen. I just wanted to say thank you very much, Nawal sir.
शेयर कुछ इसके ना
Thank you, Mr. Chattopadhyay ji. It gives me a great pleasure today to be among this distinguished audience and share a few thoughts about GST. I had been listening to a few of the sessions, and it was quite engaging sessions which the professionals from the cost and management accountants were having. I was really impressed. And to take it further, this fourth year of GST is especially a very special one. And as you see, like human beings, the law too grows and evolves, refined by the amendments, disciplined by the interpretation, and enriched by the jurisprudence. When I look back on this 1 year which has gone by, in spite of the challenging times which all of us have faced, but there has been a lot of development in terms of the GST law, procedure, amendments, and guidance from the courts and advance rulings. Why I am bringing this to your forum is because this is a very broad, pattern from which the members of the association can get ideas about where the future lies, what kind of scope is existing for their professional progress, and maybe this might help them further. You see, at the end of the day, a tax law is there to collect revenue. So whatever may be the other consideration, the primary focus of the government is always going to be the security of its revenue. Having said that, then the issues regarding the way in which the tax is collected, being a civil society, the principles of natural justice, the discrimination, the process being followed as compared to the pain being faced, all these come into play. And as you understand that it's a cat and mouse game, because every assessee would like to have a lower tax rate, and the government would always have an ease to collect the tax. And let us accept the fact that we are talking about an indirect tax legislation, not a direct tax, meaning thereby the presumption is that the tax will be passed on to the end customer. Why I am just mentioning this is, you see, many times when we say that the department is having an overreach in terms of revenue, to mobilize revenue, there is always at times an effort made by an assessee to try and get out of the tax net. For example, just a few examples in this period for sanitizers. There have been advance rulings sought whether these could be treated as medicaments, or fryams, where they have tried to plead that let it be considered as a papad, which is having a lower tax rate. Then there can be certain things which may not appeal to our logic. Yoga centers, for example. Yoga centers, although they are supposed to give yoga teaching, but they are being treated as accommodation service, essentially the primary purpose. Or else health checkups, which are not covered under the health service. So these are all challenges with which we will have to live and make this journey into the future. Now, when I look back, that the amendments which have been various made by the government, I can categorize into three broad categories. Number one is a beneficial. Number two is those for revenue safeguard. And number three are amendments which are arising out of court judgments. You are aware that the QRMP scheme, the quarterly return monthly payment scheme, which has come, the amendment regarding the debit notes, which is not now linked to the invoices, the various timeline extensions, COVID exemptions, they are primarily towards that beneficial aspect. There has been a substantial focus also on the revenue safeguard, like the e-way bill facility getting stopped or 110% credit only up to the point the whatever is uploaded. 1% cash payment compulsorily to be made who has not paid anything through the cash, only from the credit. Registration cancellations. These are challenges which the revenue officer faces in order to secure its revenue base. Now, the way I look at it is, what is the due process of law which is being followed when we are implementing these provisions? Because here comes the softness, the non-discriminatory approach, the principles of natural justice, and on which department has at times been guided by the court's judgments. And accordingly, the department has also been conscious about the provisions like provisional attachment, where now the Supreme Court has made it mandatory to have a hearing. Guidelines have been issued by the department on provisional attachment, on search and seizure. So, whereas we are dealing with a system which is digital, at the same time, we are conscious of the fact that the due process of law needs to be respected. And it is not only at my level, but I'm completely aware that it should be at a cutting edge level, at a level where the officers down below are actually doing the transactions which can affect the business viability, the business processes for an individual. So from here, I take it further as what are the new challenges which have emerged and which will remain in this new year coming forth. We now are talking about whether something is a vested right or a concession. As professionals, you would have been aware about the case law development, especially from the High Courts and Supreme Court, on the availability of credit on the cess as well as the transitional credit. The dialogue is still on. The whether having the tax not there, does the credit lapse or is it a vested right? So these are things which are open-ended and actually need to be looked at in this year. And I think some of the members from this association will also be applying their mind about how to deal with it. Now, the next thing when we look at the transitional credit, where we have a law, but the law is being implemented through a technology solution. Thereby, the portal, which can allow you to enter or may not allow you to enter. So there are challenges which the department is facing, as well as obviously you can have your views about when should the data re-entry or correction of data be allowed. There are views on both the sides. Something is fed in, well, it should not be allowed to change, or certain amendments should be allowed. In that way, when the portal-based system, when it is a great enabler, it also requires certain safeguards. The challenges which I have seen is when we are issuing notices and in bulk, at times they may not have the proper provisions or may not have the justification why a particular action is being taken. And to that extent, I think the technology requires a human interface also to ensure that the principle of natural justice is satisfied when we are working with a technology-based solution. So these are the challenges that I thought we are having at our end, and obviously you would also appreciate that the department is trying to ensure that the processes are improved. After all, GST is a work in process, work in progress. We cannot say that we have achieved a goal. It is an ongoing thing. We now also understand that being the tribunal, GST tribunal not being there, which has also been a kind of a dampener, and I expecting that maybe in this year, if the tribunal is set up, there would be a lot of case law development. But in the absence of the tribunal, what I have seen in the last 1 year, lot of advance rulings which have come. And these advance rulings, although, I mean, one may not, I'm not going into whether they are pro-revenue, anti-revenue, or into that, but they are giving us a few directions. Number one, what are the issues which are most relevant to the taxpayer in this country? What are the ways in which issues are being seen? What are those things which may be more or less settled, for which now we can come out with certain standard operating procedure, standard guidelines, so that there is no need for unnecessary litigation. And wherever there are views which are opposing, how do we resolve them? I would just like to bring to this august audience just two issues which I felt were of very interest. One was about the intermediary service. Now there is a challenge about whether the intermediary service by which we are approaching the problem is leading to a situation where, in spite of exports and getting foreign revenue, the export benefits are not being given. Now, to update you guys, the latest judgment from the Bombay High Court is a judgment which is come with a difference between the two judges. One judge has stated that being export of service, it should be accordingly treated. Whereas the other judge has held that the parliament is the supreme to bring in the way in which the supply or the point or the supply is to be decided. So this is an interesting development which I think you might also you should follow up how it evolves. Second, as I have seen a number of advance rulings have been asked on the liaison office. Now we have a concept that the liaison office is an extension of the foreign company and is not an independent entity, but there have been number of advance rulings on this, and I think we need to stop this, get a clarity in terms of the position what is required. My suggestion to the association, they can, as an association, look at various advance rulings and decide which have been decided, which are sorted out, which are to be sorted out, and with their recommendations, make a presentation, a representation to the council, so that their views will be taken up and the issues which are unnecessarily litigated are not done so. This is one suggestion which I had because of the great expertise which is there among the members. Finally, I'll just come to another very interesting question, which might also, which you can ask yourself, that whether the IGST is a customs duty. Now, this question has come out of the interplay of the GST with the Customs Act. Now, as you might be aware, the Customs Act says that the customs duties under the Customs Act or any under law in force. So there is one interplay interpretation being taken is that IGST is that other law, and the tax which is being levied under that law is also a customs duty. The other view is that the levy is under the customs, the IGST Act, but the collection is under the Customs Tariff Act. So there is a distinction between the levy and the collection. Now, these are issues which are legal in nature, but having a very long-term impact and yet not settled. And I'm looking forward that in this year, these are the issues which will be requiring a lot of thoughts. And I would request some of the members to apply their mind to come up with their views so that the country as a whole gains from your experience. And I'm sure with the digital audit, which is, yes, today we had a session with the CBIC where the audit function is now going to be started afresh, looking at the successes which it had reached before the GST was taken up. So I think you all have a big role to play while guiding your clients in the audit, the GST audit, which will be a digital platform altogether. So with these views of mine, I think we are almost, reaching the far end of the evening. But it has been an excellent day with excellent panelists and speakers, and I wish the institute great success on its this initiative, and I wish them the very best on this new year which is coming. And I see that there is a lot of progress which is being made. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Please take care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your speech as a chairman of this validity session has enlightened us, and in fact, has enthused us.
Ready, sir.
We shall be
Share
taking
code button.
whatever suggestions you have given, that suggestions you should be carrying forward. And definitely, sir, once let us all pray for this eviction of this particular deadly pandemic. And we want to meet you personally. And if you want to listen you, sir, in offline mode, from the institute's dais also, because you are a very good teacher. And whenever you have found, sir, whenever meet you, and you have as another, your milestone is that you are also in this forum, in this institute's forum. You are one of our CMA. So naturally, I can say in that way that you are here, you are our source of inspiration. Sir, please remain with us. We are really thankful to you. I would request our my TRD HOD to carry on the program of validity session.
Thank you, sir. We have heard Sri Devendra V. Nagvenkar, Commissioner CGST and CX, Kolkata South Commissionerate. It was a pleasant experience to hear Devendra Nagvenkar, sir, because whenever we listen to him, it is a enriching session for us. So this is the last session of today's program, valedictory session. So I would like to say that we have today with us CMA Suraj Prakash, sir, former Director Finance, BEML Limited. We have with us CMA KCH AVSN Murthy, sir, who is our Chairman of Journal and Publications Committee and Regional Council and Chapters Coordination Committee. We have with us CMA Vijendra Sharma, sir, who is Chairman of Professional Development Committee and International Affairs Committee. And we have with us Vice President, sir, CMA P. Raju Iyer, sir. And I think President, sir, was also here. But I think right now he is not there, maybe due to some connection problem. So I would request, before we get into the um, address by CMA Suraj Prakash, sir, I would request CMA KCH Aviation Murthy, sir, to say few words in this valedictory session, followed by CMA Vijendra Sharma, sir, with his address. So I'd request CMA KCH Aviation Murthy, sir, to say few words. to us.
Good evening to all of you. Respected Devendra Sir, Surya Prakash ji, President, Vice President, Vijayan Sharma ji, my council colleague, Rakesh Balaji, Chitan Jarampaja, eminent speakers, a very, very good evening to all of you. GST is a 4 is baby with a good scorecard. The scorecard is it has passed examination definitely, undoubtedly, and there is nothing to worry about. There may be the plus points are more in GST than the other points. It is, according to me, a great step by Team India. It is good start for transparency. It is great steps towards transformation. Friends, it is yet to be get simplified really and truly. It is stuck with technology sometimes, but it is going on well. It is a game plan. It is a strategy. It is to increase more taxation, not from number of money, from number of SSS or traders. A deal mange more. Customers should be gentlemen, self-disciplined, and trustworthy. Employees should be good, sincere, tough. Partners are Government of India, states, and union territories. Industry or the traders should be generous, sharing, transparent. Friends, do not raise voice. Allah don't shout. Please raise invoice. Invoice according to means integrate notably, voluntarily, organizing information, comply by engaging CMAS. And what to do? Today morning, Madam has told that we are going for rationalization of rates. Yes, tax compliance has to be done from our angle also, not only from departmental angle. The technology should be more friendly, and we should have more and more simplified returns. And friends, we CMS, as rightly told by Madam today in her message, we have positive role in building nation and especially Atmanirbhar Bharat. अच्छे दिन आने वाले हैं. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your brief presentation on the abbreviations of GST and the role of CMAs which we have to play. Now I request CMA Vijayendra Sharma sir, Chairman Professional Development Committee and International Affairs Committee, to say a few words to us. CMA Vijayendra Sharma sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, very good evening and namaskar to everyone. Wish you all have a very happy GST day today. Today we were delighted to have the kind presence of Honorable Union Minister among us and to grace the occasion, Shri Nitin Jayaraman Gadkari sir, Minister of Rural Transport and Highway, Ministry of MSME. We were also having the privilege to have Dr. Subhash Sarkar, the Member of Parliament, respected President Shri Vishnu Basuji, respected Vice President Shri P. Raju Iyer sir, the Chairman of Taxation Committee Shri Chitranjit Chattopadhyay sir, and my learned speaker, my elder brother Shri Surya Prakash ji. Rather, I have two elder brothers here. Naval sir is also here, and everybody present on the program today. I congratulate my council colleagues, the Chairman Taxation Committee for organizing today webinar, online virtually conference on the journey of GST and way forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is remarkable to note that GST reduced rate, tax rate has increased compliance by now more than 66 crore return filed in last 4 years' time. We do acknowledge that GST is both consumer and taxpayer friendly. GST has significantly is one of the most complex indirect tax system and significantly reduced the submissions. The major achievement of the government, despite a lot of challenges in the form of pre-implementation and during the 4 years journey, is commendable job. Yes, a lot of policy-related achievements, such as there are hassle-free movement of goods across the country. following the introduction of the e-way bill system and removal of check post, then procedural simplifications, having consistency return details and filling across states. Of course, the technology-related achievement with a single online GST platform for the entire country. Now, despite various hits and missing during last 4 years, the government effort in responding to the industry's need have been commendable. Yes, the way forward could be that today the world-class simplification and technological enabled robust GFT simple system not only critical for sustainable growth but also the imperative for the ease of doing business. In the next few days, the next few years, the government may take steps to further simplify the GST law, and these steps can improve the growth at the time when entire world is affecting with the corona pandemic. But we have witnessed that in last couple of months, we have touched the record recovery into the GSTs, record tax submissions. Had that been not in place, I think we could not have achieved that target. Yes, there could be some hustles which can be discussed upon, but when we are taking such a biggest economic reform after the independence, I think we should give the full marks to the GST, and we are thankful to the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, under whose the Prime Minister leadership, we are able to achieve the lot many things to come. Once again, I'm congratulating everybody of you for the wonderful achievement, and wish you have a very GST day. Thank you very much. Over to the control room. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your address. Now we have with us CMA Suraj Prakash ji, former Director Finance, BEML Limited. Before I request CMA Suraj Prakash ji for his address, I request my team members to show a brief profile of CMA Suraj Prakash ji, and then we'll listen to Suraj sir.
Should we read it out?
Yeah, please read it out.
So today in our valedictory session, we have Sir Suraj Prakash. So we are having his profile with us. Prakash sir is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He is a former Director Finance of BEML Limited and has worked in the capacity for almost 3 years from May 2018 to April 2019. He has also superannuated after rendering around 38 years of service in corporate sector, including 35 years in BHEL in various capacities. Suraj sir has a vast experience of 38 years, including 3 years as board member, covers the entire gamut of finance and taxation domain, including formulation and implementation of financial policies and systems, actively involved in devising and implementation of growth and diversification strategies and priorities, risk management, cash management and raising of funds, working capital management, devising and implementing cost optimization strategies and various cost reduction initiatives, compliance management, etc. Sir has delivered number of lectures, speeches in various webinars, seminars, conferences, etc., organized by the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and its various regional councils and chapters. Also in Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and various trade bodies like IEEMA, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, Institute of Directors, management schools, besides in-house training programs organized by various commercial organizations like BHEL, Metro Corporation, and other companies. We welcome you, Suraj sir.
Now I would request CMA Suraj Prakash sir to kindly say a few words on this valedictory session. Sir, kindly unmute. Sir, kindly unmute.
First of all, it's indeed a great privilege and honor for me to be part of this webinar today, and I have been very keenly listening to all the panelists, speakers, and moderators and chairmen throughout the day. And at the outset, I wish to compliment the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and the entire team, including Mr. Chitranjan Chattopadhyay ji, Chairman, Indirect Taxation Committee and Banking Finance Services and Insurance Committee, Padmanaban ji, Mr. Vijendra Sharma ji, all council members, Mr. Murthy, President, Sri Bisru Basu ji, Vice President, Mr. Iyer ji, and all others for organizing this program to celebrate the GST day when GST became reality after 4 years, about 4 years back, after years of patient waiting by the industry for the biggest taxation reform to kick in. I compliment all the moderators and chairmen, speakers and panelists of various technical sessions which have been held today for having held very extensive deliberations and brought out very clearly and in a very effective manner many relevant key issues and various aspects of GST which require policy interventions, which require changes and reforms. And I'm sure that these suggestions, observations, and other aspects which have been brought out will pave the way for further reforms and changes in the GST system to make it even more industry friendly and more taxpayer friendly and supplement the Government of India's initiative of Atmanirbhar Bharat and to take the economy back on high economic growth trajectory. As we all know that no other taxation reform, or for that matter, any other reform in India has generated as much interest and discussions as GST did in 2017 when it was implemented. And it is no surprise that having evoked so much of media attention and deliberations among the industry, tax professionals and alike, GST was dubbed as India's biggest tax reform post-independence, and rightly so. GST has addressed, in my opinion, not completely, albeit to a large extent, one of the biggest perennial problems which has been faced by industry for decades and which impacted its cost competitiveness was in the old taxation regime with respect to cascading effect of cost due to various taxes getting embedded into the cost of goods and services produced for the simple reason that credit for such taxes in the legacy system in full or part was not available across the supply chain, and such taxes or elements thereof got included in the cost of goods and services, and such kind of taxes which were not available in full as a credit included the central sales tax, which was basically origin-based tax instead of a destination-based tax. And each time a CST was levied on any transaction, whether it was on raw material or on components, and then it became a cost of product. And when the items were sold back to other states, again the CST levied on the final goods again become a tax, which became a cost and got loaded onto the cost of product. Similarly, the lack of seamless input credit supply chain across the value chain in the earlier regime, having restrictive definitions and scope of input credit in the legacy system, non-availability or restricted availability of credit of central taxes against the liability of state taxes, and vice versa, to name a few, are some of the things which, to a great extent, not fully, as we have seen during the course of interactions today, have been addressed, and which is a big positive for the industry per se. Implementation of GST has consequently increased the fungibility of input tax credit, making industry more cost competitive vis-a-vis foreign players and other competitors, and to make the industry stand on a better footing in terms of international position. GST, in my opinion, has also helped the industry in reducing the high compliance cost due to multiplicity of taxes and laws thereto, lack of uniformity and classification which existed in the earlier regime, rules and procedures which were different among different statutes and different laws and levies, the lack of uniformity in compliance requirements, and lack of harmonized tax rates which existed across the states, and of course, varying taxable event for different taxes under different law in the legacy system, they have been done away with. We are all aware that GST has brought entire supply and distribution channel under one common tax regime, creating a common market across India, if not fully, maybe partially, because some of the products, especially the product in the energy segment, whether petroleum, natural gas, aviation turbine fuel, and power, that is electricity, of course, have not been covered. But to leaving those things apart, it has been able to create a common market and common tax regime across a common market and removed various flaws to a large extent that the old system suffered from prior to implementation of GST with effect from 1st July 2017 as India moved to a comprehensive GST bearing leaving apart certain petrol products and power, which I just mentioned about. And we have left behind the legacy of a very old and archaic system of indirect taxation by adopting and moving on to the new GST regime. Well, friends, GST has also done away with the avoidable litigations and double taxation due to complications involved in distinction between goods and services, which in earlier regime were being taxed as goods as well as service by both the taxing authorities in number of cases. I will not like to repeat and reproduce those cases which were there. And thus, as far as these areas are concerned, a kind of a tax certainty has been created for industry and avoiding tax litigations in this regard. I feel that one of the biggest positive of GST has been the IT backbone and the backward IT digitization which industry has adopted for the purpose of smooth tax compliance. The use of infrastructure in terms of information technology and emerging use of technology has helped in detection of frauds by the government of India and prevent the misuse of input tax credit chain by certain taxpayers. And this has led to bolstering of tax revenues and preventing the leakages thereof. And it is quite evident in terms of if we look at the data in terms of tax realization, which we have seen in last several months, of course, it is not entirely due to detection of leakage alone. It is also due to a tax buoyancy on account of increased taxable base and revenue generated out of it. But a lot of it is also attributable to detection of tax and preventing the leakages. Detection of various frauds, including ITC claims, which were fake and bogus taxpayer entities, and subsequent increase in tax revenues has been indicated in the positive outcomes in the increased revenue, and these are very positive outcomes of an efficient tax system backed by very strong information technology. Various reforms and changes which have been brought out in GST, including the refund process, leaving aside, of course, certain hiccups which were discussed during the course of deliberations today, with use of IT automation has not only eased the process with enhanced taxpayer confidence, but also ensured deployment of robust systems to avoid the misuse of ITC refunds. In fact, the high level of IT system and IT automation in GST and increasing use of such IT automation is making the system more robust and effective, which will prevent future leakages in terms of misuse by certain taxpayers. Continuing and periodical changes in the GST law are strong pointer, in my view, to the fact that government is not only receptive to the demands and difficulties being faced by the industry, but they are also ensuring that GST creates conducive atmosphere for the industry, and such moves will supplement the efforts of government towards higher economic growth. In fact, existence of strong, effective, efficient, and industry-friendly taxation system, which removes tax distortions and promotes level playing field, is very much essential for bolstering the confidence of taxpayers and the industry, and will go a long way in supplementing and complementing the government's mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Industry has noted positively many of such changes which have been brought out in GST law, which include restricting the liability to pay interest on net tax liability instead of gross tax liability with a retrospective effect from the date of implementation of GST, that is 1st July 2017, and of course the delinking of debit note with the original invoice rate for the purpose of taking input tax credit. These are some of the few welcome changes for the entire industry and tax-paying fraternity. However, like any other efficient, effective, and progressive tax system, would have evolving changes from time to time based on the requirements and weeding out inefficiencies in the system or provisions which hamper and impact the taxpayer and industry adversely. GST, in my opinion, should continue to have mechanism to bring such changes and reforms. Originally, when GST law came, there was no capping with respect to input tax credit. However, subsequently, changes have been brought out and cappings, which was initially started with 20%, has been gradually reduced to 5%. As ITCs essentially a vested right and directly impact the cash flow of the industry, with impact on its finance cost and consequential impact on the cost of goods and services which it produces. Such restrictions or capping, in my opinion, would adversely impact the industry, which is already facing severe and intense competition and also facing severe cash flow issues due to the pandemic impact. I would also like to briefly mention about another provision, which of course was mentioned by one of the colleagues during the deliberations in technical session, which pertains to the input tax credit, which is required to be added as output tax liability along with interest in case any person, any buyer doesn't make payment to the supplier within 180 days. The interest notably is required to be paid even when tax on such supplies has already been paid and discharged by the supplier, and there is no loss or delay in realization of revenue to the government. Though there is a provision in the law to reclaim such credit when payment is made subsequently to the supplier after 6 months, but there is no provision in the law to claim the interest, which in my opinion is neither justified nor reasonable, especially when revenue has accrued to the government and interest in any case is payable by the supplier based on time of supply rules in case supplier delays the payment of tax at his end. I am also of the view that terms of payment and timelines thereof should be left to the commercial wisdom of two contracting parties, that is the buyer and seller. I wish to highlight that MSME Act already mandates payment to MSE suppliers within 45 days or earlier, with whatever is specified in the contract, failing which interest liability accrues on the defaulting buyer. Hence, in my opinion, already a statutory cover exists to ensure timely payment to such a vital segment of the economy, that is MSMEs. However, in case government still feels that there is any other segment of economy other than MSME, which also needs such kind of a cash flow protection, I feel that the same may be done through special enactments on the line of MSME Act and not such as payments are delayed because of several unresolved commercial and contractual issues between buyer and supplier. And this hardship is even more magnified made to buyers in non-GST segments like companies operating in power generation, petroleum, etc., where such buyers have no such ITC to take, and as such they are not impacted by this provision, while the suppliers to these non-ITC segments are obligated to do so and making them have cash flow issues arising out of it. For paucity of time, though there are several other issues which were discussed today, and I wanted to cover up like cross-charge, scope and coverage of personal use, tax refunds in case transaction at a later stage is held to be interest rate instead of a local transaction if declared by the SSE or vice versa, and certain contradictory advance ruling. But because of paucity of time, in the interest of time, I would not be elaborating any such issues, and I'm sure that suitably addressing of such issues will help the industry and make GST even more efficient and effective system to meet the overarching objective of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I do make a sincere appeal that even if there are certain shortcomings in the GST law, with the course of time, with our suggestions which we can compile to this forum and present it to the government, as the law is still advising, convergence of objectives and taxpayer and government is all same. If we converge on the same objective, I am sure all the suggestions which we make in the interest of taxpayer industry and which doesn't impact the government revenue will get implemented. With these words, I wish to thank each one of you for giving me patient listening. I wish to thank the Institute once again for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Uh, we are we have come to almost to the end of today's program. We have today with us our Vice President and President, sir, also. Both of them have been there in this webinar throughout the day. We are grateful to both of them that they have been with us, especially not only in today's program, but also before the program when the preparation stage was there. They supported us a lot. So before we listen to our President, sir, I would request our Vice President, sir, CMAP Raju Iyer, sir, to say a few words.
Today, wishing everyone a happy and healthy days. Respected Chief Guest, respected Extraordinary Suraj Shati, and our Honorable President, C.M. Basuji, Chairman for Indirect Taxation and Banking and Financial Services and Insurance Committee, C.M. Chitranja Chatterjee, our A2 Setpurji, Vijayendra Sarmaji. It's an excellent deliberation we had today, and a lot of inputs have gone in, as highlighted by our valuable source persons. All these events has to go into this, and we have to make our suggestions and how the GST has to move forward and what's the way forward. We have to submit to the government. And in fact, we are telling the minister that we are bringing the publications in local languages also. The local languages also we have to bring our guidance note and all. Our guest of honor has highlighted what are the issues and what are the points we have to take, and he has highlighted all these things. We will take all their services and we will definitely submit to the ministry, which the ministry will be definitely listening to us, and we will make it, and we will make a way forward, and we will make the GST a successful one. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Wishing everyone happy, healthy, and peaceful days. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good day. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Now I would request our President, sir, CMA Bishwarup Basuji, to say a few words to us. President, sir, please.
A very good evening to all of you. Respected P. Raju Iyer, Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Respected CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay. Respected CA Chiranjeevi A.B. S.N. Mukti sir, our Chairman Journal Committee and Chairman Regional Council and Chapter Coordination Committee. Respected CMA Balvinder Singh, immediate past President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Respected CMA H. Padmanabhan, who played a key role for organizing today's seminar. My beloved colleagues in the Central Council, Regional Council and Chapters, my professional brothers and sisters. Learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, knowledge makes you great. What is knowledge? Knowledge is the summation of creativity plus righteousness plus courage. So this knowledge definition has been enunciated by APJ Abdul Kalam. The basic objective of today's seminar is dissemination of knowledge. The said purpose is to imbibe wisdom and human values across its stakeholders in pursuit of excellence. Excellence is not a destination, it is a continuous journey that never ends. I am personally thankful to all the learned speakers. Yes, we have learned a lot. The Institute of Cost Accountants of India is a premier accounting institute in the country, and we have proactively supported the government in this historic tax reform by providing suggestions from time to time and disseminating related knowledge regularly. The rollout of GST has opened up tremendous opportunities, and the cost accountants have proved that they are capable of taking care of the financial health of the country. We have proved that we can do this, and the government has also is relying on us. Nitin Gadkari has categorically said that cost accountants are capable of doing such works, and we are happy that our Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitaram has also accepted that the role played by the institute. I would not elongate my speech, but we are passing through a crisis. The global pandemic has landed life to a standstill and has shaken the foundation of business and industry. There is a proverb that challenges add agreeable flavor to life and also sweeten the taste of success. Riding through troubled water is an act of persistence, courage, determination, and patience. So, friends, we need to have patience. Please follow COVID protocol. Please take your vaccination if you have not done earlier. Wear mask. Wash your hands regularly at regular intervals. Stay safe and healthy. I thank the endeavor taken by Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, H. Padmanabhan, and my beloved council colleagues, the taxation committee, and all members, all my council colleagues who have supported us. All my council colleagues were present in the inaugural session. I am thankful to each and every council colleague. In particular, I am thankful to H. Padmanabhan because he was sick today, but he came. I am also thankful to our Vice President, P. Raju Iyer, for his continuous support, love, and affection showered on us. Thank you very much. We will do more such programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your continuous support to us. Now, before I request our chairman indirect taxation committee, CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, to say formally the vote of thanks. I, on behalf of the Department of Taxes Department, wants to say thanks to CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay sir for being with us day and night to make this program successful. Sir, a lot of thanks to you. Without your support, we would not have been able to complete this program. Thanks a lot, sir. Now I would request you to say the formal vote of thanks and conclude the program of today.
Thank you, CMA Rajat Basu. It's really my great satisfaction for us, for the TRD department. Of course, we have worked as a team. We have proved that, yes, if we think we can, we can. And I also want to take cue from our Honorable President of the Institute, CMA Vishnu Basu, that yes, this has become possible for the untiring effort of our TRD, indirect tax committee, where we have got a very learned. I have mentioned in my, previous, speech also, that it has become possible only for the guidance, advice of our all committee members of the indirect tax committee. Before I formally give vote of thanks to everybody here, I want to give all my members who are in the taxation committee, indirect taxation committee, for their continuous support for this sort of activity and their guidance. Now I just mention that when the day begins, the day began with inaugural session. Our coordinator CMA H. Padmanabhan and our past president CMA Balvinder Singh, our vice president CMA P. Raju Iyer, our president CMA Vishnu Basu, and our special guest of honor, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Member of Parliament. I profusely thank. Without their, beginning note, it could not have been possible to navigate this program successfully like that. So I thank you, everybody, those who were in the inaugural session. And we had with us the first session, which was delved on challenges during pandemics and trade, industry, and government. Because our program we organized, we hosted this program under the advice of our committee members, led by all our doyen of the taxation committee. We have our V.S. Date sir, we have our Ashok Nawal sir, we have Devashish Ghosh. They have all been coopted. They have also advised, and all our council members, those who are in the committee, they have all advised us. And we had planned that there should be a webinar throughout the day to commemorate this GST day with the theme, the journey of GST and way forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So with the first session was challenged during pandemics, trade and industry government. Actually, we are very much thankful that CMA BB Goel, he kindly accepted to moderate the session, and our VS Tate sir, CMA Mrityunjay Acharya sir, and same Amit Sarkar. They have beautifully navigated they were the panelists. They have explained the nitty-gritties, and I am really thankful to them for their beautiful deliberations and their cooperations. Then we have the star of the day, our chief guest, Sri Nitin Jairam Gadkariji, Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highway and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. His presence has
I think they have lost signal. They have lost signal, I think.
Yeah. See, Rajat, you can take over.
Calcutta normally this is problem, but today we had no problem, sir. Thanks to till this minute, everything is smooth and
Yeah, but here my PC is working, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, am I audible?
No, you are not audible, sir.
I think he's come back.
Sir, you can come to my place.
Yeah.
ওইটা নিয়ে আসুন, কানেক্টটা নিয়ে আসুন।
লাস্ট টাইমে গ্লিচিং হয়ে গেছে।
তোমার ওটা থেকে বসিয়ে দাও, ওখানটা বসে ওই এটাতে এই চারটা বসে
না, ওটাকে উইদাউট মাইক
Chitra, they can come without video.
Yes. Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, very much, sir. Very much.
Yes, very much.
Yes, sir. Actually,
open the video. Open the video, sir.
I am already in the video, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Video is on.
So, beg to be pardoned for some initial glitches. In fact, the second session, our session with our Honorable Minister, Union Minister for Road Transport, Highways and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Sector, Government of India has totally changed the whole scenario. And I think all the speakers must appreciate that they have also got tremendous relief from his speeches. Then in our session, now we had at our minister as the industry and resolution about auspicious presence of
He's breaking.
Sir, voice is
ब्रेक हो रहा है।
Sir, Chair. Hello. Raj. Audible, sir. Raja. Murthy sir, you can conclude. You can conclude. Yeah. So,
Hello. Rajat. Rajat. Suraj. Rajat. Suraj.
Murthy.
I think we
Sir, to this one, I'm very much thankful to CM Suresh Prakash for taking his valuable time and addressing this.
Okay. Sure. Are you able to hear me?
Murthy Saab, we are able to hear you better, right? Now your voice is also. No,
on behalf of this I since
Thank you.
I thank
Thank you.
Thank
we log out now?
all my members. Suraj Prakash, different section of the day. He finished the match actually. The match is finished by Suraj Prakash ji. Very well executed. There's no time to time. Before that, Devendra Nangyokar has spoken very well about the departmental attitude versus the important that you all the points are covered by Devananji. Sharma ji also covered the role of MCA, the present area. Thanks to all the department officials have been further technical cooperation not able to I know how space they have taken. Thanks to every one of you. Thanks. Thank you very much. Rajat Kumar, if possible, we can go our also otherwise everybody. I think they are not for the department from morning
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good day.
Close this.